Let's unmute me. Hello, hello. The stream VOD's going to be unlisted now. Yeah, they should be. On YouTube for sure. I don't think I keep forgetting to enable it on Twitch, but I think I need to enable on Twitch. All right, let's get into it. There's a lot of things that are going to hurt my brain today, so we're starting with a palate cleanser. HASAN detained by... His YouTube video says ice, but I don't think it was ice.
All right, where do I begin?
Let's see. Where's my thing? There's supposed to be like an image behind the chat. Hold on. You can actually see it. Weird. Okay, I'll have to fix that, but whatever.
Our story begins at Paris's premier international airport.
You can do 1.25, right?
Charles de Gaulle. Okay. Now, normally I'm an experienced traveler, as some of you may know. I'm somewhat of an experienced traveler, and usually, as
Thank you for the follow.
an experienced traveler, I like to get to the Charles de Gaulle airport early because I know, no disrespect to France, I love the country, but Charles de Gaulle airport is one of the worst in Europe. It's a major hub, but unfortunately, due to, I think, like a lack of interest from the managers of any of these companies, where they just refuse to hire additional people. And I feel like in France, you just have to always hire more people because everyone is doing work very slowly. Okay, it's just the pace that you have to adjust to.
Where's the Kick stream? I haven't set up the thingy so I can go live at the same time on Kick. But I should. Sorry, Jinx, if that's your preferred platform. I don't hate the Kick platform, but like I hate the app so much that I just haven't gotten around to it.
Everyone is doing work very slowly. Okay, it's just the pace that you have to adjust to, and therefore you have to hire more people. There's always like work stoppages and stuff like that. And these guys, the unions are relatively powerful, but the corporate overlords will literally punish travelers instead of meeting the actual demands of labor unions there. So I
never watch his stream, so being dropped into this is just feeling like being someone handing me like this dense book and telling me to go to page 250 and start reading from the middle.
In a situation where I've been like stuck in France and stuff, like I had to do crazy maneuvering to get out.
He was meeting with somebody in France, right? Greetings from Austin. Hello. Hello, fellow traveler from Texas.
And because I knew that, I was like, I'll go 3 hours early. It's something that I never do. Usually I'm actually very slow. But this time I was like, I'll go 3 hours early and everything will be fine. I was already worried that I was going to have issues coming into the country. I had joked about it already. So I was like, at least on the one side, like leaving the country of France will not be that big of a problem. And boy, was I wrong. Okay. Boy, was I wrong. So I hit the triple Monty. I had like a generational run. There was massive traffic going in. When you actually drive into the airport, the person that's dropping you off has to get a gate ticket at the gate.
Based on the stream title, I thought he was still being held as well because I didn't want to pre-watch it or anything like that. So I guess I should have known better because it's like how could he have told the story if he was still detained?
The ticket actually didn't work. Like, so we were stuck in traffic with like other cars behind us. Like my driver had to get out and be like and wave people away from the gate so that we could actually get to a gate that worked. All this stuff, right? And I'm like, oh brother, here we go. Walk in. I'm flying business, so like I have sky priority. So I'm thinking like, oh, at least I'll be able to get my luggage in on time. Barely made it to the check-in. Okay. There was already issues with the check-in. Once I got through the check-in, I got hit at every single step. There's an automatic passport processor where you just kind of step into this room and then boop, doors open, you walk in, right? I wait in line. There's only one. None of the machines are working. Finally, I get to the machine that is working, and the machine stops working. It just won't take my passport. It won't take my passport. I was like, oh, here we go. So I had to go to an actual officer to allow me to, to let me through so I could get in. Then I got stuck behind classic old lady. Okay. Old lady with a lot of bags, with a lot of fluids. So then like she's taking her fluids out and like doing all this stuff at the security gate. I'm stuck behind this person. I already took out all my electronics and stuff. But of course,
maybe I missed it, but how is he this rich and he doesn't have like pre-check? Or maybe that only is like applies to American domestic flights?
of course, lo and behold, boom, I get stopped at security after this old lady as well. The old lady with the bags of fluids, classic. She obviously was stopped. Okay. She had to get GSR swabbed, all this shit. And then of course, I also got stopped, had to get GSR swabbed, all of this shit, because I have electronics on me. And, I stopped there.
GSR swab?
Generational 3-hour run at Charles de Gaulle. And then after
gunshot residue test? Because he had what?
Of course, she obviously was stopped. Okay. She had to get GSR swabbed, all this shit. And then of course, I also got stopped, had to get GSR swabbed, all of this shit, because I have electronics on me. And, I stopped there. Generational.
And I've been swabbed when I've flown before, but I didn't know what the reason was.
3-hour run at Charles de Gaulle. And then afterwards, I get into the flight and I'm like, all right, finally. The flight was actually fantastic. I slept the entire time. I slept like a goddamn baby, slept the entire time. Didn't even eat on the flight, which is crazy. There's never been a moment where it was like what, an 8-hour to 9-hour flight and I didn't even eat. I slept the entire time on the flight. Finally get into the United States of America. And at which point I'm like, all right, let's do it. I got global entry. This is going to be my first ever global entry entrance. Hopefully this will go smoothly. Okay. Oops. Hold on. My room service is here. My cold brew is here. 1 second. Where was I?
Literal champagne
it's the worst cold brew
socialist.
of my life. Okay. It is what it is. So global entry, first time ever. Okay. First time ever getting into global entry. I got it after my brother yelled at me over and over again, telling me you got to get global entry, whatever. Right. I get to the global entry line and they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom. You walk up, immediately they take your photo of your face and you walk in and there's a customs person there, cop there, just basically waves you. Okay. And they do that over and over again. Gets to me, take a photo, boom, walk in instantly. The Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, step aside, sir. I was like, here we go. All right. She goes, step aside, sir.
He was like yapping a lot, and of course, the second I speed it up to 2x speed, it gets to the actual.
An agent will come in and take you to another location. I was like, is that proper protocol? I was like, sometimes it happens. And I was like, okay. And I knew at that point.
Why is he setting this up like a comedy bit? Because, well, I have no clue. I guess that he's just never been stopped at any point. And so now he thinks that, there was a world for him that was pre H3H3 content nuke. Now this is the post. This is the post H3 content nuke reality that we live in, which includes him getting stopped by customs, apparently.
And I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. I was basically I got Lolo on. I was like, listen, I'm going in. All right. I'm freaking going in. It's who knows how long this will take? Who knows what will happen? And I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this. And I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well. It is what it is. M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these.
What does he mean? What TikTok did you see? Did you not know that people sometimes get stopped when they fly? Until a TikTok said that?
Guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down.
A DEI ICE agent hire, probably.
Fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine. Okay. They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area. Okay. There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. Okay. There's an old lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me. And the way it works is there's a back door, right? And they take your passport, they go to the back door. You don't know what the hell's going on in there, but they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands and they go, you're clear to leave. So they basically, when they bring you to the detention area, they, I guess, do some kind of surveillance on your background to figure out if you are, if you're going to get harassed even further or if this level of harassment is fine. Okay. And I asked, and I looked around at all the passports that people had to see if there were other American citizens. And lo and behold, at least in the area that I was at, I was the only American citizen. There was another guy that actually had an American passport as well. But like, because I asked the terrified family behind me, I was like, hey guys, if you don't mind me asking, like, do you guys have an American passport? They were like, no. So it turns out it's just they're terrifying the shit out of mostly non-American citizens. Okay. but apparently they're also interested in trying to terrify American citizens as well. So they're just like coming in and out. They get this lady in a wheelchair out of there, which I thought was so insane. Old lady in a wheelchair is in the ICE detention area, and they come out with their passport and they're like, here, you can leave. Okay. So
don't underestimate the capacity for the old to do terrorism, Hasan. Has he never seen Breaking Bad?
That's one thing, right? Like, I've had secondary searches and stuff done to me before. I've had the, I think it's called the quadruple S. Like, they put the SSSS on your boarding pass, and you always get checked randomly when you get hit with that. Like, that's happened to me a lot in the past. I get GSR swabbed all the time. That stuff is normal. I've experienced that quite a bit. Okay. But this time I didn't even have the quadruple S on my boarding pass. So I was like, all right, it's probably fine. So I wait. Finally, this agent comes out, says, Hasan Piker. I'm like, that's me. Coming with me. I'm like, oh, brother, here we go. They take me to this back room. Okay. And the back room is not great. Everything, the back room is designed in the most hostile way I've ever been inside of a room. The vibes are really back there. Everything is fluorescent light bulb, obviously, but they had these two seats that were firmly planted into the ground. Okay. They were complete metal. They were like tiny stools, very uncomfortable, with like braces on the side so you can handcuff someone to them.
He's describing like the average government building, but he's making it sound like it's like Guantanamo Bay.
Okay. And there was also a seat for like a lawyer. So I sat down on the lawyer seat.
Thank you for the raid, Ponscom Pod. We're watching Hasan Piker talk about being detained by, it says ICE, but it was actually Customs.
On the corner to establish dominance, because I've watched too many JCS interrogation videos, and I knew I had to have command over the room. So I didn't sit in the cuck chair. Instead, I sat in the lawyer chair, and we got to talking. And let me tell you, folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the fuck it was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation, and it was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial. Okay. It was very cordial, which I noticed. I thought it was strange how cordial it was, because I've had run-ins with like cops in the past.
If they know who you are, of course it's going to be cordial. Hello.
I've had run-ins with feds in the past. Well, I guess the FBI was very cordial as well when I had some talks with them in the past. But overall, I was not expecting CBP agents to be cordial. I will say that. Okay. Now, having said that, the entire process is supposed to be intimidating. So it's like, suck my dick, cordial or whatever. Okay. I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention from that point on. And let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the fuck I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points. He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So, you know, he's like, oh, what are you doing in Chicago? And I was very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early.
I'm sure this happened, but the way he describes it makes it sound like it didn't. Like this one guy had it out for him, but I mean, maybe.
From France, even though today is technically Mother's Day, because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, oh, what kind of speaking engagement? He's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, oh, well, since you mentioned that,
how much you want to bet Hasan at the border agents? Do you even know who I am? I mean, he's already made the assumption that he's already said he thinks that they know who he was. How he thought that or whatever, maybe it's just because he's so famous or whatever, but he does not. He thinks that this is like some sort of shakedown.
He kept saying, oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job? And I was like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And he's like, well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about? And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think someone's going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah.
But I mean, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's like super egotistical for him to assume that the guy knows who he is. Which is also why if he mentions that he lied, that would be so stupid, because the guy could probably, like, if he knows who he is.
I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you talk about Trump?
No, I thought he was going to say, no, I talk about the genocide.
And that was the first time where I was like, what the f is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? And it was interesting because the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand, nothing I have done thus far is illegal, as in nothing I've done online is illegal as of now, if that makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future, and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration. But so far, everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment. Okay? And none of these questions.
I mean, if he's like not gotten banned off of Twitch for things that he said, it's like highly unlikely to me that he would be prosecuted.
Are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because I didn't want it, one, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the attention. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. Maybe it was up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see like what they were trying to get away, like what they were trying to take from this conversation. And so, you know, instead of just pleading the fifth as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. And I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump. Yes. Right? Like, I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the fuck is up with that? You know? And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. And I don't know if it was like
you started debating this guy.
JCS style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic to like invoke some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to like get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up, or because he just genuinely was sympathetic and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this.
I don't think he's even said that he asked the guy like what the reason was that he was being detained or anything like that, or if he knows. He hasn't revealed it at this point.
But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this, because if he wasn't, there was a lot of editor-ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol at O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding. And I knew immediately, if that my agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOT. This dude is going to literally hook me. So I got a little lucky. All right, I will admit. So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because they bracket you into different categories. For me, they wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis or they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up. That's literally what this conversation.
Dude, if they actually think that he's involved with those groups and not just like a LARPer.
Was about. And it's not even a joke. Like they straight up tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane. Because there is no direct connection or direct involvement. So I'll say this much. So we're talking. You know, I'm telling him like, oh, I'm UChicago. I'm going to be speaking there for the journalism school. I told him like, you know, I don't like Donald Trump. And I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process. I was like, it doesn't feel too routine. And basically my big fear from the entire situation.
Casual racism. I mean, I don't know. It's strange to think that he would just randomly be detained by like customs and stuff and taken aside for this interview.
Was like if they were to ask for my phone, not
like unless he was demonstrating some sort of like strange behavior at the airport or while he was during like transportation or whatever, besides like his name, or if somebody on there actually does, even though it's kind of like messing around with it earlier, that it would be like, it wouldn't be crazy for them to know who he was or whatever. It's either that or like racism.
Not that there's anything incriminating on my phone, but I don't want the federal government inside of my phone beyond all of the times where they probably have been engaging in like warrantless surveillance on my phone or whatever the fuck. I don't like, it's not your business. You know what I mean? It's none of your fucking business. Like, it's a goddamn free country. Like there's privacy laws for this kind of shit, right? So for those of you who don't know, by the way, they can't actually unlock your phone, but if you have biometrics on your phone, they could technically use that and put the phone to your face and unlock it that way. Hold on. Let me fix this. Let me fix the banner. So just so you know.
I actually do think that that's true, that the police are not allowed to search through your phone without a search warrant, but biometrics, I don't think that they extend to that protection. So if the cops use Face ID to get into your phone, I think it's okay.
They could technically do that. Okay. They could technically do that, but there's a trick. Either you get a burner phone when you're traveling internationally, or if you have your regular phone, you can just do a passcode by either canceling biometrics, or if you forgot to do so, if you forgot to cancel biometrics like your Face ID, what you can do is click it 5 times. If you click hold 5 times in a row.
Yes, in many jurisdictions, police can use Face ID to unlock your phone if they have a warrant or if you consent to it, even if you don't have a passcode. This is because the act of providing biometric data like a face or fingerprint is generally not considered a protective form of self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment, as it doesn't require cognitive exertion, according to a federal appeals court decision. Strange.
It will actually it will actually disable Face ID and it will force you to put your passcode in.
No, I mean Hasan's casual racism against the balding white guy. You think Hasan is the one doing reverse racism?
And because there are laws against like the agents not being able to force you to put your passcode in, they can't actually access your phone like that. Now, there's different methods of how they can access your phone. From what I understand, they can also put it on a computer and just like plug it into a machine, and the machine just basically takes all of the information on your phone. So it is what it is.
To me, I get the only like incident of casual racism maybe is like the assumption that a dude of Iraqi origin has a higher chance of being nicer to you because of an ethnic background instead of like a white border patrol agent or whatever.
I don't know if you can actually do that if your phone is on, but I was thinking about all these things. I'd already unlocked the biometrics, like I disallowed biometrics, and it's a Faraday cage once you get into the detention center anyway, so you can't actually send any
Hasan doing I tactically scan the area for threats. Yeah, he's doing the observe and report
text messages once you're in there. It's there's no access to the internet. But I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas, and he kept saying stuff. He kept saying stuff like, "Do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group?" Like, he just kept asking over and over again, right? And I kept repeating the same statement over and over again. I kept saying, I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question.
The stream being saved as a VOD. It's probably gonna be unlisted on YouTube afterwards.
I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. So like, he just kept asking me over and over again, like Hamas, Houthis, all this trying to be like, oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? Which I thought was insane, because the reality of the matter is, okay, up until this very moment, if you were to say, as an American citizen, you stand 10 toes down with Hamas, or you stand 10 toes down with the Houthis, or whatever they can't deny you entry into the country for that shit. But I don't know what the they're trying to do. So I was like, I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating over and over again. The American government's position is that Hamas is a terrorist organization. But then he just kept asking me about the Houthis. And at that point, I was like, listen. He's like, well, do you agree with the terrorist designation for the Houthis? And I said, I'm of the Brookings Institute mindset that in 2020, when Donald Trump initially designated the Houthis as a terror organization, that was a major mistake. I talk about these issues from an academic context with humanitarian rights organizations and with academics and with journalists. As a matter of fact, this is perfectly this is, completely protected under First Amendment laws. And therefore, I don't understand what the reason why we're having this conversation is. And I kept saying that over and over again, at which point he just like kind of gave up. But what I thought was really interesting was, and I
mean, regardless of the things that he said on his stream and stuff like that, I totally support him fucking all but heckling these people for pulling him aside if this really was the main reason that he was detained.
Even followed it up with like, I do call balls. I said I call balls and strikes, and there are things that Trump has done that I actually agree with, and I'm not shy about saying those things. Even though initially he said he was going to end all these wars, he hasn't done so. I think these wars are unnecessary, they're costly, and a lot of civilians die in the process. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's very inappropriate, and it must end. Right? Like that's my position. But I do think that Trump did a good thing where he implemented a ceasefire with the Houthis. So when he does stuff like that, when I agree with him, I tell him what's what. Like I say it. When I agree with Trump in a decision, I'm open about it. Right? So I explained that to him, and I just yapped away over and over and over again. And what I found to be particularly interesting was in the first half of the conversation, it was just like basically a fact-finding mission, right? Try to get me to say something that I think would be of interest. In the second part of the conversation, there were some real actionable items that he presented that, depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm going to jail. Because the first stuff was just illegal for him to ask me those questions and completely idiotic and ridiculous. And I think they did it because they know who the
It's because he has that Yemeni kid on that got labeled a Houthi or whatever. I have no idea what someone saw or what the reason was. If it had anything to do with this online activity, which they're asking if I'm to believe him and they're asking him these specific questions about his thoughts on these specific groups or whatever, they've seen something.
I am, and they wanted to put the fear of God into me, not knowing that I'm a stubborn piece of shit and that's not going to work at all, right? The second half of the conversation was actually like, because he left, went away for like 35 minutes, came back, and then he asked like actionable items. But one thing that I will...
couldn't he straight up just avow support for these groups in front of these people and not really get in trouble for it? What is it? What's that? The Supreme Court case, it's Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project. Hold on. That says like what actually constitutes support. Thank you for the follow. June 2010, Supreme Court regarding the Patriot Act's prohibition on providing material support to a foreign terrorist org. Case petitioned by the U.S. State Attorney General Eric Holder represents one of only 2 times in First Amendment jurisprudence that restriction on political speech has overcome strict scrutiny. The other one is Williams-Yulee versus Florida Bar. Supreme Court ruled against the Humanitarian Law Project, which sought to help the Kurdistan's Workers' Party in Turkey and Sri Lanka's Liberation Tigers of Tamil Islam learn how to resolve conflicts peacefully. It concluded that the U.S. Congress had intended to prevent aid to such groups, even for the purpose of facilitating peaceful negotiations or UN processes, because that assistance fit the law's definition of material aid as quote-unquote training or expert advice or assistance, service, and personnel. The finding was based on the principle that any assistance could help to legitimate the terrorist organization and free up its resources for terrorist activities. The court noted that the proposed actions of the Humanitarian Law Project were general and entirely hypothetical, and applied that a post-enforcement challenge to the application of the material support provisions was not prevented. Jimmy Carter criticized the decision, argued the material support law, which is aimed at putting an end to terrorism, actually threatens the Carter Center's work and the work of many peacemaking orgs that must interact directly with groups that have engaged in violence. The vague language of the law leaves us wondering if we will be prosecuted for our work to promote peace and freedom. How can you start peace talks or negotiations if you don't have the right to speak to both parties? Chomsky criticized it. First major attack on freedom of speech in the U.S. since the notorious Smith Act back in the 40s.
Take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the shit that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again.
First Amendment should protect that, but who knows now? Yeah, plus I don't think he was born here, right? So I can understand why I think he's a naturalized U.S. citizen, but I think he came to the United States like as an adult or something, or maybe as a kid.
Were unironically brought up in that conversation, and I was shocked.
So it's like, yeah, like he technically could or whatever, but like I wouldn't fuck around and find out if I were him.
I was shocked. Okay, not like the bleach sword, obviously, but like the Houthi. Like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi, and I was like, or was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came up after.
They had all of the timestamps ready.
And before I interviewed him, that he is not a Houthi, that he is a regular Yemeni citizen. And I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So he must not have been a Houthi. And the very fact that that was like a point of contention that could have gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking like, these dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fire. And I even thought about not even mentioning this because I was like, I don't want to give them any sort of like power over the situation.
The slop tubers did this. This is like where's the dominoes falling meme of like HASAN interviews this kid or whatever. Or maybe it should have started at like October 7th. And then I don't know. And then somewhere in the middle it could be like Nick Diorio makes a video on this. And then the big one is HASAN gets detained by Customs and Border Patrol.
But like the reality of the matter,
New Jersey native but grew up in Turkey.
100%. The Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these dipshits. These dipshits are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law. Okay.
Oh no, then he is. He was born. Yeah, he was born in New Jersey and then he grew up in Turkey. I thought it was the other way around. I thought he was born in Turkey and then grew up in the United States.
That is literally the case. It was shocking that that was the case, but it is the case. And it's actually very frustrating that it is the case, that this administration doesn't care. That's why they work with Beitar. That's why they work with all these other insane groups. The Barry Weisses of the world actually have motion in this goddamn admin. Okay? So, they're cheering this on over at ESUB. Yeah, I know. They can suck my dick. Liberals, by the way, cheering on one of the largest progressive voices in the country getting detained by the Trump Gestapo. Like, what a wonderful progressive audience they have over there.
The hell is ESUB?
Anyway, they're straight up fascist at this point. So my point is, it's crazy that like these were actual questions. Like they asked me about my Twitch bans. Okay. And I talked about blowback. I talked about how, I said America deserved 9/11 and it was misconstrued. I do have sometimes, I use hyperbolic language and it gets taken out of context or whatever. And he agreed with the blowback sentiment in terms of like the 9/11 stuff. You're dumb.
Why do you start educating them? Why do you start giving like a lecture? He should have said, it's not my job to educate you. Google is a free resource.
Yeah, no, I told him that. I was like, yeah, they asked me about my Twitch bans.
I would unironically start loving Hasan if he just made up the last thing they whispered to him was Mr. Klein sends his regards.
Chat. It's not even a joke. They asked me about Twitch chat, like Twitch bans, not Twitch chat.
Too risky, too risky. Because they would, if he had said that, even though, without making it abundantly clear that he was kidding, the whole story would have been doubted. Whole story.
Twitch bans. The other Twitch ban he asked me about was the last one that I got banned, and I explained to him like, this is, man, you really talk way too much. Lawyer will be pretty upset at you, dude. What are you talking about? I know that under normal circumstances, I'm supposed to say, I want a lawyer. I don't want to talk to you. But nothing I'm doing is illegal. And I also wanted to see what would happen. Do you understand? I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to actually see this experience, which is why instead of immediately lawyering up, I was like, no, I'm gonna entertain this. I'm gonna see what they actually are trying to get.
I'm gonna debate bro the customs agent
out of this. And I'm glad I did this because the reality of the matter is, one.
Also, I feel like that's really stupid to do, honestly, given the state of everything under Trump. Given the state of everything under Trump, his online history, I would not choose this moment to start like pushing the limits.
I'm profoundly privileged. Okay. Remember, I'm a public person.
Like realistically, he has a lot of money. He would be fine and stuff like that. But if he knows better, he literally said like, yeah, I should have shut the fuck up and asked for a lawyer.
And also I have enough money to be able
like just because you've technically not done anything or whatever. It's like this administration is proving that like doesn't really matter if the people that they're detaining and fucking deporting and shit are not haven't actually broken any laws or whatever.
To fight back against this sort of thing. And they know who the f I am. So obviously the reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the f up. And for me, I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment to try and see what the f they're doing. Okay. Because every single thing that they ask me, trying to get me to say something like, oh, I support Hamas or whatever, is literally not allowed. Like they are not. What the f do you mean? Like, why is this denying me entry into the country of my birth? Like, this is my birthright. I'm an American citizen. You can't just stop me at the border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation.
Thank you for the follow.
Like, that's bullshit. So, that was the first half. Like I said, they asked about the Twitch bans. They asked about like the Rick Scott statement. And I was like, listen, I laughed. I was like, I'm not calling for the assassination of a sitting senator to be insane. But instead I explained to him, like I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans, blah, blah, blah. I explained away all that shit. And he was understanding. Then he went back and he came back. And the actionable items that came up afterwards was basically asking me about if I'd ever been in contact with Hamas, if I'd ever been in contact with the WHO.
What did he say about Rick Scott? Okay, this is the article that I was trying to pull up. Can I even read this? Can I even read what he said without getting in trouble? See. Hasan is back on Twitch after suspension for Rick Scott comments. This was March 4th of this year. Don't worry, Twitch couldn't take your woke bait like that. I love the people who write these. Streamer Hasan Piker is back on the platform a day after making a potentially threatening joke about Senator Rick Scott. I'm back. He confirmed the photo of Trump holding a newspaper that reads acquitted. Saga started on February 28th when Piker was reacting to Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson talk about cutting Medicaid fraud. If you cared about Medicaid fraud or Medicare fraud, you would blank Rick Scott, Piker said. He elaborated that he was referring to the Republican senator from Florida committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history. Scott was the CEO of Columbia/HCA in 1997 when the company was fined for $1.7 billion for defrauding Medicare and Medicaid. Piker's suspension wasn't immediate, but by March 3rd, his page said it was, quote, temporarily unavailable due to violations, what it shows on your band. Twitch didn't confirm why Piker was suspended, though he posted the clip to TikTok where it's still up with the caption, Twitch banned me for this take. And he wasn't quite apologetic on X or YouTube afterward. Is it just going to be that picture? I'm sorry, I'll choose my words carefully next time, and I'll say, if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, since he wants to cut $800 million from Medicare and Medicaid, he'd call for max punishment for current Florida GOP Senator, former Governor Rick Scott, who's done the worst Medicare fraud in history. Already promoting a stream off the suspension. That
was the first half. Like I said, they asked about the Twitch bans. They asked about like the Rick Scott statement. And I was like, listen, I don't, I laughed. I was like, I'm not calling for the assassination of a sitting senator. That'd be insane. But instead I explained to him, like, I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans, blah, blah, blah. I explained away all that shit. And he was
like, no, he didn't technically do that. He didn't technically do that, but he probably should have made that comment.
Understanding. Then he went back and he came back. And the actionable items that came up afterwards was basically asking me about if I'd ever been in contact with Hamas, if I'd ever been in contact with the Houthis, directly or indirectly, if I'd ever actually been in contact with Hezbollah, if I'd actually ever offered financial support or logistics or any kind of support to Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthis. They straight up asked me that. And I laughed. I said, no, of course not. But yeah, that was, once again, these are questions that they're asking. But one thing that I thought,
I know you should be laughing at this moment
was
either.
really interesting was
the whole thing just stresses me out.
In the actionable side of things, they also asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had a communication or correspondence with a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? Now, what's really insane about that is that as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I've maintained this position over and over again. And I said that I would.
Yeah, but that interview with that Timothée Chalamet kid was not really an example of that. I mean, I think it would obviously be more egregious. Like, this is pretty bad that they're detaining him just off of like statements that he's made on Twitch and stuff like that. But it would be even more egregious if it were like a mainstream journalist or even just a journalist for like an independent outlet that had like talked to some of these people.
I would have given the opportunity to talk to someone that is a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right? I think that I have the right to do so. And what was interesting, you don't do journalism, you grift. I know, Chatter. That's why the federal government is trying to arrest me. Yes, because I'm grifting too hard. That's what it is. Thank you. Yes, your dumbass slop tuber is correct. I'm grifting. So what's interesting, asking that is a violation of prior restraint. So that part, like those are the questions that are like actionable, right?
All the legal experts in his chat.
Like those are the ones that if you say, how do you even classify a member of Hamas? It's not like even Hamas issues passports. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? But that is the part where they were like, if you answer yes to any of that, that's when, you know, there's like actually illegal stuff in there. Having said that, there is one part of it that wasn't illegal, which is being in communications or being in contact with someone in Hamas. Like that is a part of journalism you actually can do. It's ridiculous. Like you can interview ISIS. Like what are we talking about? The notion that this would be an
I wish there was a camera in that questioning room to prove he wasn't laughing at any point or actually shitting himself. Why? I believe him. He seems like he'd totally be the type to laugh when he's nervous. When he was debating Ethan, there were so many times in the first like 40 minutes to an hour where like every time he like clearly wanted to like kind of dodge a question or like didn't want to directly answer, he would like laugh uncomfortably.
An issue for the Customs and Border Patrol is ridiculous. Okay. I mean, Donald Trump is in contact with Hamas. He had a envoy directly talk to Hamas a couple of months prior. He's in direct contact with the Houthis. Like, what are you?
It's a fucking horrible example, though. Like, obviously, a head of state has the green light to be in contact with these groups. It's going to be kosher. Yeah, a better example would be is if you can like find an example of like a mainstream U.S. outlet or prominent journalist or someone that like Jake Tapper or something who has interviewed these people.
What are you talking about? And so is Dropsite. Like the idea that this.
You're telling me that Trump can talk to, you know, Hamas, but I can? It's like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in Trump's America that's the case.
So deny you entry into the country is bullshit. Like, what are we talking about? What do you mean? Like, what kind of insane double standard is there?
Yeah, but Ethan Klein versus border agents in the current administration or whatever. I mean, if like he actually did have this back and forth with them or whatever, I don't think he would have entertained if he was that nervous.
Right. And so that part.
And he's not wrong that like the law is on his side.
That part was frustrating. And
but kind of doesn't matter in this current moment.
The interview, interrogation, whatever you want to call it.
Major media interviewed bin Laden. Yeah, like that's a better example than being like a head of state or like an elected representative. Like obviously it's not going to be really like an issue if they do it.
That basically ended with me asking like, so what is the purpose of this? Like, am I being detained? And because I was like, you know that I'm going to talk about this. I was like, a lot of people have talked about this like detainment structure. And he was like, yeah, people really exaggerate. The people really exaggerate how these things go. And I was like, well, it is not a great situation to be in. You know, like, what do you mean? Yeah, he was like, yeah, there's been a lot of reporting on you know, the conditions and situations like this in detainment but you're not technically detained. I was like, so I can leave? Like, I asked him, like, I was like, am I detained? And he's like, no. I was like, all right, so what's the purpose of this entire situation? I can just walk out right now. And basically
why didn't he ask that at the beginning?
I said that well,
that's not, I was going to joke that like, why didn't he go sovereign citizen at the beginning? But it's not even like sovereign citizenship. That was just like basic, like, it's strange to me that he didn't think to ask until the very end, like what the reason was that he was even pulled aside.
Said that, the interview ended. So I don't know if that was something that I should have said from the start. Am I being detained?
Yeah.
You know, what's the deal here? But
not just are you being detained, like what is the reason that I'm even being pulled aside?
basically, yeah, it was a illegal pretense. Like, well, that's your Fourth Amendment, right? No, you don't have. Okay, chatters, I need you to understand something. So after I said, am I being detained or whatever, he was like, no, well, you know, he didn't like abruptly end it. He kept asking some questions, but it pretty much ended after that. And I don't know if that was like, I don't know if that's like I got lucky there, because when I asked like, am I free to go, that kind of stopped the process a little bit. And I don't know if that's the reason why I didn't have them look through my phone, but I wasn't planning on letting them look through my phone anyway. That was my point. Like there was a line where I was going to say, I'm done with this. Either arrest me or, you know, let me go. I don't know what's happening here. And
he's used to being pulled aside.
I got detained. Maybe. I didn't get detained. Yes, chatter. Yes. ICE agents took me to a detention center. That is a de facto detention. Like, what are you talking about? The total runtime of it was like 2 hours, which was definitely faster than I thought it was going to be, I will admit. And I probably should have asked, am I being detained from the start? And I wonder what would have what would have happened. But I basically asked him, like, do you think this is going to happen again? Right?
If he had asked that from the start, it probably wouldn't have even really gotten off the ground. If it really is just related to like things that he said online.
I was like, is this going to happen again? Hold on. I asked, like, you know, am I going to be detained in the future? And he said, maybe. And he gave me this piece of paper, this sheet.
I mean, what was he going to say? No.
From Homeland Security. What is DHS trip? Okay. And you can, I guess, submit an inquiry at dhs.gov/trip and ask why I was stopped. You will be prompted to describe your particular concerns and experience, provide contact information to which a response will be directed, and be assigned a case number to help you monitor the progress of your inquiry, which I will do. Okay, I will do this. And he basically said, you know, you can figure out what not to do so that this doesn't happen again. And I suspect the what not to do is just don't be a political commentator that speaks about American foreign policy, which is not something I'm planning on stopping. Now, why did I tell you guys about this experience? Okay. Why did I tell you about this entire experience? Like, because in my mind, I thought maybe I shouldn't reveal this stuff, because I think like the goal here is to put fear into people's hearts, to have a chilling effect on speech, that like the government is unafraid of intimidating you in illegal ways. Okay. The government is now officially willing and able to intimidate you for speech, for your speech. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment. I'm no First Amendment auditor. I'm no big city libertarian. I'm no Mr. Admiral Maritime Law. But the reality of the matter is that as of this administration, they are totally.
They can detain you with little to no reason at the border for a while. You have somewhat less rights when re-entering the country.
Willing and able to actually come after you for your speech. And even with like ridiculous like they're willing and able to go along with like stuff that gets written in the free press, or willing and able to go along with that even editors bring up. Okay, that's how stupid.
And yeah, that's true. But like, I would have been curious to see what the stated reason from any of these agents would have been if he had asked that before they got started with like the back and forth.
And silly, the situation has gotten. Now, of course, does this stop me from saying whatever the fuck I want to say? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. But the reason why I wanted to talk about it was to give you more insight into what the government is doing and to speak out against this sort of stuff, because I do have a position of privilege here. And I want to make sure that like, if they can do this to me, like they probably are willing and able to do this to others as well. But you should know your rights, that you should not be fearful. And you should not worry, especially if you're an American citizen, that these guys are going to come after you and like arrest you or some shit. Okay. Was your interview recorded? I don't know. You're an American to do this to others as well, but you should know your rights, that you should not be fearful. And you should not worry, especially if you're an American citizen, that these guys are going to come after you and like arrest you or some shit. Okay. Was your interview
Why not be worried about that? The past 40 minutes is him saying how like they didn't really have a great reason to detain him, or if they didn't really disclose that to him, but he's saying nonetheless, don't be worried. I would be scared shitless. I wouldn't be saying anything to these people. I wouldn't be fucking around. I would want a lawyer.
Recorded? I don't know. But it is pretty wild, I will say. As someone who's been held up in airports many times over, it was actually shocking. It was actually shocking that these people
are given like, and by these people I mean like ICE agents, customs, border patrol, etc., are given a lot of latitude to do whatever the fuck they want.
Guys, like these guys totally.
2-hour interview. What's the odds? Halfway through, he couldn't help trying to throw. Do a top of the hour ad break.
Grab me, knowing exactly who I am, knowing that I will most likely talk about this, with the hopes that I think that they would at least stoke some fear and threaten people like myself, and then also threaten others as a byproduct of this. I mean, it backfired in my situation, but I hope this doesn't discourage others from speaking out as well. They don't have the right to do this, okay?
He's saying he's a freedom fighter and to be a brave revolutionary. Yeah, that always works out super well when you're going up against American law enforcement.
They do not have a right to do this.
When people get shot in America, head spin, and people definitely get in trouble. These things definitely never happen in the United States. I mean, like, I don't know how useful it is to tell an audience of people, like, to be scared, but, you know, it's like, what else can you be in that moment if not fucking terrified? It's not fun. All right. Weird, man. But I mean, he had that thing at the end, so it seems legit. Okay. Next thing I want to do is this thing that I've been putting off. Should Biden world Democrats fear Lindy Lee? And for those who don't know, Lindy Lee is now just like a Democratic fundraiser turned absolutely shameless fucking grifter. She used to be, how old is this woman? Let's see. This woman. Her most relatable quality is like, you know, many women of the 90s. She is still plagued by the overplucked eyebrow, fortunately. American political commentator and served regional chair of the DNC. Now a conservative, she served on the Asian American outreach team for Joe Biden 2020 presidential campaign. Once a vocal defender of the Biden administration, Lee became a critic of the Democratic Party after the 2024 United States presidential election. And I hate this woman so much. She's like not even good at what she's doing. She's just shameless grifting. Like her big claim to fame is that she, even though like she noticed that Joe Biden may not be up to the task of running for re-election because he was too old after the debate. Crazy stuff.
Welcome back to the Tara Palmieri Show.
This is my truth, take it or leave it. I don't need you, Tara Palmieri. I don't need you to believe me. Politics is my entire life.
Is this the birth control trick? Yes. Yeah, she talks about that. Something like how birth control like screwed up her insides or something.
Become a teacher or something? Are you asking me to change my profession?
You may or may not have heard of Lindy Lee. I certainly never heard of her, but she's a self-avowed Biden insider who calls the former president a personal friend and a former Kamala Harris advisor. Those are her words. And she's got a new book out, Unburdened, Inside the End of Everything. And she's warning everyone in the town of Washington, D.C. that they should be afraid. Take a listen to her on Dave Rubin's show just a few weeks ago.
I am writing a book, and people should be scared. They should be scared because I know exactly where the bodies are buried.
I watched that interview, and
they should be scared. I was willing to say, alongside the entire mainstream media in the United States, that Joe Biden is fucking old.
I really didn't learn anything that I didn't already know from the number of Biden books that I've been pouring in. I've got to be honest with you. And I have had the authors on from all of those books. I welcome them on my show. I think that we should be talking about this because I don't think that the Democratic Party can move forward without seriously atoning for what happened, the cover-up of his condition, trying to run him as a candidate, keeping him away from the public. I think that people who were in leadership at the time, like Gab.
I mean, there was a cover-up of his condition, like the extent to which it was really, really bad. Like there were reports even in like 2021 that Biden was like not able to even take kind of like late night, as in like 7 p.m. meetings with different groups and stuff like that. But I mean, it was not a sophisticated cover up. It was people being like, he's old, so what? You know, or like you don't actually have evidence that he has Parkinson's, but it's like, you don't need to. There was no covering up that Biden was a fucking corpse when he was running for the presidency. Before 2020, he was a corpse throughout the entire thing. He was way too fucking old. That's like, that was literally everybody. Even when I was supporting Bernie in 2020, I knew he was too old to do it, but it was like, seems like one of these fucking old geezers is going to win. I'd much rather have Bernie.
judge. People who Lindy
Trump is obviously too old.
Lee calls out in this episode, they too need to open up and say what they knew and when they knew it. Just listen to me asking Rahm Emanuel about it. He was Biden's former ambassador to Japan. When did you realize that Joe Biden wasn't fit to run for re-election?
I told him in no uncertain terms of what I thought the consequences were in heading down this.
When I had
Bernie has aged super well, I know. And especially next to Biden. But like still, it's like, how old is Bernie? 80, 70, he's at least 79. He's 83. You know, love Bernie, but if he were my grandpa, I would take his keys away. If you can't be driving, you should not be the head of state of the free world.
Jill Biden's former communications director, Michael LaRosa, on my show,
You know, that's what we have. It's like the gerontocracy.
asked him about it. Take a listen here. Astor's choice to run again that led to a campaign of, quote, gaslighting and denial.
And this is like, there was an article that came out that I might read later on stream about John Fetterman. And John Fetterman is an ogre, a Shrek-like man. He is 55, okay? Middle-aged. But that dude had staffers covering up the fact that he was probably not even supposed to be driving, like, post-stroke, and yet was doing that shit. So people don't say anything, not just because, like, when it's John Fetterman, who's a senator, like the stakes are already high because it's like a senator, but people don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to be the one to out it. They're waiting for somebody else to do it. And then they just end up going along with it. So if that sort of pressure exists at like a lower level office, like this, like being a senator or whatever, I'm not surprised that like the inner circle for Biden is like, you know, not willing to actually be frank about the fact that he's too old. Because if anyone was being honest with Biden, he should not have been running for president to be the president in 2020.
Denial.
Have you seen Biden 2019 versus 2024 comparisons? Yes, they're brutal. Like just his verbal agility, like talked way slower in 2024. He would like stumble and whisper and like it was painful.
Because he worked so closely with,
like, to me, when Biden stepped aside so Kamala Harris could be the nominee, if you're saying that you're not fit to be running for another term, being honest, you probably are not fit to be the president like right now. I didn't understand why they didn't just have him step aside and like swear in Harris, but
the family and Jill Biden. Do you think
I guess that I'm pretty sure the thinking there was like, well, fuck it. He's a lame duck. Don't like, that's going to be a scandal in and of itself for him to resign and have her come in and assume the office.
Accurate representation of what
Look at Dianne Feinstein dying in office. Yeah.
happened in 2024.
Every politician, everybody, every human being tries to cover up age.
And of course, when I have those authors on the show, I say, tell us everything.
I don't think this was a cover-up in the classic Watergate sense.
The thing that Lindy says makes her book different than the others is that she had firsthand unprecedented access to Harris and Biden. So I had to sort of sniff that out. I called some of my sources in Biden world and on the campaign to ask them about Lindy and her level of access as a fundraiser and an unpaid surrogate. A surrogate is someone who speaks for the campaign but isn't paid to do so like a spokesperson. You know, they go on TV and they talk a lot, and sometimes they book themselves, not necessarily the campaign. But
if they swore in Harris, Republicans would literally storm the White House. They did it once.
I had just never heard of her. I'd seen her from time to time on TV, but I didn't think that she was someone that the inner circle turned to. And remember, these people were super, super insular, especially the Biden world. So insular that he didn't even speak to members of his own cabinet, like Janet.
Okay, so when she says, I was like, what does this mean, Biden world? She's talking about like Biden's inner circle.
Just listen to that interview I did with Rahm Emanuel. He said that he barely saw Joe Biden. You can watch that on YouTube at Tara Palmieri. You can see all of these interviews that I've done on this very subject. So if I'm going to have Lindy on the show, I got to make sure she can back it up, especially because she was bringing the heat. Lindy, thank you for your time.
Happens on both sides. Let's not forget Mitch McConnell literally transporting. I mean, Donald Trump is way too fucking old to be the president right now. So yes.
I know you have a new book coming out. What is the title of the book?
It's Unburdened. I think
Unburdened.
It's Unburdened, yeah.
And who's publishing it?
I am right now negotiating with several publishers about how to move forward because it's much more complicated.
Okay, I swear I'm not going to make a bunch of comments on this lady's appearance. But she looks like that subreddit called like r/13 or 30.
in a book. It's also
Like, depending on how, like, first glance, she kind of looks insanely young, but then you keep looking, she looks
going to be
kind of
paired
old.
with a movie and a docuseries. So it's become this extravaganza that I didn't even intend.
A docu-series? A fucking docu? What does she have to say that he's old and that she knew that? She knew he was old. She was old. She talked to people that were like, wow, he probably shouldn't be running. He really blew that debate, but he's going to run anyway because who the fuck else is going to do it? This is not groundbreaking stuff. This was stuff that was reported at the time.
Someone told me the other day, actually one of the producers who's vying for the book told me that this story is bigger than Watergate, and I never thought of it that way. The story being Biden's
No, it's not. He's old. That's it. He was old.
cover up, the conspiracy. I never thought about it that way because it was just my life and I was living it. But now that I consider,
like, yes, the cover up or whatever, like evidence of, if they find like internal emails of staffers saying like he's too old or like really, really covering for like a severe ailment that like went unnoticed by the public or something like that. Yes, it would be like, it's already, that's a scandal. Sure. But like, she just said bigger than Watergate. It's not bigger than Watergate, and certainly not in its like effect. I still don't get the title Biden World Democrats. It just means like Biden Inner Circle Democrats, like his team.
consider it. Yeah, this was a years-long conspiracy and everybody's involved.
Like, should the inner circle, because she's claiming she had access to like Biden's inner circle because of her position in the administration, as like a surrogate or like a fundraiser for the Biden administration, that the inner circle should be fearful of her because she knows where the bodies are buried, even though it sounds like she doesn't have like much.
Story being Biden's cover up, the conspiracy. I never thought about it that way because it was just my life and I was living it. But now that I consider it, yeah, this was a years-long conspiracy and everybody's involved. And
So I shouldn't downplay what a big deal it is that like you had high level Democrats like going along with this shit, not speaking out until it was absolutely untenable for you to defend that like Biden wasn't way too old to be running for re-election, let alone like if he won, trying to be president for like another 4 years. I'm not trying to downplay that. It's just, it was so abundantly obvious and it had been for like years. So like any cover of it it's just going to reveal like self-delusion about what you think you can pull over the, you know, the eyes of the American public. Like it was very, very obvious that Biden was aging and rapidly because of the job.
But yeah, the thing that's interesting is like there are a number of Biden books coming out. I've had a number of the authors on my show, like Chris Whipple, Amy Parnes, Jonathan Allen. And I asked them, I was like, you know, is your book going to be optioned for a movie? And I got the feeling that they didn't think that Hollywood would be interested in producing a movie like this. So I'm curious, like, who in Hollywood is interested in producing this movie? Are they people with conservative backgrounds or are they like your traditional Hollywood?
First of all,
by Hollywood, she's like literally referring to the fact that like probably like Fox and Friends or like Fox News maybe will turn this into a fucking web series.
I think it's because my story is so distinctly unique and I'm at the center of it. It's like a human life, and it's
like a human life. Profound. Biden's a real human being.
Fight, and it's not.
I would have voted for Biden's earn over Trump. This was the argument that I made to a lot of people that were like totally on the Biden train, they're Biden simps or whatever, that I was like, just acknowledge Biden is a corpse. He's way too old to be the president, but even a fucking corpse is preferable to Trump. Yes, I would literally rather have senile Joe Biden in office than Donald Trump. Why not just say that? I didn't understand like the need to like downplay his like cognitive condition or any of that stuff.
I don't know what Whipple's is uncharted.
Because to me, it was like you're decimating your own credibility by trying to act like, you know, Biden is, you know, for sure, 100% like fine.
Yeah, Uncharted, which was actually really quite interesting because he seemed to get direct quotes from the inner circle, like Valerie Biden, the family, around the time of the debates, just like truly Biden's inner circle. And I know that there's, you know, that was really shook a lot of people around Biden. But yeah, I got the impression that like none of these authors really thought that their books would become a game change, you know, book like Mark Halperin and John Heileman's.
I really think it's a human element. The fact that I don't need to quote people. I can tell you I had a conversation with Valerie or Ashley, like just something that they said to me. It's not secondhand. I was literally there.
So it's literally, this book is not even going to actually have, there was a clip of her in the beginning saying, I have the receipts, I know where the bodies are buried, but this is literally, she's saying that it's just going to be her testimony and it's going to amount to hearsay. I mean, like, sure, write it, but, you know, her credibility is at like an all-time low because she made this radical shift from one party to another very, very quickly.
What did they say to you that would be like kind of so explosive that would make your book different?
Well, you have to read my book, right? And there's a lot of things that went on that people wouldn't have ever imagined, and the way that they treated us, the way that they deliberately deceived us. I mean, they lied about so many different things, and I lay it out chapter by chapter. We start with, Biden's initial decision to run, which obviously Jake Tapper calls the original sin, and I agree with that. It was just, it never should have happened, and it was kind of a slow motion train wreck.
Like, if you were in the inner circle with Biden, why didn't you speak up at the time to be a lone voice and say it then? You saying that you thought the whole time, isn't that an indictment of yourself? That you knew, you were up close and personal with the Biden team, you were hearing people downplay things, or like you heard conversations about his mental state and his declining physical health or something like that, and you said nothing?
Yeah, but I just want to go back a little bit, because now you don't agree with it. But when you look at, tweets that you made in the past, you were a surrogate. I mean, you have said.
Yeah, I was a surrogate. That's why I had to say all of that. Yeah.
But you don't have to say all of that. Like, no one's, you're not being, this is a free country. You don't have to work for a political party. But like, I look back on some of your tweets, like, here's October 2022. People were talking about whether he should run or not. When push comes to shove, Democrats care of you regardless of party. Republicans try to get you murdered. Now you're saying you're a Republican. March 8th, 2024. To those of you who said Biden was cognitively impaired, we await your apology. You tweeted that back in March 2024. You've since deleted that. June 20th, 2024, after the debate, you said, my friend President Biden will go down in history as one of the most selfless and patriotic leaders.
I didn't say anything about his mental fitness. I said he remembered my family's name.
To those of you who said Biden was cognitively impaired, we await your apology. That's your tweet.
On the night of the debate? Absolutely not. I didn't say
No.
Oh my God. Is it really just going to be that after the debate, she was willing to call out that he was not doing well? That means nothing.
I'm talking about June 20th, 2024.
She was like one of X people instead of the one truth speaker. Exactly. Like, this is nothing. If she had anything, if she had a single email, a single message, tweet, DM to someone in the administration, a conversation that she's willing to say, like, I spoke up, I was ignored, and like whatever. It sounds like there were literally tweets of where she was going above and beyond what she needed to do as a political surrogate. We like asking people to fill out the Biden apology form in 2024 of last year.
Before you said, my friend President Biden will go down in history as one of the most selfless and patriotic leaders our nation has ever had. What he did was the mark of a true statesman. So I think, like,
I stand by that. I continue to. This is not personal. I'm not on a personal vendetta against Joe Biden. I'm talking about what he did to our country.
We know it's about money. No one actually thinks that you didn't consider Biden a friend.
And I will continue to harbor love for him and gratitude that he was kind to me and my family. He was kind. I'm not.
But that's not going to stop me from going on Fox News, Dave Rubin, making a show on Valuetainment and saying that I have some big explosive bombshell about the Democrats and grifting on that, even though I don't have shit.
Ever going to dispute or deny that. He showed tremendous humanity to me and my family.
I despise these people who are silent for years and then tell it all in their book when everything's already done. Yeah, this is not like she didn't do anything.
Just that you're saying that, like, the difference between your book and other books that have come out is that you have firsthand account, right? Like, that's the difference for you, is that you were there working in the party, but, you made such a rapid switch from someone who was, like you wrote in the first
Wait, you're
chapter.
leaving out major events. Throughout the month of June and July, I was on TV.
Also, like, when she's saying, like, I was a surrogate, so a surrogate refers to an individual publicly speaks on behalf of a candidate or elected official, typically to promote, defend, or explain their positions and policies. Okay, if there was an example where she was in an interview, we're talking about Biden, she was asked about his age, his mental acuity, like any of these things, and she kind of like brushed it off or something like that, it wouldn't be good, but it would be more explainable. It's like, well, in the capacity as a surrogate, like, you're trying to put the most positive, you're literally like a propagandist for the campaign. You're trying to put the most positive spin on their agenda. You are actively trying to get them reelected. You are trying to represent them. I get it. But like, she did not need to be making those tweets. Unless she has proof, like, or another big bombshell would be if she had proof that she was being directed to go out of her way by the campaign, by somebody related to Biden, or like a fundraising team, or someone in an official capacity, and was asking people, like, go on your social media pages and make these types of comments saying that everybody who is even just questioning if Joe Biden is up for the job, like, you're crazy and you're stupid and you have to fill out apology forms or whatever. She did that of her own volition.
Urging him to step aside. I even caught flack for it on July 21st when I very gently urged Biden to step aside.
What did you say exactly and what show?
Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream.
What did you say exactly?
I said I wouldn't tell the president what to do, but if I were to say something, like in the kindest way possible. And I echoed that same thing when it was on MSNBC like an hour later.
Okay, so around the same time that a lot of people were also saying that.
Oh. So brave for saying on a Fox, for gently suggesting after the debate.
But that wasn't the only time. I was also on BBC, MSNBC. Like this was
after the debate. This wasn't before the debate.
And I will go into detail. I went to extraordinary lengths to raise concerns about.
Okay, wait. What did she say?
Like in the kindest way possible. Somebody called and caught flack for it on July 21st when I urged.
July 21st. The debate between Joe Biden and Trump was on June 27th. So almost a month later, you gently said on a program on Fox and the BBC, maybe it would be best if he would step aside, but basically if he doesn't, so that's fine. What is brave about this?
Very gently urged Biden to step aside.
What did you say exactly?
Mindset switch from imagine how much I can manipulate this guy if he wins to imagine how much money I can make from rewriting history.
And what show?
And for real.
Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream.
What did you say exactly?
I said I wouldn't tell the president what to do, but if I were to say something, like in the kindest way possible. And I echoed that same thing when it was on MSNBC like an hour later.
Okay, so around the same time that a lot of people were also saying that.
Oh, but that wasn't the only time. I was also on BBC, MSNBC. Like this was
after the debate. This wasn't before the debate.
And I will go into detail. I went to extraordinary lengths
you have to buy the book.
To raise concerns about Biden's age to people like Ken Martin and other DNC officials.
Let's see, this is maybe. No, I thought I found it. This was August.
Way before 2024, way before 2023. And I had the receipts of people.
But then why would you say we await your apology for those who said Biden was?
Because I'm not going to undermine the campaign publicly. I'm just not. Terry,
why are we supposed to take your word in the future?
I wanted to have a good. I'm not here for an inquisition. Am I gonna? Is this?
Oh my God. Is this like the first time? Let's see. Lindy Lee. What interview? Who has she gone on with? So Valuetainment, right-wing channel. Sean Ryan, this dude's a right-winger 3 months ago. Dr. Phil, right-winger. Dave Rubin. And it's more the same. So this is the first that why she would even think to step into the ring with anybody who's not just a right winger on this and is what the fuck did she expect?
Apology for those who said Biden was.
Because I'm not going to undermine the campaign publicly. I'm just not. Terry,
why are we supposed to take your word in the future?
Okay, so if you can admit that when you were working for the campaign, you're part of the inner circle, that you yourself could not bring yourself to actually publicly criticize or be seen opposing or in any way undermining, which sounds like it just amounts to making any sort of negative comment. Why the fuck are you why would you expect anybody else to? You couldn't even bring yourself to do that.
I'm not here for an inquisition. Am I gonna?
Or who are you to be exposing other people when it sounds like you didn't do shit?
No. But listen, here, Lindy, if I'm going to interview you for this podcast and to promote your book and what's coming up, I want to lay the groundwork of your credibility and why people should believe your word over the word of the campaign.
You're not listening to me though, because as a surrogate, I can't be out there undermining the campaign. It's my job. These are people that I've worked with for a decade. I cannot be. You keep private matters. I had serious concerns about Biden's age that I raised to people who could actually do something about it. Like Ken Martin, Jamie Harrison at the time was chair, but people who were actually elected officials in the party. I'm not going to litigate it on TV when I was still part of the campaign. If we're stuck with Biden, that we just have to support Biden. That was my thought. It's like come at the king, you better not miss. If you can't take him out, you have to support him because then you would just end up helping the other guy. That was a logic that everyone was operating under.
Do you have any regrets about that?
Yes, including you. So what special thing do you have to add to this conversation?
Not writing this book then?
I never even wanted to write a book. I never even wanted to leave the party. I never wanted to. After Election Day, I just wanted to remain on the moderate conservative wing of the party.
She really hates to be doing this. She really hates to be doing this media tour. She really hates to be racking in all of these views. It really, really pains her to have to, you know, start a new show where she bitches about birth control and valuetainment. You know, she didn't expect to grift this hard this fast. Life comes at you fast, okay?
Anticipated any of the subsequent events. Actually, I just never anticipated it. I never planned. If I had planned on writing a book, I would have been much more meticulous in keeping records. I have a poor habit of deleting emails.
So for the future, for people who are not as,
I have a poor habit of deleting emails.
So for the future, for
that was weird. Did she laugh at that? What does that even mean? A poor habit of deleting emails? It's not like a thing you accidentally do. That's like a thing that you make a conscious choice to do.
People who are not as politically savvy, like, should we trust campaign surrogates when they go out there and they, you know, read the talking points for the campaign, or they say they keep the line? Like, should we trust them?
That's a really good question, actually. Because if they're appointed by the campaign to be your surrogate, there's no way they would undermine the campaign.
Then why would they just, like, if they didn't believe in it, like, why would they take that job?
The thing is,
you're a Princeton graduate, like, you didn't need to work on a campaign.
This is my, Tara, politics is my entire life. You cut me open, it's all politics. I do have to work on a campaign because it's my raison d'etat. It's just, this politics is me.
Is politics about power or
okay, but like, if that's, so you had to do it. You had to go, you had to be a Joe Biden surrogate. You had no choice. You had to go out and like lie. You had to, and to continue doing that, you have to grift because you just love politics so much. She has no choice but to lie. She has no say in this whatsoever. This is just a thing that's happening to her, being imposed on her. And like, even nobody's even saying you can't work in politics. What they're saying is like the obvious critique is like, why the radical shift?
Policy do you like? What's it about?
Politics. And well, actually, my one issue is environment.
There's that clip of like Ryan from The Office when he's like at a wedding toasting and he says to the troops, but in Iraq, both sides.
And immigration. Mm-hmm. These are my two primary, and Trump is good on one and not so good on the other. It's very complicated for me.
But like politics is a means to power, right? And power is a means to policy.
Affecting policy. I also just love democracy, having grown up in having been born in an authoritarian regime. I think I have a special appreciation of it that even someone like my brother who.
Okay, so because you were born in China, moved to England at age 3, and then later went to like a private school. This is supposed to give you, yeah, because you were born in China and for 3 years you were there. You have an appreciation for democracy. Okay.
In an authoritarian regime, I think I have a special appreciation of it that even someone like my brother who's born here doesn't get. The fact, like where I was born, you would get locked up for airing any sort of opinion. Yeah. Google's banned there. You can't voice any independent thought. So
you're from China originally.
I'm sorry?
She knows authoritarianism, yeah.
You're from China originally.
I was born in China, but I moved to England, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, see, Lindy, the reason I ask you all these questions is
it would have been a better argument to say growing up under the fucking monarchy gave me an appreciation for democracy than trying to like say being born in China gives you that.
Same questions that I asked Rahm Emanuel last week. When did you know? What did you know? And who did you tell? Because I do think like for people that are going to be public people who were affiliated with the Biden campaign or Biden White House, they have to come clean in some ways and say what they knew, when they knew, and why they didn't say anything to have any credibility going forward, I think. Because, we wouldn't be here right now if there was another president. If people said a lot of things apparently privately, but they weren't willing to say anything publicly until it was so blatantly obvious that he could not run.
Well, also during the spring of in June of 2024, there wasn't a certainty that he would drop out. It might seem certain now, but he was holding on tenaciously. Biden would not go. I want to make that very clear. We had to drag him kicking and screaming.
Yeah, exactly. But what if he was dragged kicking and screaming before that?
That is why I actually have receipts and I have multiple witnesses. And it's not actually, I didn't just say it privately. I said it in front of like groups of people and then I would be shamed. I said it in front of Wendell Pierce, the guy from The Wire. I said it in front of my brother. I said it in front of Ken Martin. They all heard me. It was the day that David Ignatius' article came out on September 12, 2023. We were in Chicago at a donor dinner. And I said, did you read this article? Do you agree with it? Don't you think that Biden is too old?
Yeah.
And Ken basically dismissed me in front of everybody, making me feel stupid for even voicing that concern that Biden was told. He's like, oh no, he's totally fine. You know, like
you actually have a really big platform. You do. You've got 389,000 followers on X. I'm sure you could have gotten like a conservative outlet or whoever to like allow you to say what you were seeing. Like if you had done that then, I think people would take you very seriously. That was a moment when a lot of people weren't willing to come out and challenge Biden.
Thank you for the follow.
But if you had the story that you have now, then you could have changed the course of history. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any
yeah,
regrets?
and I was, I've been...
Yeah, I definitely could have done those things. But I didn't.
I take responsibility. Mm-hmm. I bought into the Trump derangement.
This woman goes around saying she was part of a Dem cult. What responsibility? This is her whole like rebranding. She doesn't take any fucking responsibility. She literally says all of these people had like a firm iron grip on me, made me do all of this shit, and I was a cult member.
Benjamin syndrome, number one. I just bought into it, lock, stock, and barrel. And I bought into this idea of Biden that I had. You know, I was loyal to him. You have to understand how touched I was by just the kindness that he's shown me, not just through politics. I didn't meet Biden through politics. I met him through the American Association for Cancer Research in 2017. So this goes way back. So I felt a sense of, as an immigrant, I felt just so grateful.
Even her example of like saying that like I have this close personal relationship with Biden, it's like because you have like selfies with him or like what? There's no other, I mean, maybe she'll provide like a personal anecdote in this or whatever that like kind of backs that up or whatever. But it's like, do you know how many people have like met the president?
Through the American Association for Cancer Research. And how touched I was by just the kindness that he's shown me, not just through politics. I didn't meet Biden through politics. I met him through the American Association for Cancer Research in 2017. So this goes way back. So I felt a sense of, as an immigrant, I felt just so grateful to know a kind man like him, like this, this basically.
Yeah. Let's see this video.
Galvanize. He is now able to galvanize young people in states that were formerly completely out of play. Michigan is back. Young people who are disenchanted or completely tuned out are back. The energy behind her has been absolutely phenomenal. I don't remember this level of excitement since I was a kid cheering for Senator Obama. It took me a year essentially to raise 1.1 million for President Biden. It took me a week to raise 2 million for Kamala Harris.
I want to point out that they waited 3 days. Michelle and Barack Obama waited 3 days to endorse Kamala Harris. It was a silence heard around the world. And prior to Biden's endorsement that no one really anticipated, they were vetting people like Mark Kelly. Kamala Harris wasn't at the top of the ticket. So Biden's endorsement of Harris caught a lot of people off guard, even the chieftains of the party. I really think it was a big It was a big F you to everyone. I'm so sorry.
He is now able to galvanize.
Oh, but you don't get it. She has to say these things because she just loves politics. She has to do this.
This vice president who gave me the time of day. And in 2019, in 2019, I didn't think that he was in cognitive decline. Like, yes, he was slowing down.
This is another thing that she said. This is from her own February 8th of this year. Democrats have defamed and legally threatened me. They crucified me with their cancel culture and smear campaigns. I lost all of my friends. DNC and Harris didn't pay me a thing to raise money for them. I haven't made a penny for telling. So you just did it for the love of the game then? You just did it for fun? Not even for job security? You just did it to do it? I haven't made a penny for telling the truth. I've lost everything. Yeah, I'm so sure. Don't look at those social blade stats. I'm sure they definitely didn't start ticking up after she made this huge switch.
Of Congress and senators who would tell me that Biden is too old to run, but they didn't have the guts to say so. And one of them
started watching who's Lindy Lee again. She's this like former Biden / Harris surrogate or like campaign fundraiser turned like MAGA grifter.
Who told me that Biden was too old to run, ended up being the chair of his campaign.
Jeez. So they have no courage whatsoever.
No courage. But they see what happens when you do have courage.
I lost everything. And
What did you start leaking to the press?
These people talking about courage, like they don't support Trump, who is literally his second administration and cabinet is just filled with toadies, like the most unqualified people, because he just, I mean, the first administration, he at least tried to staff it with like traditional, like Republican retail politicians, kind of, for them, like at least 50% of the time. There were some crazies that were in there, but they were like, even if they were crazy people, they were people that had been around in politics, like, who's the fucking former governor of Texas? Is the head of like Rick Perry or whatever. These people that like, yeah, even though they're ghouls, but they'd been in politics or whatever. Now it's people like Tulsi Gabbard and wanted people like Matt Gaetz.
2022.
What did you start leaking to the
The
press?
Biden couldn't run again.
Hunter Biden is still my president.
Did you give specific examples?
They didn't. I
They
think
didn't ask.
if I did, it would identify me. And at that point, I wasn't. It's really hard too. It's like coming out of a cult. You just can't. It's really hard. It's like coming out of the Church of Scientology. They will do everything to discredit you, disown you, to destroy you. Sean, I hope my parents aren't gonna watch this, and I'm just gonna hope for the best here. But let me tell you, this has been one of the hardest periods of my life. And it's been so stressful for me. I no longer.
Oh my God, is she actually gonna cry?
Sorry. I no longer. I have health issues because of this. I can't bring myself to say it, but maybe you get someone.
I feel like even she doesn't believe what she's saying. She literally seems like she's about to laugh.
Someone can understand. It's been so hard. Like, what people call me a grifter, and that I earn money by doing this. I'm asking, like, who paid me for this? Like, you tell me. Like, where are my pay stubs? Who do you think paid me? Fox didn't pay me. Who paid me? Are you paying me?
I'm not paying.
No one's paying me. And so how am I a grifter when I'm exposing the actual grifters, the people who actually lied to the American people?
This is kind of like saying, how could I be a murderer when I didn't like skin my victim?
But I didn't
like, it doesn't matter that you're not getting a check directly from like Fox News or from that guy to appear on it. You get all of this exposure. You get hundreds of thousands of new followers. You can build up your socials and start monetizing those. So it's like,
that there was anything seriously wrong with him. It was in 2022 that I was like, wait a minute. And then I started talking with reporters. There's one reporter that I was talking to, actually, from Politico, because she's from Philadelphia and I felt comfortable with her. She used to work, I don't want to, I mean.
and this is not to defend it, but like another thing is that the reason why neither of these parties wants to criticize old people is because guess what? Do you know how many fucking old people vote in this country? It's the majority of people that end up voting are people like over the age of 55 and shit. They don't want to say anything about anyone's age because they don't want to piss off the constituencies.
You probably know who it is. I don't want to drag a private individual into this, but she used to work for the Philadelphia Inquirer and covered me when I was running for Congress. So I felt comfortable with her. And I had been talking to her about Biden's age for years, longer than anyone knew, because this has been a recurring concern for me.
But a firsthand account is way more powerful, which is why I think also your book will be more powerful if it is a firsthand account, you know what I mean, on the record.
And there are things that haven't been discussed in the public arena, like just pure deception and manipulation of donors.
But that's
holy shit. Dude, there's something about a failed congressional run that just like breaks some people's brains. In 2018, Lee was one of 10 candidates competing in the Democratic primary for Delaware County, Pennsylvania's 5th congressional district. She was endorsed by U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein, another dude, that's fucking hilarious, and her husband, Richard Blum. Again, Dianne Feinstein, who literally died in office. Another corpse. During this campaign, Lee described herself as a tree-hugging progressive who supported the legalization of marijuana, a national jobs guarantee, and opposed foreign policy interventionism. She sought the endorsement of the Philadelphia chapter of the DSA. Lee lost the Democratic primary to Mary Gay Scanlon, placing 6th out of 10 candidates with 7% of the vote. Jesus Christ. So like when she couldn't make it as a fucking progressive or whatever, then she like went to the middle and did shit as a centrist, and now it's just like MAGA.
That's why you know that your credibility is going to be so important for this story. And that's why this conversion that you've made from Democrat to Republican is going to be, it's going to call into question.
I'm actually not registered as a Republican. I'm a conservative. I feel more comfortable being described as a conservative.
But you went from being like Kamala Harris campaign, she loses, conservative. So, you know, people are going to look at this. They're going to see the whole body of your story, of your work, and they're going to say,
I'm not a Republican. I just support everything that Donald Trump does.
Because 5 years ago,
I just exclusively go on right-wing shows to say that I was in a Democrat. I was in the cult of the Democratic Party, and I've left their plantation.
Did the same thing. I went to war with the leftists. So this is not a conversion, so to speak, as more of a revelation, as like a liberation, emancipation. I can finally be who I am. 5 years ago, I tried to do the same thing. I tried to get the party to moderate, and then AOC shamed me and made my name trend on X for hinting that I would prefer Trump over Bernie Sanders. Like, this is not new for me. This is just who I've been.
If you preferred Trump over Sanders, you are insane.
And
you do deserve to be dragged for that.
And it happened after November 5th, crucially. So,
AOC?
No, your change, your switch.
What I'm saying is that I've had conservative leanings for a very long time, and that was demonstrated most visibly in 2020 when I basically came out.
And now it's even become even more visible in 2020.
I wish she knew about in like 2018. This bitch was calling herself like a tree hugging progressive and trying to get DSA endorsements.
2025.
And the fact that she was endorsed by Dianne Feinstein, just fucking cherry on top.
Sorry,
I'm asking you why you became more conservative after Kamala Harris lost the campaign. I mean, you were.
Oh, I've just been conservative. Oh, you're asking why I became more conservative?
Well, you were working for the campaign for arguably very.
By the way, I wasn't working for the campaign. Never got paid for anything.
Lee was featured in a 2020 Fox News documentary entitled "My Socialism Nightmare." So there were signs. You were
not a staffer, or I'm not a campaign staffer. Let's be
okay. So you were a surrogate. So you were doing free work.
Lee previously served as the treasurer for the Pennsylvania Young Democrats from 2017 to 2020. She resigned from the post after having conflicts with local leaders over her criticisms of Bernie Sanders and his supporters on Twitter, the Bernie Bros. Lee had tweeted a 2-minute video of Sanders from 1988 praising the Moscow Metro. Hashtag Bernie Sanders lavishes praise on communist Russia, preferring the Soviet Union to the American way of life. Lee alleged that her resignation was a real-life example of bullying by Bernie Bros.
Work for them.
Okay, lady.
And
I was also on their national. I was one of their biggest fundraisers too. I raised millions for them.
So it's like this is not the first time she's like tried this grift. Seemed like it actually had some resonance for a while then, because there is room in the party to be crying about Bernie Bros. Like you can still be a Democrat and do that.
You were an ally of the campaign. You would call yourself. How would you describe yourself?
I served in many capacities. I was in leadership roles, so I wore many hats. But I was on their National Finance Committee, so I raised millions for them. But I wasn't paid for anything.
Right. But after the campaign, after you raised all this.
I don't understand why she did that then if she got no money.
After the campaign, nobody paid me. No one has paid me for it.
Or like if she then she just sounds like independently wealthy, and then it's like, okay, so you could do whatever you want. You really didn't have to even, you had no reason to cover for Biden if you're independently wealthy.
After the campaign, now you're a conservative, but during the campaign, you were not.
I was still a conservative.
You were conservative, but now
I can point you to a Fox News article wherein I describe myself as a Democrat, as a conservative Democrat. I've been describing myself that was in June 2024.
Yeah, but there's even the most conservative Democrat would still support, ostensibly, is still supposed to support Harris over Trump. And was
I am.
Then why did
it would not make the switch from one party to the other.
Support Kamala Harris because she's not a conservative Democrat.
I didn't want to support Kamala Harris. We were handed Kamala Harris.
But you stayed with them and you continued to be a
because I was a Democrat. I didn't, Tara. I'm not going to justify every single bullet point of my life. I've been on a trajectory towards the right for years now. I mean, we can go. You may or may not believe me. You seem to take a dim view of what I'm saying anyway. But it is the truth.
It's just a convenient time to become a conservative or to come out.
Can we go to the article? June 2024. This is before the art. This is before Fox News. Look up Lindy Lee.
Lindy, even if you did become a conservative, you worked on the campaign. You were a surrogate. You sent out those tweets. You called.
Yeah, that just actually is worse for you if, like, ideologically you've already been having these differences for years.
You called Republicans murderers.
In 2022, right?
Yeah, it's very, your trajectory is very confusing.
Are you saying that millions of people changed and that's why Trump won? Are you saying that Americans aren't allowed to change their minds?
Did you vote? Here's the question,
Yes, let's compare this Democratic fundraiser and operative. Her changing her mind is basically the same thing as like a swing voter who doesn't interact with any of this shit, who's not plugged into politics, them being persuaded one way or the other by stuff that they ambiently consume on like Facebook and Instagram.
I was assaulted.
That's the same thing. If you oppose me being a grifter, you basically are saying that you don't like when people change their minds.
Who did you vote for? Which definitely shifted my ideology.
The question
There's so
is,
many
who
things
did
that
you
happened
vote
to
for?
me. The person that I love most in the world is a Republican. He's a gun-toting guy from Georgia.
Who did you vote
people
for?
change, evolve over
It's
time.
fair. People can totally change, but the question is, you worked for a campaign.
I didn't have a choice because I was a Democratic.
Nobody has to work.
You're not getting it. Politics is my entire life. What do I do without politics?
So you don't
It's my
believe
entire
what
world.
you're doing?
So all she's saying is that if you were asking her to be honest and sincere about her beliefs consistently in her career, that what do you expect me to do? This is what I have to do. I just have to do politics. I'm not saying I have to do it, genuinely. I just have to do it. So if I have to lie to stay in the game, that's what I'm going to do.
Should I become a teacher or something? Are you asking me to change my profession?
I actually think that if you're going to stand up and speak for other people as a surrogate, if you're going to work for a campaign, and now you're going to come out with a book, you should believe in what you're saying. If you didn't believe in it then, how are we supposed to believe you now?
This is my truth. Take it or leave it. I don't need you, Tara Palmieri. I don't need you to believe me. This is just my truth. And I have the
receipts. This is my truth.
It's up to the American people. And I know that people.
What receipts? She already said this is just going to be, she wasn't even saving stuff or getting quotes or anything like that because she didn't even intend to write a book.
People know that I'm telling the truth. I have the receipts, and every single day, the facts and the reality vindicate me. Just yesterday, I think it was LeBron James came out. Someone dug up a payment that he received from the Harris campaign. This is what I've been saying all along, that they were paying people to show up. And they lied to us about it during the campaign, completely concealed that element of it. There's no way that donors would have given millions of dollars had we known that this would have happened.
That the fact that they were using the money to pay for celebrities.
What is this? LeBron James, what, gets money? Kamala Harris paid LeBron James's entertainment company $50,000 for a campaign event production. Records show James endorsed Harris before the election. LeBron James' endorsement of Kamala Harris last year came with an added bonus for him. Records show that on January 28th, the former vice president paid James's entertainment company $50,000 for campaign event production. The NBA's all-time leading soccer scorer has been critical of President Donald Trump, and James urged his followers to vote Harris before the election with a video that garnered criticism for out-of-context clips. Longtime partner had this entertainment company in 2020. What are we even talking about here? When I think about my kids and my family and how they will grow up, the choice is clear to me. Vote Kamala Harris. With the post, James shared a video that featured negative headlines about Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden and a clip of Tony Hinchcliffe saying he and a black person in the crowd carved watermelons. Jesus Christ. The video also features other headlines that Trump spewed Nazi rhetoric and clips of African Americans being assaulted. Double down. Why is this supposed to be scandalous? This is nothing. For LeBron James, who literally is a multimillionaire, $50,000, that's supposed to mean something. I mean, $50,000 is better than no $50,000. I'm not denying that there's an economic incentive or anything like that, but he has always been an outspoken critic of Donald Trump. He was already a supporter of hers. He's not saying anything that he wouldn't have already said.
Completely conceal that. They completely conceal the role of Bully Pulpit International and all of those three other media firms.
Why did they do that? Why did they pay celebrities?
As in, what is the problem here beyond just a broader criticism of the way that campaign financing influences our election or whatever? Sure, I'm here for that criticism, but she's making it sound like it's this specific corrupt thing.
Because they thought it would work. And also she wanted to take care of friends and, throw her weight around and it's just
who were the friends that were connected to these celebrities? Who are her friends? Who are her friends that were connected to these celebrities that were making money?
She thinks she thinks Beyonce and Oprah, these are her friends, just to, and also this is a Jen O'Malley Dillon sanction strategy. They really thought it would work. They learned nothing from the 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign. I think it was a Hillary Clinton campaign redux.
I was fully bought in, but spoke out regularly, but deleted my emails. I'm a conservative, but also progressive. I never once talk about this, buy my book, so I'm not a grifter. How dare you?
But the worst of it is that they 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign. I think it was a Hillary Clinton campaign redux. But the worst of it is that they completely concealed that from us. Like we
From the
have no idea.
fundraisers, you didn't know that those celebrities are being paid.
Absolutely not.
Well, now, were they actually like being directly paid, or were there like production companies being paid?
Yeah. But
So-
I mean, come on. But
Okay.
But so like every time we would go to these donor retreats, they would tell us that we would
She backed off the LeBron James thing.
absolutely not.
Well, now, were they actually like being directly paid, or were there like production companies being paid?
Yeah. But
So-
I mean, come on. But
Okay.
I mean, she gave the impression that like LeBron James himself like personally got paid $50,000, but it's a production team he LeBron James, who's independently wealthy, who co-owns a production team with somebody who it's probably staffed with a bunch of people. $50,000 to that, it's like, again, it's nothing to fucking sneeze at or anything like that, but it didn't go directly into his pocket the way that she made it sound.
But so like every time we would go to these donor retreats, they would tell us that we would,
Was it the staffers who were making sure though that like the music was working, that there was a set when they were performing, like that the sound and the lighting was right, like because that's kind of expensive.
I donated, my family donated buildings to the campaign, and we filed that as an in-kind contribution.
Yeah. So you're saying that these celebrities, if they really believed in her,
they could have taken an in-kind contribution, exactly what I did. We accepted $1 that we actually didn't even collect on. They could have done the same thing. Like Harper Productions, which is Oprah's company, they could have also filled out the form. They chose not to. They chose to take that $2 million reimbursement, whereas my family chose not to take any rent. You make a choice.
Right.
No one forced.
The bigger criticism of that is not them taking the money. It's like demonstrating how it ends up bearing on like the types of questions they're willing to ask the candidate, or like if they're willing to be critical of them. It's not just the act of taking the money, because like Tara Palmieri said, it's like those are fees going to pay for like the logistics and the setup, not necessarily like going directly into the pockets of these people.
To take the $2 million. But as I was saying, like the staffers, at the donor retreats, they promised us that our money would be used on like GOTV and canvassing and really, surgically precise ad buys. And very conveniently left out that it would also be spent on celebrities and all of that. They went into such detail about how the money would be spent, but then somehow forgot to mention, like Cardi B.
That's how you think they burned through $1 billion through all of these celebrities.
That was a huge part of it. And also like, stupid stuff like ice cream and private jets and like spending $500,000 a night on the Las Vegas Sphere, putting Kamala Harris's mug on the Sphere.
Oh, wow.
I don't know who that was.
Like, I don't disagree with her that there was probably a lot of stupid ways that like the campaign spent money, because they had they got like over $1 billion not long after that Kamala Harris announced that she was the new candidate for the Democratic Party. But like, I could also see the same criticism would have been levied just from the opposite end. Like if they had all these funds, $1 billion, and they underspent, and she lost, then critics would have rightly been saying, if you had $1 billion, why did you underspend it all? Why were you conservative with the spending? Because I know the campaign ended up in debt by the end of it. But isn't like spending all of that money better than like having not spent it? And that could have been the difference between her winning and losing in certain states or whatever. Like, this is not like a serious criticism to me.
Supposed to appeal to.
Well, Vegas is Nevada's a swing state. Yeah, but she lost. I do want to talk about your role. Okay, so we said surrogate, which means basically, for everyone who's not aware of that, it means you go on television and you promote the campaign and what it's doing, or you go on podcasts, etc. You are also a fundraiser.
But the LeBron James thing is like, again, like this woman like makes the dumbest criticisms of this shit. It's like, it's just stupid to even be. It's probably stupid to be paying like a celebrity endorsement or whatever, but it's not. It's like institutionalized corruption. She almost makes it sound like it's specific to the Democratic Party, when in reality, it's like you're complaining about stuff that, one, the Donald Trump campaign has also done for endorsements, and two, and just a general problem with campaign finance in the United States, not something specific to the Democratic Party.
You said that you raised $37 million.
That was,
or like, even when there's not, like, where is her bringing up that like Trump is giving Aiden Ross a ride in a fucking like Cybertruck and doing an interview for his kick stream that just is literally just this like puff piece?
Is a placeholder number.
Oh, how much did you actually raise?
And that was a draft of the book that I told your producer not to share.
Oh no, I found that online actually.
No, really?
Podcast, etc. You were also a fundraiser. You said that you raised $37 million.
That was a placeholder number.
Oh, how much did you actually raise?
And that was a draft of the book that I told your producer not to share.
Oh no, I found that online actually.
No, really? Then I never said 37.
Oh, okay. Well, let's say it again. How much money did you were a fundraiser and you were a surrogate. A surrogate, for everyone who is just listening, is someone who goes on TV and supports and promotes the candidate, the party, or on podcasts, etc., radio. But fundraiser, how much money did you actually raise for Harris and the Biden campaign?
Millions. And I didn't just raise for the campaign. I raised for the super PACs too, and not just for 2024, also for 2020.
Did you have any access to the candidates? Because a lot of people raise money, but they don't necessarily have access to the candidate.
Yeah, I did. And I have anecdotes of my access and what was said and all of that. I introduced Biden to the people that I care most. Like, I was able to bring my entire family and give them access as well.
Which is something that often fundraisers do. They get invited to the White House as like a thank you to events. Was this outside of that, outside of an event that was a thank you to fundraisers?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Like,
I got invited many different times to the White House. So which one?
Because when they do this often, where they invite fundraisers to
you mean Jeff
Christmas
Katzenberg's
parties, the Easter egg rolls, that kind of stuff.
Are you talking about Jeff Katzenberg's tours?
No, I'm talking. Well, obviously he had unprecedented access as well.
Yeah, and what he did was also just like really bad.
I'm just wondering if you got invited outside of events where they open up the White House to their supporters, fundraisers, donors.
I mean, probably. Like, there were certain times where we were pulled aside and I was able to meet my dad, and my brother was able to meet President Biden, if that's what you mean, like a pull aside, a clutch or something. Is that what
Well, no, I was just wondering if they were like, Lindy, you're invited to the White House. Like, because you wrote in your book that Biden became a personal friend as a result.
Yeah, I was like, I've been to the White House during his term more times than I can count. And I brought, on several occasions, brought my mom, or I bring somebody else. And each time he would take time to meet with my family.
Like, not in a group setting.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're like a fundraiser and a donor. So even her like overstating the extent to which they had like a personal friendship or relationship, it's like, let's be real, he's nice to you because you like fundraised a lot of money for him,
Setting, like with other fundraisers?
Not in a group setting, no.
Because you also wrote that he, quote, gave me free reign of the White House. Like, what does that mean, having free reign of the White House?
You could go to places that were usually cordoned off.
Like where?
When you go there on a tour, it's usually roped off. Or, at Christmas parties, it's like, areas are you just not allowed there. Mm-hmm. But
like what parts?
Like the funny way she's like talking about being like in these other comments about her being in the Democratic cult. And it's like, you would expect some of these interactions between like her and the Democratic Party to be described as like, they wanted to get closer to my family. And when it's like, oh no, I went out of my way to introduce my friends and family to him. Shouldn't it be going the other way? They're trying to indoctrinate you into a cult.
I wasn't in the residence. I don't know.
She like cannot believe that she's asking her like, okay, you say you have special access. What special access do you have?
Like what parts?
I wasn't in the residence. I don't know the specific the names of the parts. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm just curious.
That is not a crazy question. She like can't believe that she's actually like pressing her for answers.
Because I thought in the book you also wrote that that you could.
Right. I asked your producer not to share.
I know, but like, why are you being sensitive about a book that you're putting out?
Because it's in draft form right now. It's not even done. So you're sharing a form that's like really rough. And I specifically, he promised me that you wouldn't be sharing this rough draft with, it's not ready to be published, and you're sharing a draft that's not done.
But if it's like a fact, it's a fact. Like, if you wrote it, you were probably going to publish it, right? Like, that's...
No, not necessarily. I didn't.
Why wouldn't you share that? Like, why would you write that and not publish it?
Because I'm working with somebody else on writing that book, and I know what you're referring to, and I didn't write that line.
It was on a PDF that looked very like pitched book style. Like, it's gonna, if you're coming out with a lot of really big claims.
Also, why would she? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can't hide it. But it's funny that she admits that she's working with a ghostwriter.
Tara,
which I don't doubt.
I'm working with a ghostwriter. That was his first draft. I did not write that line.
He just made that up.
No, he didn't make that up. Tara, that is just not a version. And again, your producer said he wouldn't share it. It's in draft form. It's not, my book isn't out yet. It's not even available for pre-orders. Okay, it's not ready for public consumption. We are still writing the book.
It's interesting to me because I don't usually write things down. Like,
I didn't write it.
Share things that would be pitched or written.
Now it sounds like most of this book isn't really even going to have been written by her.
Or sent around.
It's not. It's in draft form. It's not even. Mm-hmm. We're writing the book.
Or like calls into question how much influence she really has over like the meat of it. It just sounds like she's going to give like the basic premise to this guy. He's going to do it and she's going to okay it to make sure nothing egregious is in there.
Look. Yeah.
But even a few things have already slipped in the first draft.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you to,
Are you just here to ambush me? Like, what is
I'm
going on
not here to
right
ambush
now?
you. It's Lindy, if you're going to have a book that comes out firsthand
Asking questions about the book that she came on to promote, the sequel's ambushing.
and claiming to expose the party and and Biden, which you are fair to do so. Listen, there are a ton of books out there, but you're saying that yours is different. You have firsthand access. You've made this rapid conversion from being
Again, I dispute that. It wasn't rapid. I've been a conservative Democrat for years.
You went from being on the campaign to then calling the DNC a cult. You got to have to explain to people why they should trust you in your book. It's really.
I've explained again and again in every interview. It was so hard to leave because it is a cult. I voiced concerns about the Harris campaign and the spending, and they excommunicated me for it. They call me a all day long. You can read my replies. They're still doing that.
You have that in text messages? Like, who's saying that?
Just search Lindy Lee and then whatever. Like, she should be deported.
These are people that are associated with the campaigns or
tons of them. Influencers who are associated with the campaign. She should be deported. Like, you've probably seen the mass cancellation campaigns.
I didn't see them against you. I haven't really been paying that close attention. But like, are they working? Like, are they officials? Like, that's the thing.
A Trump supporter is going to be clutching pearls over somebody making a joke that she should be deported. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, Jamie Harrison. Yeah, Jamie Harrison repeatedly called me names. The chair of the party. All sorts of things.
On the record or on background?
On his ex account.
Oh, let me see what he said. I didn't know that. What do you think that's in your book that's different than what's coming out or what's going out there?
A lot of things.
Like what?
A lot of things that haven't been said.
A lot of things. All of the things.
Former DNC chair destroys MAGA turncoat Lion Lindy Lee. He called you Lion Lindy Lee. Okay, so you're...
He called me names. The names in question, he called me a liar.
You're saying a lot of things, but what are those things?
You're just going to have to read my book.
Do you understand why some people might say that this is...
You have to read the book. Can I ask you about the book? Yes. Ask first question. You can't ask about that.
An opportunity to seek fame. Again,
no, I have an obligation to prevent this current iteration of the Democratic Party from ever regaining power again. I feel like there's a lack of trust here. I'm not particularly comfortable with sharing anything extra, but I have an obligation to prevent people like Harris and Newsom and Buttigieg from ever regaining power.
You think that Newsom and Buttigieg were fully aware too?
Fully aware of Biden's condition, without a doubt.
But they were like you, like they wanted him to win rather than Trump.
Newsom he's particularly culpable though, because not only did he defend it, he was the #1 defender of Biden's condition. He was so vocal and he was like...
It's funny that she's like criticizing Newsom, who's kind of made like a right-wing pivot a little bit as well. Like started his own podcast and the first guest is like Charlie Kirk and then him just like rolling over and showing his belly to him.
Tip of the spear, defending Biden.
I feel like everyone was defending Biden.
Newsom most of all.
How so?
He was out there aggressively. He was the one who debated DeSantis. After the debate, he was the one in the spin room, rallying the forces, rallying the troops.
What was Obama's influence on Kamala Harris being?
He didn't want her.
Yeah, I think that's been made public.
It's without a dispute. He did not want her.
How do you know that?
Because I talked to people who worked for him, people that you would know.
Yeah, and what did they say?
Bros.
Like, why did he not want her?
Because everyone thought she was a loser. And I wanted to give her a chance because I knew her personally. I gave her a chance. And I stopped fundraising for the campaign.
So you knew everyone thought that she was a loser, but you ignored that and campaigned for her anyway.
Quietly, I didn't say anything. I didn't declare it, but I stopped fundraising towards the end of September. Kind of. I don't remember the exact date, but around that time, I just didn't want to do it anymore because I didn't believe in her as a candidate.
But you were at the Conrad Hotel on the night of the election, right? Which is where where her party was technically, right? Or her donors.
Yeah, I left. My brother and I left.
But you were on the BBC that night to talk about the campaign as a surrogate, right?
I was, yeah.
And then you went to Howard University to also be on TV to talk about the campaign enthusiastically.
At that point, no, I didn't. I did not talk about the campaign enthusiastically at Howard University.
Did you go to Howard to go on TV?
That was where we were sent to Howard. We were shuttled there.
You claim that some of the top officials like Anita Dunn, Mike Donnell, and Steve Rochelle.
I stopped. Yeah, kind of. I just kept going to the, all of the events, but I swear I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't saying anything. I was just there going, but I stopped.
They ran the right
University.
Did you go to Howard to go on TV?
I went, that was where the party, we were sent to Howard. We were shuttled there.
You know, you claim that some of the top officials like Anita Dunn, Mike Donnell, and Steve Ricchetti, they were in the White House. Like, how so? How did they do that?
They were. All the donors were told to go through them. Every time we had an issue, we'd email them. Biden was not involved in any discussion. They got stuff done. Anita Dunn got stuff done. Like, you wanted something done, you go through Anita.
But isn't that arguably like kind of what he shouldn't have to deal with that stuff anyway, though? He's president of the United States.
What I mean is like big stuff too, like Israel level stuff.
Israel level, you mean? Is that what you mean?
Like Israel policy. They would email, like the Power Rangers guy, the donor, he emailed Anita Dunn because Anita Dunn was a decision
The Power Rangers guy? What? What are we saying here?
maker on this.
And not Biden. And she
Not
wouldn't relay
Biden.
his decisions. Interesting.
Like he was the, you know, he knew the broad strokes of what was going on in his administration. But yeah, the real power was Jill Biden and Anita Dunn and Steve and Mike and Anthony Bernal, actually. I don't.
Okay, I had to search Anita Dunn Power Rangers Israel to see what the fuck she was talking about. Haim Saban blasts block U.S. weapons to Israel. Bad decisions on all levels. The Israeli-American donor to the Democratic Party warned the decision sends a negative signal to Middle East allies. U.S. President Joe Biden's choice to halt military transfers to the Jewish state out of opposition to a ground invasion by the IDF into Rafah to defeat Hamas has earned praise from his party's left wing, while rankling pro-Israel Democrats, including a longtime top funder. Israeli-American Haim Saban, the entertainment entrepreneur, has called for a change of course in the policy, emailing Steve Ricchetti, a counselor to the president and senior advisor Anita Dunn. We, the U.S., as you stated numerous times, believe that Hamas should be defeated. He wrote, we, the U.S., in this case, you, Mr. President, have decided to stop sending munitions to Israel to achieve a goal that we/you have set up for Israel and ourselves. This sends a terrible message to our allies in the region. Billionaire creator of Power Rangers reminded Dunn, let's not forget there are more Jewish voters who care about Israel than Muslim voters that care about Hamas. Jesus Christ, dude. What is your claim about this guy?
Done. Anita Dunn got stuff done. Like you wanted something done, you go through Anita.
But isn't that arguably like kind of what he shouldn't have to deal with that stuff anyway, though? He's president of the United States.
What I mean is like big stuff too, like Israel level stuff.
Israel level, you mean? Is that what you mean?
Like Israel policy. They would email, like the Power Rangers guy, the donor, he emailed Anita Dunn because Anita Dunn was a decision maker on this.
And not Biden. And she
Not
wouldn't relay
Biden.
his decisions. Interesting.
Like he was the, you know, he knew the broad strokes of what
I hate institutionalized corruption. That's why now I'm a conservative who supports billionaire Donald Trump.
was going on in his administration. But yeah, the real power was Jill Biden and Anita Dunn and Steve and Mike and Anthony Bernal, actually. His name isn't really bandied about, but he actually had tremendous power as well.
Yeah, he worked for the First Lady. So you said that like you became aware of Biden's decline. He was a friend of yours, a personal friend. How did that become clear to you?
In 2022, I just felt like something was off. He wasn't as quick as he was before. You know, I'd spoken to him extensively over the years, not just on politics, but the cancer research stuff that I mentioned earlier.
The further back her criticism of him goes, the worse it sounds for her, because it's more time that she was sitting on this reservation and like these feelings that she didn't feel like he was competent, that she continued to not say anything, didn't do anything, became a surrogate for him, and then a fundraiser for Harris.
Like at events, he would need note cards for simple things, and there would be teleprompters for like 10 people. There was one event that I hosted for him in February 2023, and there was a teleprompter and literally like 10 to 15 people in the audience. Not even a group. I think there were more staffers than donors.
Yeah, that was a feature that he apparently was.
And it was so bad that Jamie Harrison screened our questions. We weren't allowed.
How did he screen them?
People, and we couldn't even ask questions.
Wait, how did he screen them?
You would tell them beforehand. First of all, not everyone could speak. They confiscated my phone. They put it in a Ziploc bag, and they pre-selected people who could speak. And of those pre-selected people, they pre-selected the questions that they could ask. So, and then Biden, I'm assuming, got the question beforehand because it sounded very rehearsed. Everything was carefully orchestrated, and I posted a still of a dinner we had with Biden and Cedric Richmond and Jamie Harrison, and I was told to take it down. It was an Instagram story. It was like a still. It wasn't a video. There was no sound or anything. Like there was nothing private about that photo, but they didn't want it taken. And part of the reason why White House donor photos took so long was because they didn't want him to look bad, because he looked really old. He looked really old, so they had to make sure the photos looked not like he was knocking on death's door. There are photos that I have of me and him which make him look really bad, like really, really old.
Do you have any regrets about all of this? Like any regrets at all?
Only she has photos of Biden looking old.
About
just being a part of it all and not doing anything at the time.
Trust me, I do all the time. It causes me agony.
What do you think about the Trump administration?
I like what he's doing on him. I love what he's doing on immigration, actually. I hope.
I mean, that anecdote, though, is like the first thing of substance of like, yeah, Dem staffers being paranoid of her posting like an Instagram story or whatever. Fine. First interesting anecdote.
I hope he's actually more aggressive. When I brought up the same issue in the campaign, they call me a bigot. So I'm a naturalized immigrant.
When you say they, who is they?
Staffers, finance directors that I would speak to. I was like, don't you think this is a losing issue for us? They wouldn't say that you're a bigot. They would say that's a bigoted view. I mean, that's essentially calling me a bigot. I'm sorry, what was the question? What was your question?
I said, what do you think about the Trump campaign?
Oh, yeah, I love what he's doing on immigration. I love that
Trump. I love Trump.
He's slashing spending. I'm a huge fiscal conservative. I grew up with nothing. So my attitude towards spending is if I don't have to spend, I don't want to spend. And that's the attitude that I bring to everything. I am concerned.
How do you think she feels about the tariffs?
About the environment. I don't think Democrats should have a monopoly on the environment. I mean, after all, the EPA was founded under Nixon. And Democrats shouldn't have a monopoly on clean air and clean water. This is something that Republicans should adopt as well.
I used to be a Dem, but now I love what Trump is doing for immigration. Can't believe they called me a bigot, though. Yeah. All I said is that I want to build the wall.
Yeah. And part of the reason why I'm advocating so hard is the environment. I feel it's just something that's deeply entwined.
Okay, before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you about something that a senior official.
That I care about the environment. That's why I'm aligning myself with the president that said drill, baby, drill.
Official on the Biden and Harris campaigns that they accused you of like capitalizing on this right now, on this moment where there are all these books coming out and that you were seeking fame. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that. I mean, you did say that like media exposure matters, it's political capital, it's leverage. What do you say to people who are going to say that and who are already saying that already?
I have an obligation to do whatever I can to make sure that this Democratic Party never returns to power. Never, ever. Like they need to just burn everything down and start over. This is just bad. Like every day they're out there doing something utterly ridiculous, like this Obrego Garcia stuff too, completely lionizing an illegal immigrant. And yeah, people like Harris and Newsom and Buttigieg, they're definitely going to run again. So I have no response.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me because there's lots of people like this, but the whiplash from her being like, I'm a naturalized immigrant. No one can call me a bigot on that. And then turning around and being like, making these comments about a guy she's talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who is currently being held in a fucking prison in El Salvador, who's never been charged with a crime in the United States nor in El Salvador, but he's being held there and was deported by mistake.
To completely lionizing an illegal immigrant. And
no one is lionizing him. They're saying they just due process rights that were ignored.
Yeah, people like Harris and Newsom and Buttigieg, they're definitely going to run again. So I have a responsibility to say what I know. And I have a unique perspective on it. Like at the convention, I was literally sitting in the front row. I had a front row seat to a lot of these events, a lot of these moments. And I have an obligation to say something. I made the mistake of not saying it earlier. I'm not going to make the same mistake.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time, Lindy. Appreciate it. And best of luck with your book. I hope it gets published and keep us posted.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Thank you for watching the Tara Palmieri Show. This is still a
awkward. Woman is an overt, clumsy grifter, penning for a Fox high-paying gig. Lee sat on Piers Morgan's show and said Trump made it okay to say Merry Christmas again. Classic grifter. How dare she question her about the contents of her book, The Nerve? Why would she send a draft and not want it to be discussed? I wasn't paid to be a surrogate. I fundraised by offering my family's money and property. Gasp, what do you mean I didn't have to speak on behalf of the candidates? Are you asking me to change my profession? So she says she wasn't paid. She made the choice to fundraise because she wasn't hired by the campaign to be a fundraiser, so it wasn't her profession. And this is what I noticed too. That was the most bizarre admission. She ran for Congress twice in her 20s and failed miserably. It feels like she's a rock star in her own mind, and the Dems weren't treating her as important as she feels, but the GOP loves holding up a Dem return, so they'll make her feel important. Sarah, since she worked as a trustee, she worked on as a trustee for the American Association for Cancer Research, and she approves of Doge doing severe cuts. You should have asked her, you worked as a trustee to fund this type of research. Now they're interfering with that funding. How would you explain your support? That would have been a good question. Yikes. Okay. Painful as fuck. Okay. Let's do a quick shell. You guys like the content? If you like what I'm saying, if you like what I have to say, and support the stream by ! tip or donate in chat. My Streamlabs tip link will come up. If you are not following me already, whether it be on Twitch, YouTube, please go ahead and hit subscribe or follow. If you haven't liked the stream on YouTube, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Then when I get back, I don't know what I'm covering next. Maybe the Matt Gaetz thing or yeah, play the Matt Gaetz thing or her take. We'll see. see. What are we doing next? I'm either doing her take or this MATAN Matt Gaetz interview, but I kind of want to do the her take thing while I just finish Lindy Lee. Get it over with.
Right now, Trump has made it.
Okay. So her take is Valuetainment's answer to The View, just more annoying. And it is featuring Anna Kasparian of TYT fame, Jillian Michaels of The Biggest Loser fame, I guess she's like a fitness guru, something, Lindy Lee, notable grifter, and Amy, what's her name? Amy Dangerfield, who I know and is very lovely, but has horrible opinions on a lot of things. How is Valuetainment, her take? How did they describe this show? Welcome to Her Take, a bold new talk show that brings together outspoken, intelligent, dynamic women to unpack the most important stories shaping our world. With a more contemporary and balanced perspective than legacy daytime panels, this show is where honest conversations happen. Without the condescension, shouting machines, or ideological bubbles, hosted by Jillian Michaels, Anna Kay, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy Lee, Her Take delivers sharp insight, real-life experience, and authenticity as the hosts tackle today's headlines with diverse wisdom. Future shows will include contributors such as Sharon Osbourne, high-profile politicians, cutting-edge entrepreneurs, outspoken public figures, and cultural innovators who will bring viewers into the room for meaningful dialogue and powerful storytelling. In candid, thought-provoking conversations, our hosts sit down with the people shaping headlines and changing the game, diving deep into the experiences, insights, and pivotal moments that define their journey. What does it take to lead, influence, and make an impact in today's world? How do these trailblazers face criticism, make tough calls, and stay grounded through chaos? Yeah, it's so brave that they're going to be talking about fucking what, wokeness, transports, the Democratic Party's a cult. Okay. Gay makeup artist deported. The Borders, Books, and Backlash. Her Take, episode 1. So, immigration, free speech, trans policy, and woke politics. Sparks Fly's personal stories and political truths collide in this unfiltered, high-stakes, female-led roundtable. There's no way women are watching this show. It's like going to be exclusively men for the most part. Talking over each other is the #1 feedback. Jesus. Women do be talking over each other. Okay, let's see this.
Immigration is end-all be-all, but the rate is so slow because it's judicial slowdown.
Let's talk about the mistake, though, Lindy. Let's talk about the mistake for a second, okay? Because we're talking about...
Am I going to fight Vosh? He's really big. Weren't you in my chat last night asking if I was going to talk about him? But then I asked you if there was anything to talk about. You said there wasn't. What am I supposed to fight with him? Fight with him over?
A guy who came into the country through legal means. He's gay, and the reason why he fled Venezuela is because he was terrified that the Venezuelan gangs in Venezuela were going to kill him because he's gay. So hold on.
This show is probably so right that it's going to make Anna Kasparian look like a lib in comparison for the most part.
He had a legitimate asylum claim.
Can we just take a step back and ask the broader question? I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons.
Never talked about... My thing tells me when I have a first-time chatter, but if it wasn't you, I believe you.
That's why I left the Democratic
And it doesn't say first-time chatter for you. But somebody was in here last night asking about Vosh. That's why I was asking.
Party because my views on immigration have been shifting right. Why is it America's responsibility to grant asylum? Like, why? Why is it our responsibility to take people
It's written into law.
I mean, and it's something that we need to
revert, right, with the new administration. However, but what about the people who were already here? Like,
you can grandfather them in.
Yeah, but he came in here on legitimate asylum claims.
Welcome to Her Take. This
You guys ready to be valuetained?
is Patrick Bet-David's brainchild. And we're pretty excited, guys. Here, I had ChatGPT write up a little description for you of what the show is going to be, and I already got in trouble with Lindy because I didn't use Grok. So the debates have already begun, but the bottom line is, you've got real conversations that happen here. Different voices collide, clash, and sometimes even connect. There are no scripts, except for this one that I started the show with. No echo chambers, and just smart and spirited debates. Ladies, please introduce yourselves briefly.
I'm Anna Kasparian. I'm the host and executive producer of The Young Turks, and I'm super excited to be here.
Jillian Michaels, I do lunges for a living, so I'll be contributing that later.
I'm Lindy Lee. I'm a political strategist who recently left the Democratic cult.
Awesome. I'm Amy Dangerfield. I've been working for Valuetainment for a couple of years now in the media distribution department.
All right, guys, are you ready to jump in?
Let's do it.
We are going to start with Judge Hannah Dugan. So, Anna, you want to set this one up for everybody?
This is the judge that got arrested by ICE agents or something for allegedly like helping Shields, like directing a person in her courtroom out so he could avoid getting deported or something.
What's going on here?
Sure. So this story is definitely catching a lot of attention because of the fact that a judge got arrested by the feds because of the fact that she was unwilling to cooperate with ICE, which had a warrant to arrest and detain an undocumented immigrant who was actually being heard during this hearing because of the fact that he had severely beaten someone by punching them 30 times.
Oh, one was a woman, right? The guy's girlfriend he punched out.
Interestingly enough, there was two people tried to intervene as he was beating the crap out of this guy. The guy apparently asked him to turn the music down.
It was me. And why is this the message above it say it wasn't you?
You know, the man in question is Eduardo Flores Ruiz. Entered the country illegally not once but 2 times.
Right.
And the reason why he was in court is because he severely beat someone, punched him in the face 30 times because the guy asked him to turn his music down. At that point, his girlfriend tried to intervene to stop it. He then proceeded to beat her, and then a third person intervened, and that third person was also assaulted by this guy. So
Sure, all of these I thought these charges were dropped against this guy. Wisconsin judge arrest, what we know, this was 2 weeks ago. FBI agents arrested on Friday a Milwaukee judge accused of obstructing justice by directing an undocumented immigrant out of her courtroom through a side door while federal agents waited in a hallway to arrest him. The arrest of the judge, Hannah C. Dugan, quickly drew condemnation from Democratic leaders and prompted protests in the Wisconsin city, but the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi defended the move, saying Judge Dugan's arrest sent a strong message to judges that the Trump administration will prosecute them if they obstruct justice by, quote, escorting a criminal defendant out a back door. And after the arrest, the FBI Director Kash Patel posted a photo of her in handcuffs on X, adding, "No one is above the law." Cringe. On Tuesday, the Wisconsin Supreme Court suspended Judge Dugan from her position as a circuit judge while the case against her moves forward. In a 2-page order, the court wrote that the suspension was necessary in order to uphold the public's confidence in the courts of the state. The arrest has raised several questions, many of which remain unanswered. Here's what we know so far. On April 18th, 6 federal officers arrived at the Milwaukee courthouse to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz, a Mexican national who was there for a hearing on battery charges. Before the hearing, a lawyer told Judge Dugan that agents from ICE were outside her courtroom, according to the criminal complaint against her. She called the situation absurd and left the bench. Based. Judge Dugan then spoke with the federal agents, telling them that they needed a judicial warrant to speak with the chief judge of Milwaukee County. As one of the officers talked to the chief judge, Carl Ashley, who told the officer that there was a policy in the works about where in the courthouse ICE agents could arrest people, but he emphasized that such action should not take place in courtrooms or other private locations, the complaint said. Chief Judge Ashley told the agent that hallways were areas where arrests could be made. As Mr. Flores Ruiz and his lawyers left the courtroom, Judge Dugan told them, "Wait, come with me," according to a courtroom deputy who overheard the interaction. The deputy saw her usher them through a door that leads to a non-public area of the courthouse, records show. Agents then saw Mr. Flores Ruiz and his lawyers and his lawyer in a public hallway, and one agent entered an elevator with them and watched them leave the building, but did not immediately make the arrest, the complaint said. Other agents then arrested him on the street after a foot chase. A week later, FBI agents arrested Judge Dugan at the courthouse. She was charged with obstructing immigration officers and concealing someone to prevent an arrest. Craig Mastantuono, a lawyer who represented Judge Dugan at a brief court appearance as a defendant on Friday, called her arrest highly unusual, noting that federal law enforcement officers could have first contacted her for questioning or asked her to turn herself in. Who is she? 65, so much for career providing services to poor people, specializing in housing and public benefits. Represented people who panhandled downtown sidewalks, arguing that barring them from doing so is unconstitutional, which is true. She was elected. And I think that I've looked into this. The reason why this is unconstitutional is because the only reason you would be denying somebody the ability to panhandle on the sidewalks is literally just because they're poor. Because you would never deny, like, somebody who's raising money for cancer or whatever to like solicit, or like the Girl Scouts to like solicit donations and sales and stuff like that. You would never deny them this. The only reason why it was being done so is because these people are poor. She was elected judge in 2016, ran unopposed for re-election in 2022. Her current term ends in 2028. Very by-the-book sort of judge is how she's described. She's going to contest the charges. What happened to him? So Mr. Flores Ruiz, a Mexican national in his early 30s, was at the courthouse on April 18th for a hearing on his 3 misdemeanor battery charges stemming from an episode in March, according to a criminal complaint against him. Records show that Mr. Flores Ruiz got into a fight with his roommate, who had asked him to turn down the music he was playing. The roommate said Mr. Flores Ruiz struck him about 30 times and also hit the roommate's girlfriend and her cousin. The federal officers were looking to arrest Mr. Flores Ruiz for another reason. He also faces a federal illegal re-entry charge. He was deported from the U.S. in January 2013 under an order of expedited removal, which is generally issued to those who cross the border without proper documentation and are quickly detained. Martin Pruz, his lawyer on his federal charge, said in an interview that Mr. Flores Ruiz returned to the country soon after he was deported and has been living in Milwaukee and working as a cook for about 12 years. Mr. Pruz said he had no criminal record before the misdemeanor charges. 6 federal officers from 4 agencies, the FBI, ICE, Customs and Border Protection, and the Drug Enforcement Administration, or the DEA, were involved in this arrest last week. The complaint against Judge Dugan said the agents were in street clothes and planned to arrest Mr. Flores in a low-key and safe manner. It also explained that it is common for law enforcement officials to arrest people at a courthouse because they know the person they are seeking would be unarmed. The number of agents who were present has raised questions, with some people wondering if there were too many to arrest one migrant, but others have said the number may not be highly unusual, especially if the agents were planning on making multiple arrests that day. He's currently being held in the county jail in Port Washington, Wisconsin. I thought his charges had been dropped.
So basically, ICE showed up. They had a warrant to detain him as he was in court. But the judge, for whatever reason, thought it would be a great idea to assist him in evading ICE, allowed him to leave or exit the building through the juror's entryway. And then ICE basically had to chase the guy to detain him. A week later, the federal government decided, no, she needs to face charges, and they arrested her.
This is absolutely disgusting. Can we please show a picture of what the judge looks like so everyone can see who is masquerading as a servant of the justice system? This person is subverting everything in the name of, frankly, an illegal alien who should not be here. Look at her. I mean, come on. This is just, it's a complete desecration of everything that we believe in. And I'm speaking as a naturalized immigrant who came here the right way. I'm insulted. My family waited years.
This is her like go-to card. I can't be, xenophobic or racist. As an immigrant.
To come here. We, like you, actually, like my friend Amy, we both did things the right way. We didn't hop the line. We didn't storm the southern border.
It cost a lot of money. It took a lot of time. And
came through JFK Airport. My family created hundreds of jobs. We weren't parasites or leeches on the system. This is the way it should be done.
Well, look, I think that
you were wealthy then. So you were wealthy.
This particular case
as a kid, you were brought here by your wealthy parents as a kid.
Goes beyond someone simply.
But you did it the right way.
Entering the country illegally.
Right.
I also don't love using words like parasites to refer to human beings, but putting that aside, this is someone who has committed violent crimes, who has no problem literally punching someone in the face 30 times. Like, I get that left-wingers.
I guess innocent until proven guilty only applies to Americans.
Democrats want to always do the opposite of what the Trump administration wants, but let's take a beat and really reevaluate what's being defended here by Democrats.
And why is it being defended? That is more so my question. We understand that sometimes, just like legal citizens of this country, immigrants do terrible things. I agree. Maybe the parasitic label is going a little too far. However,
I don't think so in the case of wife beater.
I understand that, but I'm saying labeling immigrants overall. My question for you, being somebody who's more so on the left side of things, what is with the left's position to want to defend these people literally till the ends of the earth when parasitic behavior, and I'll give you that label for this person, is fully on display? Why do they want to defend it so much to the point that they're literally concealing and trying to get this person out of the judge chambers through a backdoor entrance?
I think the country had a problem with hyperpartisanship prior to Trump, but Trump basically took that issue and now it's on steroids. And so when your brain is so broken that you're unwilling to agree with the Trump administration on something that's totally agreeable.
Trump invented polarization in this country.
Which is bringing this guy who's here illegally to justice and deporting him. You've lost the plot, right? So I'm in favor.
Also, where are the people defending the guy? All I hear is people being outraged that a judge is being arrested.
Immigration, I think that immigration is what
Not that
makes
I really care if people defended the guy, but
this country great. Obviously, I want legal immigration. I also understand that some people are going to try to enter illegally. They're people here with undocumented status who have been here for decades, who have contributed to this country, who have contributed and been productive members of society.
I think we need Native American.
Yeah,
and literally, right?
Yeah, and
Armenian
we need to,
parents,
Armenian parents. I
immigrants.
mean, my parents came in legally, but look, I just think we have a broken immigration system, and I think we need to make it easier for people who want to come here and build, not only build lives for themselves, but contribute to making this country great. We need to have avenues in which they can do that legally.
That doesn't really exist right now.
It doesn't.
There
It
is
doesn't.
no
But that
middle
doesn't address the
ground.
fact that you cannot have these judges who are placed in positions of power acting like these vigilante warriors. It's just so inappropriate. And Trump derangement syndrome is real.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate for you here, though, for just a moment, because I happen to agree with all of you regarding this particular incident. However, I could point to several others. For example, a Trump-appointed judge, okay, and her name was, I believe it was like Stephanie Garrett. Does this ring a bell? She had a kid who was 20 years old, who crossed the border as an unaccompanied minor, forgive me. And they struck a deal with DHS where they said, listen, these kids are now applying for asylum. You can't deport any of them right now until their asylum case can be adjudicated.
Right.
The kid is not a gang member. Right. He was arrested once for drugs, not dealing drugs, doing drugs. And out of the country he goes, and a Trump-appointed judge was like, no, bring him back. Then you've got the gay makeup artist, who I briefly referenced yesterday. And this one, guys, I'm with you on 99% of this, but this is where Trump goes off the rails.
I agree with you on that. I agree
All right,
with
there's
you.
a kid, his name is...
Isn't she gay? Isn't she a lesbian?
Christian. He's a gay Venezuelan makeup artist, a theater enthusiast, comes over from, as mentioned, Venezuela, all right? And he gets scooped up by ICE because he has 2 tattoos that actually mean mother and father.
Correct, yeah.
But they misinterpret them as gang tattoos. He applied...
Not that that means anything. If she were sympathetic to this guy, it wouldn't surprise me if she were homophobic to this guy and then said as a lesbian to justify, I wouldn't be surprised.
For asylum upon entering the country. They deport him to El Salvador, that's not his country, to a prison. He's not a criminal. Then it's ordered, bring him back.
Right.
And not just any
They
prison, the mega
won't
prison.
do it. And this is where I would say to anybody who's 100% for this mass deportation, what about that? Why is that happening? Someone answer.
This whole thing is like, so what they've presented is like largely true, but a lot of it is like what's Trump's administration has reported, but they didn't say that she's contested what happened. Who's Ash? In an email to the judges, Chief Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Carl Ashley said ICE agents came to the Milwaukee County Courthouse on April 18th with an arrest warrant. His note made no mention of Dugan, the defendant's name, or any federal investigation into her conduct. According to Ashley's April 18th email, ICE agents showed up at the courthouse in the morning and identified themselves as security. They then went up to the 6th floor where Dugan's courtroom is located. They were asked whether they had a warrant, and the agents presented the warrant as well as their ID. Ashley's email said they were asked to go to the chief judge's office. They complied. They presented a warrant, which we copied. But Dugan responded to the email by saying a warrant was not presented in the hallway on the 6th floor. Sources say Dugan didn't hide the defendant and his attorney in a jury deliberation room, as other media have said. But other sources said when ICE officials left to talk with the chief judge on the same floor, Dugan took the pair to a side door in the courtroom, directed them down a private hallway and into the public area on the 6th floor. Weird. Weird that they don't mention like both sides of it.
That's not his country. To a prison, he's not a criminal. Then it's ordered, bring him back.
Right.
And not just any prison, the mega prison.
Do it. And this is where I would say to anybody who's 100% for this mass deportation, what about that? Why is that happening? Someone answer that question.
Because the process is so slow right now that mistakes are bound to happen. Like, I think it's like a few 100,000.
There's the kid.
He's deporting.
That kid is gay. Does that look like a friggin'
Wait,
bang
can I please finish this?
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
So, like, right now, Trump has made immigration his end-all be-all, but the rate is so slow because of this judicial slowdown.
Right.
He's encountering so many impediments. So he's trying to accelerate the process, and by virtue of that, mistakes are going to be made. But his
Accelerate the process means not complying with existing laws in the books and having to do it, just doing whatever the fuck they want and getting stopped right and left.
base doesn't care. They don't care about
let's talk about the mistake, though, Lindy. Let's talk about the mistake for a second, okay? Because we're talking about
But
a
look how gay
guy
this kid is.
who came into
This
the
is not a
country
gangbanger,
through
guys.
legal means, okay? Applied for asylum, did so through legal means. he's gay, and the reason why he fled Venezuela is because he was terrified that the Venezuelan gangs in Venezuela were going to kill him because he's gay. So hold on, let me finish my point. He had a legitimate asylum claim. And if you want to talk about like, oh, well, mistakes were made, we're talking about a guy who was sent to an El Salvadorian prison where he's probably being abused in all sorts of ways because of the fact that he's gay. We don't even know if
But he's not an American, so who cares?
Okay, can we just take a step back and ask the broader
But he broke the law when he came in, so who cares?
question? I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party, because my views
Shocker.
on immigration have been shifting right. Why is it America's responsibility to grant asylum? Like, why? Why is it our responsibility to take people
It's written
in?
into law.
I mean, and it's
Like,
something
why
that
do we
was
need to?
revoked, right, with the new administration.
I agree
However,
with
but what
that.
about the people who were already here? And, like,
We can grandfather them in.
Yeah, but he came in here
Let's
on
grandfather
legitimate
him in.
asylum claims.
Exactly.
And we had this conversation at dinner, and you were telling me about this. I really didn't believe you. I'm like, are you
No, I'm
sure?
sure.
He didn't do
I'm
anything
sure.
wrong? No, Jillian, I know. I went home and I did my
Yeah.
own research, and honestly, I'm really saddened by this case. And we need to have some type of recourse in place where it should be measure twice, caught once. But in the instance where there are
These greedy immigrants just thinking that they can flee their desperate, terrible circumstances in their home countries and just come here.
mistakes, we do need to have
Bring
a
him
system in place
back.
of recourse,
100%.
and especially
Get
for
him back.
And there's many people
What
who
the
are speaking
hell?
out about this.
Yes, I
Is
agree.
stopping you from saying, okay, we've got a big task at hand. You can even smear the Biden administration as much as you want. They let 300,000 people in a month. Millions came over. Tons of gotaways. If 1% of them are criminals, which I was told by Brandon Judd, who previously ran the border, that's too many. 140,000 criminals, Chinese national, like terrorists. We get it. Gang members, no good. But when someone goes, yeah, no, that guy, gay makeup artist, mistake. Oops, sorry, bring him back.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that I don't really understand about this administration, because in the areas in which Trump was actually seen favorably, right, on immigration, for instance.
Why would they do that, though? Why is she expecting that Trump is going to deal with like Trump or his administration is going to deal with the negative press of like bringing back this one guy who's also gay that's like not going to play well with this base?
He's actually now losing a lot of goodwill among Americans, independents in particular, who are like, yeah, this immigration issue under Biden is untenable. And
Independents like Anna.
we need to do something about it. Trump comes in, he has a high approval rating when it comes to immigration policies. Because of these mistakes and the administration's unwillingness to right these wrongs and take ownership of their mistakes, he's starting to lose favorability on the areas in which he's most popular.
I think people are just so angry about what happened over the past 4 years.
Let's talk about why. Why don't
Because
we lay
Biden-
out
are we
why
allowed
that's
to
so
curse
bad
on
for
here?
everybody?
Because
The
Biden
difference
fucked
But this immigration program that they're talking about was never really popular. Like when you asked and polled Americans, are you okay with mass deportations? They said yes. But then when you actually polled them on how they felt about the logistics of what it takes to deport that many Americans or that many residents of the United States or even illegals, they all said it was the same amount of people that supported it, which was like 60 or 70% opposed to how it was done.
legal immigration and legal immigration.
Let's be honest about what happened here.
Right, very different.
And aside,
I mean, she literally already, they're talking, Jillian is over here talking about, oh, there's a difference between legal and illegal. She's at least trying to like signal to like, oh, I want them to do it, but they need to do it the right way. They need to not skip the line or whatever. But she already said, why should we take them in? Why did we take you in, Lindy? I would much rather take this guy who's fucking accused of hitting somebody 30 times if it meant, she goes back.
Difference between legal
Fine with me.
immigration and legal immigration.
Let's be honest about what
I'd
happened
make that trade.
Right, very different.
And aside,
very
again,
different
because
thing.
coming in as a legal
refugee
immigrant and coming in as
and
a
an
refugee and seeking
migrant.
asylum, completely
we
different.
Go
stories.
first.
Let's talk about what happened.
Because why would you use the word parasite? Elaborate on that.
Well, I'm talking about why people are so angry right now.
I get it.
Because Biden fucked up. He truly did. And he lied to everybody saying that we needed a bipartisan immigration bill. No, we needed a president who was willing to actually, close our borders to make sure that we had a sensible immigration system.
I mean, she's not wrong that he fucked up. It was stupid to try to do bipartisanship with the Republicans on this issue.
Biden just didn't do any of that. And he let
But
all the
that's not what she's
borders to
saying.
make sure that we had a sensible immigration system. Biden just didn't do any of that. And he let all these millions of people in, and they're a drain on our resources. And I live in a big city, so I see
They're
it literally
taking our
every day. You
jobs.
cannot tell me this isn't happening. I
No,
live
you're
in
right. It is
Philadelphia.
happening.
It was
We're
one of the
seeing it in
top issues.
California with
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom finding some sort of a loophole to use taxpayer dollars, which is meant to be illegal.
Yeah, I mean,
how did he figure this out?
He wanted to provide health care to
This is from March 10th, 2025. Trump deported fewer people last month than Biden a year ago, but border crossings have plummeted. About 11,000 immigrants were deported last month compared with over 12,000 a year ago, data obtained by NBC. The first full month Trump was in office, ICE deported around 11,000 migrants compared to just over 12,000 in February 2024. The reason for the higher numbers under the Biden administration was higher traffic from attempted border crossings, both legal and illegal, which of course they're never going to mention the legal ones, in 2024 compared to 2025. People who were first arrested by Customs and Border Protection, which typically means those arrested at the border, accounted for most of the deportations in February 2024 under Biden. It's easier to deport people detained near the border than to find them after they disperse across the U.S. Of the people deported in February, roughly half did not have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges, the data shows. Thank you for the follow. Number of immigrants without criminal records arrested by ICE and deported increased only slightly from the end of the Biden administration, from 223 in December to 390 in February, according to the data.
To undocumented immigrants in California. And honestly, he totally underestimated how much it would cost. And right now, the state's in a lot of financial trouble, partly because of that, partly because of mismanagement of funds. I mean, the state can't account for $24 billion they allocated for homelessness.
Insane.
Yeah, I mean, the state is a complete nightmare right now.
But when you're taking those dollars, and you've utilized some sort of a loophole, which I can't even fully understand. I looked it up once. In the future, we'll be on Grok. But he somehow, because technically, I guess federally, you are not allowed to do it.
Correct, right. But these are state resources.
That's
so
how
he's
he did
using
it.
state
So,
resources.
Jillian, you asked me why I use language like
agree
that
with you
because
there.
they are a drain on our system, and Americans need so much help right now.
Yes,
I really, want to take care of our own people because they're ailing. Our kids are going into deteriorating schools. We lack the resources to take care of our own people, and that's just my point of view.
I agree. You can't pour from an empty cup,
Yes,
right?
you
And
use
it's like
that
we need to.
phrase.
I said that last night at
there we
dinner.
go.
We need to focus on ourselves and get ourselves in a great position where we are.
I can't get over the fucking audacity of like an Australian that immigrated to the United States and a Chinese woman sitting here talking about who are, again, both naturalized U.S. citizens, God bless. But, you know, after they get in, of course, they're going to turn around, pull the ladder up behind them and turn around and say, now that I'm an American, okay, nobody else.
Are able to once again open up to asylum seekers and bring people over and help them. But if we can't even figure out what's going on in our own house, how are we meant to help everybody else?
Also, what drain? What drain? Immigrants contribute to the economy. They pay sales tax. They pay taxes. They don't get any social security. They don't get any access to any of the systems that they actually pay into.
You brought up the bipartisan border bill. I think that is an important thing to touch on because so many people are like, hey, the Biden admin really tried to sort out the situation. I'd love to know what you think as someone who comes from the left, because wasn't that like an omnibus bill? And there was a bunch of like aid for Ukraine and a bunch of other things.
They did include all sorts of provisions that weren't really related to reforming our immigration system.
Right.
Okay, so I'm actually of two minds on that issue because I think that the Biden administration totally neglected the border until it became a political liability. And then all of a sudden, he's reaching out to Republicans in the Senate, begging them to pass immigration reform.
Why was it necessary, though, when by the swipe of a pen,
let me
Trump
explain.
shut the border? And we should give him credit for that.
Sure, let me explain why, though. Let me
do.
explain. Because, yes, it is true, and we saw it happen. The executive branch has the unilateral power to make some pretty significant decisions at the border. However, as soon as a Democratic president gets elected, he or she can reverse all of it. That's why it's important for Congress to pass legislation. That has staying power.
But the thing is, it was such an emergency in my eyes, and in the eyes of millions of Americans around the country. We needed to stop this like flood of migrants coming in. And I can't believe I'm playing this role, but I'm about to say something controversial again.
How many people were turned away at the border under Biden? U.S.-Mexico border crossings fall a 3-year low after Biden's executive order. About 84,000 people crossed into the U.S. in June, the lowest monthly total since Biden assumed office in January 2021. Documented crossings at the U.S. southern border have fallen to a 3-year low, marking the lowest in Biden's presidency after he signed a controversial executive order limiting immigration there in June. The latest data from Customs and Border Patrol is the most recent since Biden signed his executive order. It comes as the president is accused of failing to address concerns about the amount of people crossing into the U.S. without permission. About 84,000 people crossed into the U.S. without documentation in June. Lowest. That reduction forms part of a broader trend that has seen the number of people who have entered the U.S. without authorization steadily decrease when 141,000 people were apprehended at the border. His executive order restricts asylum seekers from crossing the southern border with a daily limit of crossings has been exceeded. Signed the order after Republicans blocked a bipartisan immigration bill. That was the other thing that they completely leave out. The reason why that border bill didn't even end up coming to fruition is because Trump killed it. Biden signed the order after Republicans blocked the immigration bill that was set to limit asylum. We must face a simple truth, Biden said when the order was signed, to protect America as a land that welcomes immigrants. We must first secure the border and secure it now. And still face criticism from Republicans after they voted against it.
Do it.
So,
you're kidding.
The great replacement theory that they call neo-Nazi ideology.
Okay, explain for everyone what that is.
So for those who aren't familiar, it's the idea that Democrats are letting in millions of people from like South America, Central America, like
She's hitting all the fucking all the grifter points.
random parts of the world, Africa, whatever. And they
like
want
jumping straight in, gotta call immigrants parasites or whatever. Now we gotta promote the great
to bring them
replacement.
into these Democratic strongholds, and they're registering them as voters to create this permanent, illegitimate electoral majority. And when Tucker Carlson said this, when other people said, when Elon said it, they labeled him as Nazi.
Why did Harris lose then? If for 4 years the Biden administration intentionally let a bunch of illegals in so they could get their votes, even though they can't vote, why didn't he win? Why didn't she win?
Hitler. I actually think it's happening.
I mean, you look at the state, when you look at all of the states that Harris won by sweeping majority, pretty much all of those, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's all of them were states that don't mandate any type of voter ID. And I'm really happy that like the SAVE Act, all of these things, it still needs to go through the Senate.
What's wrong with voter ID? I just don't understand
nothing
what's
is
wrong with
wrong.
voter ID.
Absolutely nothing. Question. And I see that completely. However,
Because it disproportionately affects the poor. They know that.
as far as I understand it, and everyone correct me if I'm wrong, there's absolutely no proof that illegals were voting.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory.
I just bring them as
I'd love to see the evidence.
Hold on. That's not what I meant.
So painful to watch Anna Kasparian have to debase herself to surround herself with these fucking brainlets that are saying this bullshit, insinuating that like, yeah, the states that like they know they can't say that Harris lost. So the argument that they have to make is that of the states that she did win, though, notice that those states make it really easy to vote. Really makes you think, wink, wink, even though they know what they're getting at.
I mean, like, they have them in the country, and over the course of years, you know, I'm not saying overnight they become citizens.
These immigrants tend to be far more socially conservative than the Democratic.
It's so funny how earlier they were talking about how difficult it is to actually become an American citizen, a naturalized American citizen. The two of them who are saying this, Amy and Lindy, would actually know how long it takes. But then they're saying, yes, over time, it's just so it's Democrats are going to get these people across the border. And then their grand plan is to make them all vote for Dems. Even though you're seeing trends of like Hispanic voters and stuff starting to vote for Republicans more than Democrats.
Party is, in fact, increasingly so.
I mean, a lot of them, yes, especially ones that are fleeing.
But of course, when you have a conspiracy theory, like you could tell them this stuff and they'll just have some way to explain how it like everything that I'm saying doesn't contradict it, just backs it up more.
Countries, however, but that's
don't know
do you
that,
really think that's the sweeping majority, though? When
I do actually. A lot of Latin American
when they come to Philadelphia,
yes.
all the migrants that are being
very religious. They're all very
but
religious.
they don't know that. They think that they don't know that Democrat, like in their minds, they haven't been educated in the difference.
I think the Democratic Party wants to. They're the party of so-called do-gooders, and they want to feel good about themselves. And they want to feel like they're saving. They want to believe that. I think that's really the motivating factor behind this. And more importantly, as soon as Donald Trump went down that escalator and started talking about Mexican immigrants, rapists, that triggered Democrats, and they wanted to brand themselves as the party that's going to protect immigrants from Donald Trump. That's really at the center of this. Like the idea that they're importing people so they can stay in power. I mean, obviously it hasn't worked out.
Not importing people, letting them in. They were going to come anyway, just letting them in. And Democrats realized they spotted this as an amazing opportunity to solidify electoral gains.
Lindy, let me tell you something about Democrats, okay? And you should know this better than
leadership.
Hold on,
I'm telling you
exactly, which is why you should know this better than anyone.
If they were gonna come anyway, doesn't that kind of cut into your whole theory about how like Dems are doing this to like breed the next, to like groom the next generation of like Dem voters?
The idea that they're thinking ahead and they're plotting and they're like the smart people who are like figuring out ways to stay in power forever is laughable. It's okay.
Okay, they're talking about all of this when I distinctly remember this fucking town hall between Kamala Harris and Anderson Cooper, where she talks about how she literally, I think in this clip, she literally says that she was like open to the border wall.
Jackson Weiss is a student at Drexel University from Flourtown, Pennsylvania. Registered Republican, says he's leaning toward voting for you, but has yet to make up a final decision. Jackson.
Thank you, Anderson.
Hey, Jackson.
Thank you for taking the time to be here too, Vice President Harris.
Thank you.
Regarding the rapid increase in the migrant population, how will you ensure that every immigrant is integrated into American society safely? What benefits and subsidies will you provide them with? And how long will these benefits and subsidies last for an individual? Most importantly, will the American citizens' taxes pay for these benefits and subsidies? And if so, how much money will be allocated?
Jackson Weiss, who probably lives in a town where he can open his fucking front door and see white people as far as the eye can see, but we're going to be concerned about this.
Well, thank you, Jackson. Let's start with this. America's immigration system is broken and it needs to be fixed. And it's been broken for a long time. And part of what we need to do is always prioritize what we need to do to strengthen our border. I will tell you, I'm the only person in this race among the two choices that voters have. I've personally prosecuted transnational criminal organizations in the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent...
There was a point in her like campaign where she could not go 5 minutes without saying that.
A significant part of my career, making sure that our border is secure and that we do not allow criminals in and we don't allow that kind of trafficking to happen and come into our country. And as my opponent has proven himself, he would prefer to run on the problem instead of fix the problem. You may know there were some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress working with others that came up with a border security bill that would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border. Those border agents are overwhelmed. They need the support. They need the backup. It would have allowed us to have more resources to stem the flow of fentanyl. I don't need to tell this state and people around the country what is happening in terms of the scourge of fentanyl and how it is literally killing Americans. It would put resources into stemming the flow. It would have given more resources to prosecute, to investigate and prosecute transnational criminal organizations. It would have done a lot of good. Donald Trump got wind of the bill and told them, don't put it forward. He killed the bill because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. We have to have a secure border and we have to have a comprehensive pathway for citizenship. And that includes requiring people, hardworking people, to earn citizenship and do it in a comprehensive.
They are complaining. Anna and Jillian Michaels are literally sitting here complaining that the Democrats are too weak on immigration when everything that she's outlining is exactly what they're asking for.
Humane and orderly manner.
Let me ask you about that. I mean, you talk about the bill that Donald Trump quashed. That was in 2024. You talk about the bill he tried to get passed in 2021. That wasn't able to get passed. 2022, 2023, there were record border crossings. Your administration took hundreds of executive actions. It didn't stem the flow. Numbers kept going up. Finally, in 2024, just in June, 3 weeks before the first presidential debate with Joe Biden, you institute executive actions that had a dramatic impact, really shut down people crossing over. Why didn't your administration do that in 2022, 2023?
First of all, you're exactly right, Anderson. And as of today, we have cut the flow of immigration by over half. In fact, the numbers I saw most recently, illegal immigration.
But if it was that easy with that executive action, why not?
It was so fucking stupid for them to try to pivot right. Why are you going to pivot right on this issue when since 2016, so 10 years in the public consciousness, Trump has been saying, build the wall. I'm the one who's going to take care of the immigration. He's the one who tried to do the Muslim ban. Why are Democrats going to attempt to compete and basically outdo Trump on immigration? What ended up happening is that they tried to do the bipartisan border bill. Republicans shut it down. And then that border bill conceded way too much as far as like immigration rights and whatnot. And then all it did was then instead of after they tanked that bill, then they were complaining that it didn't have mass deportations in it. All it did was you conceded the territory and then it just moved the issue for everybody further right on the issue.
Why not do it in 2022, 2023?
Because we were working with Congress and hoping that actually we could have a long-term fix to the problem instead of a short-term fix.
You couldn't have done one and both at the same time?
Well, here's the thing. We have to understand that ultimately this problem is going to be fixed through congressional action. Congress has the authority and the purse. I hate to use DC terms, but literally they write the checks. Part of the issue is in order to really fix the problem at the border. I was just at the border recently talking with border agents. You know what they talk about? Yes, they are overwhelmed. They're working around the clock. And the other thing that they talk to me about, we need more judges down there to deal with asylum claims. We need more personnel down there to deal with processing. But Anderson, and that's where Congress kicks in terms of dedicating the resources to actually fixing the problem. We have dealt with it such that, to your point, we now, as of today, as of our visit, have lower undocumented immigrants and illegal immigration than Trump when he left office.
That's true.
But we need a permanent solution,
Do you
and that
wish you had
requires
done that?
bipartisan work.
Do you wish
Can I make the solution joke that I want to make with immigrants? Why not?
you'd done those executive orders in 2022, 2023?
I think we did the right thing, but the best thing that can happen for the American people is that we have bipartisan work happening, and I pledge to you that I will work across the aisle to fix this long-standing problem. I think the American people are demanding it on both sides of the aisle, and it's time we actually put the partisan approach to this aside. We know what can work.
Well, let's talk about this compromise bill that you want to pass if you're elected. You said that's going to be a priority. It includes $650 million in funding for the border wall. That's something Republicans wanted. That was part of the compromise. Under Donald Trump, you criticized the wall more than 50 times. You called it stupid, useless, and a medieval vanity project. Is a border wall stupid?
Well, let's talk about Donald Trump and that border wall. So remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would pay for it? Come on, they didn't. How much of that wall did he build? I think the last number I saw was about 2%. And then when it came for time for him to do a photo op, you know where he did it? In the part of the wall that President Obama built.
So she went from criticizing him for wanting to do the wall to now she was pivoting on October 23rd last year that we should be laughing at him because he didn't do the wall good enough. Okay.
Agreed to a bill that would earmark $650 million to continue building that wall.
I pledge that I am going to bring forward that bipartisan bill to further strengthen and secure our border. Yes, I am. And I'm going to work across the aisle to pass a comprehensive bill that deals with a broken immigration system. I think Jackson's question, part of it was to acknowledge that America has always had migration, but there needs to be a legal process for it. People have to earn it. And that's the point that I think is the most important point that can be made, which is we need a president who is grounded in common sense and practical outcomes. Like, let's just fix this thing. Let's just fix it. Why is there any ideological perspective on it? Let's just fix the problem.
To fix the problem, you're doing this compromise bill. It does call for $650 million that was earmarked under Trump to actually still go to build the wall.
I'm not afraid of good ideas where they occurred.
So you don't think it's stupid anymore?
Defending the border wall. But okay. Dems aren't strong enough on it. Haven't made a right enough pivot on immigration. Okay.
They were headed toward a freaking iceberg in the 2024 presidential election, and they were totally in the dark about it.
They're still
in the dark about it.
But wait, hold on.
This is not a savvy party at all.
I just want to ask you guys one thing, though. Have you not seen
Mocking, pointing at Trump's incompetence does not work. They have to stop doing it. Nobody cares. Their own worst enemy sometimes.
the graph?
This is not a savvy party at all.
I just want to ask you guys one thing, though. Have you not seen the graph that shows what the turnout for voters in the 2020 election was like compared to all previous elections, compared even to the 2024 election as well? Because obviously people were more on guard.
Millions more people voted.
Millions of more people voted. Do you?
I love how they're on like what is considered like a winning issue for Republicans, but she cannot help but pivot it back towards like these conspiracy theories about how a bunch of illegals voted or whatever.
I think that just millions of more Americans.
So the argument for a potentially, which I personally, I've seen no proof of it. However, the argument for a potentially rigged election in 2020, meaning Trump was robbed. By the way, he has not provided any evidence of that to this day.
Wait,
hold on. Is that okay? And you'll have your chance. Is that more?
How fucking delicately she has to handle her to not offend her about her claims having no evidence. Like she has to call her out in the most gentle way possible, but she also doesn't want to be seen as co-signing it because it's fucking embarrassing.
Millions more people voted in 2020, which is what shifted the vote towards Biden.
That is a large part of it. That is a large part of it. There could have been other mechanisms through which
more people voted because it was a referendum on COVID for the most part, and people were at home, so that more people voted through mail.
They cheated, but that is definitely a large part of it. You look at even California. The last time California was a red state was before a legislation was enacted that basically said if you come from an asylum-seeking family, migrants, you will not be entitled to any aid unless this democratic bill passes. And since then, California has been a blue state. And we are creating incentives within this country that are bringing people in who are coming in. I agree with you. There are a lot of immigrants who are hardworking people who are going to contribute so much to this society. Exactly. However, the incentives are wrong. And now they're bringing in people who, when they look at the two options, one party saying, we're going to kick you out, and one saying, we're going to give you a $10,000 card.
Who do you think they're going to benefit?
Who are they going to vote for? And what is the caliber of people that are going to be attracted into the country when that is the main messaging?
I mean, hold that. I want to add.
I love how she thinks it's a matter of like immigrants knowing the intricacies of like American immigration law and policy, when in reality it's half of it, like some of it's asylum, so it's literally just people fleeing and coming to the nearest country, so it has nothing to do with a knowledge about like policies in California or whatever. Those are the closest ports of entry from the countries that they're fleeing. Or there's a huge mythos in these countries, they don't realize that the American standard, like median standard of living, is not actually like where they think it is. They actually buy into the idea that like you can like climb the ladder in American society, even though it's ridiculously hard. If you're born poor, you die poor. If you're born rich, you die rich, for the most part.
To that, and then let you answer. Okay. So then in
And the fact that just like the American dollar is like strong. It's also what brings people.
Continuing with that thought process, the argument is that in some states you can vote in local elections. In some places, if you're illegal, you can vote for a mayor or city councilman. Now, we all saw Obama come out and lobby for Karen Bass. I'm not saying where, I'm not sure where, but it is a thing in some states. If you're illegal, you can vote in like city elections.
There are some instances, I think in New York City,
keep going, though.
They potentially wanted to, and I don't know if this actually went through, allow legal residents who might not have full citizenship status to vote in local elections.
Hang on, I'm gonna keep going. And then you don't need the voter ID, so everyone's saying, well, that's highly suspicious. Why not? Which is like, why not?
We should just. I'm so sick of the voter ID debate. Like, let's just do the fucking voter ID and get. Like, I'm done debating it.
Because these people will never do voter ID policies where they mandate that people have it to vote. They'll never do it while also pairing it with giving people free IDs. Or making it like very, very easy. The barrier to entry to get an ID extremely easy.
It's not a debate. The argument is this is why people think they're gaming elections.
Yeah.
Why do it?
No, I know. Just do it.
Or they'll make it so the only types of IDs are going to be the ones that minority voters are less likely to have.
There's one more thing I want you to consider, only because I personally have a hard time contending with it. I'm also under the impression, and everyone correct me if I'm wrong.
Even though like she just acknowledged, she just had to gently disagree with Amy that there's like no evidence or credible evidence that people are voting en masse illegally, but we still have to make it more difficult to vote, even though the majority of Americans don't even vote. Even though there's no evidence of widespread illegal voting, we still need to make it more difficult to vote for some reason.
Wrong that you get more seats in Congress based on the size of your.
Ding, ding, that is true. That is true.
Okay, so then
based on the census,
based on the census, illegal or not, so you could technically make any president in power a lame duck if you control Congress, right? So that's the argument, although there's no proof.
Jillian, that is no, but Jillian, you have the proof, though. You have the proof because they are fighting so hard to commandeer the census and the way people are counted. You hit on a jackpot like unwittingly because these Democrats, they are trying so hard to make sure that illegals are counted in the census. Republicans are doing the exact opposite. You see what I mean? Like
that's the tough part, Anna. That's the part where I'm like, it does seem pretty friggin' conspiratorial. Why have all of these things? Come on in. If you open borders, just because we can't get a bipartisan bill, baloney. No ID. Why? Weird. Oh, here's all these incentives: free healthcare, interest-free loans,
free hotels, free cash.
Bizarre. And who's the party giving it away? The Democrats. And then, by the way,
free hotels, free cash. Okay.
You get more seats in Congress. It is a little bit like, I get it's tin hat because we don't have
like. The free cash thing is fucking bullshit or whatever. What they're talking about, at least for the census, is to find out how many people are in the country. I know. The free hotels thing, they're talking about certain proposals that have been put into place in certain like counties and cities that taken a lot of have like either detention centers, or they have a lot of people that come across the border, because it is literally cheaper to put these people up in hotels for the weekend or for a short period of time before they have their immigration hearings than it is to keep them detained in these ICE facilities 24/7.
Hard proof of it. But there's a lot there.
There's a ton and look, it depends. Like what we're talking about is state policy, not federal policy.
Okay. They're all coordinating.
Because there is a federal ban. Hold on, Lindy. Because there is a federal ban
on
public dollars going toward undocumented immigrants. But on a state level, yeah, you're right.
I'm giving away healthcare.
So I agree with you when it comes to states like California. Yes, it is incentivized to come into the country illegally. I agree. Yes.
Okay, let's put a button on this one, because I feel like you and I need to do this.
Yeah.
Legal immigration, I think it's important that we establish how different this is as opposed to illegal immigration.
Right.
And historically, in my understanding, I work for the United Nations Refugee Agency as a volunteer, but I got an education on the fact that when people are allowed to immigrate legally, they stimulate the economy, they bring their culture, and I think that's one of the things in America we pride ourselves on. Like, I got an Armenian over here, I got a Chinese lady over here, what are you, Australian? What the hell are you? Like, it's a melting pot just at the table, and I love that about our country. I wouldn't trade it. And
I'm sure Lindy, who's like been here since she was a kid, loves being called a Chinese lady.
And we have a diminishing birth rate here in America. We need bodies, we need taxpayers. And one more thing to throw out. When you look at the top Fortune 500 companies, I think over 400 of them are run by immigrants or the children of immigrants.
Right.
It's the hustle mentality. Because like we came here poor. I
love that though. That's also, let's throw that out. Yeah. Any final thoughts on this one before we move us on to the next one?
I do think we need to reform our immigration system. I agree that it's wrong to have states incentivize illegal immigration. And look, immigration needs to be controlled on some level, because if you have an open border situation, that really does.
It's so funny that she's saying this when Lindy, they acknowledged that I think it was Lindy specifically who acknowledged these people are coming no matter what. There's they're talking about like the pull factors and stuff like that, but there's push factors. Half of these, so many of these are just like, I don't want to say half, I don't know how many of it, what percentage it is, but so much of this is literally just a matter of people fleeing terrible countries or danger, that they're going to come no matter what. So what they're talking about when they're talking about gutting these systems that incentivize it is like, either you're going to have a system for these people or not. If you don't want to put money towards it, you're literally just burying your head in the sand and ignoring the problem, because these people are going to come no matter what.
Depress the wages of American workers who are protected by minimum wage standards.
And you can either put the money into fixing a system that provides people with a pathway to citizenship, or you can put the money into ICE agents and increasing border patrol, customs, etc., and deporting them, which is also fucking expensive.
Undocumented immigrants aren't. So a lot of times when they come in here to work, they get exploited. They get paid way less than minimum wage. And that screws over American workers. Honestly, it exploits the undocumented folks who are in the country. And it's just wrong. So I'm in favor of reforming our immigration.
I love when people try to come at this from like, it's the humanitarian thing to do. It's the humanitarian thing to do to turn them back. Like, she's not wrong that, like, yes, these people are exploited or whatever, but it definitely, these types of policies that she's advocating for are not coming out of a good, like, out of this altruistic place for immigrants.
System. I'm very much in favor of immigration, but I want it to be done.
Like, if you actually cared about those things, you would make it so it's mandated for people to have that regardless of their residency status or their citizenship status. You wouldn't be arguing for more draconian immigration laws.
Legally, totally agree. I don't want people to be exploited, and I want Americans to be protected. It's that simple.
Jillian, I want to bring up a country. I do want to.
Also, the idea that like Americans are losing jobs to immigrants, when in reality they're losing, like, we live in a global market now, people are losing jobs to the fact that a bunch of work is now remote. They're losing their jobs to candidates internationally. It has nothing to do with like, not nothing, but like, especially with highly skilled labor or whatever, your competition is not necessarily going to be just in the United States. It's now going to be across the entire like English speaking world. That is like, regardless of whether or not people are coming across the border.
I bring up a point though. I mentioned
or fucking AI and robots. It's also is replacing our jobs.
I mentioned this to you behind the scenes. When a country like China or Poland or South Korea, they say we want to have a homogenous country. We want a culturally cohesive society where there aren't disruptions like.
Okay, Lindy, then where do you fit into that? You're a Chinese lady. Leave. If this is the logic that you're offering, your own logic would exclude you from coming in this country.
Pro-Hamas militants on college campuses.
You can't equate a homogenous society, which I'm assuming means all Chinese people, all black people, all white people, all Christian people, or all Muslim people.
That's what they want, actually.
Yeah, China for Chinese people, Japan for Japanese people.
But that's not. But then saying
that's not America's DNA.
Is a very different.
I'm just saying that's the counter argument.
Not to mention
because it's a much more stable. Like, you don't see these like mass serial events. It just doesn't happen. Like in Japan, everything's like quiet, and it's a huge deal when someone uses a knife to attack people. You know what I mean? Like everything is just
like. What does that have to do? I feel like we're conflating two totally separate issues. I don't know what that would have to do with us being.
They're very anti-immigration there. I'm just saying that's the counter argument. Like Hungary is like that as well.
But we historically are not.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, outside of the atrocities that were committed against Native Americans, I think our greatest strength has been a diversity.
I think we've gone way too much in the other direction in recent years, like letting millions of people in with no. Like,
if you're anti-American, get the fuck out. So you're gonna chant "Death to America," I will personally remove you.
Have you seen our college campuses? They are swarming with anti-American. They're burning our flags. They're shitting on our allies. You know, there's so much anti-Semitism on our college campuses.
I totally agree with you there, but I think the majority. This is part of the vetting process. This, in my opinion, if you come in legally, hopefully you will not be burning the flag when you get your green card. And should you be burning the flag, I'm hoping you get kicked the hell out of the country immediately.
And that's why I agree.
Why?
With Secretary Rubio on.
Why? Because really, like, if you actually believe that all naturalized citizens or legal residents should be able to have a path to citizenship and get access to all the same rights that a U.S.-born citizen would have, that would include flag burning.
Removing that.
Like, as a matter of like being practical or whatever, should you be burning flags if you're trying to like get into the country? No, but like on a principle, you should be able to do it.
If we're gonna go to Mahmoud Khalil, I'm gonna be on your side here. Do we want to tackle that one?
Really? I don't know.
Anna,
I'm about to blow gas.
I hate this guy. Go.
Why? What?
She's I mean, Anna's pretty, isn't she like pro Palestine or whatever? So she's gonna have to like take a side even though she probably doesn't want to.
Here's what we know about him. He's a representative.
Because he hurt the feelings of Israel, and we're not allowed to do that in America. That's the one country we need to be totally hands off on. Poor sweet little Israel, right?
Hold on, we can absolutely litigate that one.
Sure.
But here's my problem with him, and again, nobody has corrected me in asking these two questions.
Okay,
Number one, are you associated at a very high level with the CUAD, the Columbia University Apartheid Divest Group? He is, correct? Okay, table it.
Okay.
So
this is a group that on their Substack has a tribute to Yahya
and I don't even know if that's true.
Sinwar, who orchestrated October 7th. Get out. I'm finished. I can't with him. Not with you, of course.
But isn't his thing like, not that I would care that he was part of it or whatever, but his thing, his affiliation with this tenuous? A Columbia student activist landed in federal detention. Mahmoud Khalil never shielded his face with a mask the way some protesters did. That made him a target when Trump decided to aggressively target college activists. Crowds of mass student protesters raging against the war in Gaza filled the Columbia University lawns last spring. While counter-protesters and journalists surrounded the tent city that had been erected there, one man stood out. He was Mahmoud Khalil, a graduate student in his 20s, older than most of the students around him. Mr. Khalil, an immigrant of Palestinian descent, quickly emerged as a vocal and measured leader during rallies and sit-ins, doing on-camera interviews with the media in a zip-up sweater, and he was unmasked. Many other international students wore masks and kept to the background of the protest for fear of being singled out and losing their visas. His wife worried. We've talked about the mask thing. Noor Abdallah, a 28-year-old dentist from the Midwest, said in an interview last week, he always tells me, what am I doing wrong that I need to be covering my face for? Mr. Khalil was a negotiator on behalf of Columbia University Apartheid Divest, the main coalition of protesting student groups, and one with its own spectrum of attitudes towards violence and dark rhetoric. His decision to quite literally be the face of a deeply divisive movement would have huge consequences for Mr. Khalil. He was called out by critics by name on social media, and on March 8th, 7 weeks after the inauguration of Donald Trump, federal agents arrived at his door. He was swiftly taken to a detention center in Louisiana, where he is still being held for what officials have described, without providing details, as leading activities aligned with Hamas. They don't have details. They're not providing details because they don't have them. An allegation he has denied. Mr. Khalil's friends and families have expressed outrage at his detention and possible deportation, but they also say they're not surprised by his activism in a movement he was born into, nor his relatively calm presence amid a storm of noise. Though he moved through the world, Mr. Khalil could come across as the adult in the room, and to one who had known him as an office mate in an earlier time, his role in front of microphones and wielding a bullhorn came unexpected. But just because he was the negotiator for this doesn't mean he was part of the group. I watched this debate between Pisco and Counterpoints, and that was a sticking point for like Counterpoints' argument as to why he should be deported, even though there's not actually any evidence that he is even part of that group. He was just like he was part of these protests for sure, and he was trying to do like negotiations, but that didn't necessarily mean that he was part of it. And even if it did, the tenuous leap that you're making, that like, okay, if you're part of a group, does that mean that you can be held responsible for speech somebody else wrote on a Substack that was maybe in affiliation with their thing? Like now you're getting into like several degrees of removal from what this person actually did to, because he has a loose affiliation with a student organization, and in that student organization, somebody else wrote a Substack, not him, somebody else wrote a Substack and published that. You should take you should assume that even though we don't know that he's officially part of this group, we don't know that he even wrote that. You should assume that he endorses that speech. Okay.
Deeply, deeply disagree with idolizing anyone who has done anything associated with October 7th. October 7th was a disgusting.
It doesn't even matter if he was part of the group. If someone is a registered Republican, that doesn't mean they sign off on everything Trump says. No, but there's a good chance. For Republicans, there's a good chance. But no, I agree. I don't care if he was part of the group.
Atrocity.
But he does.
But hold on. You either support free speech or you don't.
He's
and
not
in
an
America,
American.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. If you're in the country legally, as he was, Lindy, either you understand our laws or you don't, and you don't understand our laws, okay? So
damn, go off, Anna.
Our laws in our country indicate,
the Secretary
even
of
if you're
State
here
to agree with me.
I don't care what the Secretary of State cares about.
Marco Rubio agrees with me. There's my argument.
Or believes, okay? I'm telling you what the law is.
The guy in charge.
Here's the law, Lindy.
Hold on.
This is the law.
You don't have to be cruel about it.
Oh my God, she can barely. Damn. Okay, this is actually not as bad as I thought it was. I really thought this was going to be like a fucking circle jerk.
Do you believe in free speech or not?
No, Cruz, this is a heated.
Do you believe in free speech or not?
Losing her.
Oh, no,
I am losing it. I am losing it. Because here's the thing. All the people.
Ooh. I mean, she's not. I mean, Anna really is like an outlier in these spaces that she actually will be, I guess, willing to stand on business for certain things. Not for others, but on this issue, at least, she's made too much of a fuss about it to back down off of it. But she did not expect this to go this way.
Do you believe in free speech or not?
Losing her.
I am losing it. I am losing it. Because here's the thing. All the people who made a big deal, and I made a big deal about this as well, about the left trying to shut people up who they disagreed with, are now providing cover for the same treatment that's being carried out by the other side. So listen, I don't agree with supporting Sinwar or Hamas. That kind of rhetoric disgusts me.
He's that guy.
However, he's in the country legally, okay? He's going to Colombia. Since he's in the country legally, he's going to Colombia. He is protected by our Constitution. That means the same First Amendment rights that we enjoy, he enjoys.
So what you're saying is if there was an American citizen who was in there doing the exact same thing, the same punishment that he received would not be applied equally to the American citizen. And I
Hold on. He got the visa on the idea that he would come here to study, not militate in favor of Hamas. So
that's a standard. So that's a standard you want to set, Lindy? So your standard is if you come to.
So the funny thing is like this. I mean, this is one way that you can approach disagreeing with somebody on this or like pointing out that they're being a hypocrite, because one, the Constitution does afford First Amendment rights protections for people in the United States. I don't think it refers to citizens. It just says like any people in the United States. But two, if you like, what's a good example? Like if you ask Lindy, should an illegal immigrant be deported for supporting Donald Trump? It's political speech. She would probably say no. I almost know for a fact that she would fucking say no. Even if they said they should support Biden, she'd probably have reticence about saying that should be the basis for deportation. And if you're already willing to say like, no, you should not be deporting somebody just because they've avowed political support to one candidate or the other, even if they can't vote, but like just because they said that, then you're already conceding that they have some First Amendment protections in the United States. Then it's just a matter of like where you draw the line, and why you would draw the line at unpopular speech, even though it's the most important speech to protect, is stupid. I mean, it really is fundamentally an anti-free speech position.
To the United States,
That is the
okay?
standard.
Who's the arbiter of what kind of speech is acceptable?
Exactly, and I was going to say that I agree with you for the Maurice Papa. This is a slippery slope. Because who's to say that eventually being a Christian is one thing that is considered to be extreme, and they'll kick. No, I'm just saying in the most extreme case. I understand that, but who's the arbiter of that?
Exactly.
That's not even an extreme case. I mean, they could give the example of like an Israeli. If there was an Israeli that was here on a student visa, even if they were like, if they were openly supporting like a genocidal maniac like Bibi Netanyahu, do you think that would be any of these people would be championing that person being deported? One, they'd be probably calling it anti-Semitism, but two, no, they wouldn't.
I get what you're saying.
That's what I'm worried about.
There is some nuance, though, and I actually interviewed Alan Dershowitz about this. Whether you love him or whether you hate him, he is a constitutional attorney. I know, hold on. And he actually was saying that the facts have yet to come out whether or not, or what rights this guy is entitled to. And arguably, if you are in support of a terrorist group, does that, no matter who you are, American or otherwise, does that not necessarily account to, quote, free speech?
It depends.
If it's supporting a terrorist organization, American or otherwise.
It depends. If you are providing material support to a terrorist group,
right?
Okay, we're talking about something completely different in that context. There is no evidence that Khalil has provided material support to Hamas.
She is like commanding the room just because she has like a basic grasp of the facts here. An understanding of like free speech is just like steamrolling them.
For any terrorist group at all. And thank you for acknowledging that it is a slippery slope, because if you don't protect the speech you disagree with, and again, I disagree with anyone who supports Hamas or Sinwar, okay, that will turn around and haunt you when you exercise speech that's considered controversial by political.
But I'm an American citizen.
But Anna, here would be the other argument. What about rape gangs in Europe? Because culturally speaking, you're for Sharia law, and these kids are raping these young girls because it's normal in our culture.
We have to realize what we have to.
But then you're getting into not that like rape gangs equals like Islam is not what I'm trying to say, but like if you're talking about like controversial aspects of like somebody's faith or whatever, then you are just going to get into faith-based discrimination, which is also against First Amendment.
This is not like an upstanding citizen that I want to let in here. This is the vetting process of legal.
Like if you are a resident, or thank you for the follow. If you're a resident of the United States and you're like an Orthodox Jew, an evangelical Christian, like an devout Muslim, you are probably going to be espousing like backward shit. But they would never argue that that should be the basis for someone's deportation.
Legal immigration, that I'd be like, yeah, no.
Jillian, I would wager to say that rallying support and trying to drum up support for Hamas or even anti-Israel causes is inherently providing support to Hamas.
So even not even protesting Israel, so even just being critical of Israel is now grounds to like deport people. Okay.
Like doing this stuff, like I truly believe it. I stand with it. I can't.
Half of Americans, according to Pew, have a negative view of Israel. Views of Israel. Slight majority of Americans, 53%, now express a somewhat or very unfavorable opinion of Israel. This marks an 11-point increase in unfavorable views since March 2022 when we last asked this question. The share of U.S. adults who voice very unfavorable views of Israel has roughly doubled over this period from 10% in 2022 to 19% in 2025. So if it's just a matter of like we need to get the anti-Israel sentiment out of the United States, why not just support those Americans?
I see both sides of
Why stop there? It's also just ignorant. It's so fucking ignorant to think that it is going to stop there.
Or is it more so?
I see your point.
Palestinians? Because there is a difference, and people try to conflate the two, but they are a little bit different. Like on the website. Specifically.
Oh my God, ladies, yapping over each other.
Believe it. I stand with it. I can't believe it.
I see both sides of this.
She's so brave. She's so brave for saying that she stands with Israel on this right-wing program.
Or is it more so?
I see your point.
Palestinians. Because there is a difference, and people try to conflate the two, but they are a little bit different.
Like on the website.
Specifically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, see, I get that, but the thing is, okay, so imagine, just play out this hypothetical for me. Imagine Harris came into power. Imagine that we have 8 years of Harris, and by the end of that, self-proclaimed, socialism, all of these things come out, and eventually it gets to the point where religion is no longer accepted in the United States, and all of a sudden you're considered to be an extremist, you're considered to be a bigot, you're considered to be a possibly even a terrorist if you hold Christian ideals. I know that sounds crazy and dystopian, but play it with me for a second. Play it with me for a second.
Yeah, it's subjective.
What if we don't defend people's ability now to speak about things that we disagree with? Imagine we are in a situation like that 8 years down the road and the same people are persecuting us.
I just heard Jillian Michaels like, oh, tough. Like, this is a hard decision.
What are we 100%? Thank you for being respectful and talking to me, so I appreciate that. Did Christians perpetrate a terrorist attack?
Will you get over here?
Listen,
but they open up, child. There you go.
There have been horrendous things done in the name of Christianity.
Lindy Lee's politics are literally just whoever is being nice to her in that moment.
You're behaving like a child. I mean, you're so much younger than me. Like,
no, but I also don't put up with bullshit. So first of all, Kamala Harris is Christian. She would never do that.
Is she? I mean, hold on. We're going super far.
That is like the weakest argument you could possibly make in response to that.
We're going way too far off the rails. Here's what I would let's put a button on this one. I think the point you're making is free speech is the first friggin' amendment.
He needs
and it's a dangerous. If we start clipping this guy's wings, where does it go? And now I also see your point, because I don't want anti-American sentiment in the country either.
Anti-Semitic.
But I haven't seen. Is there any evidence of him?
She said anti-Israel. She didn't say anti-Semitic.
Espousing anti-American sentiment? Is there any evidence of him himself vocalizing
I haven't done
support
the homework
for
on
Hamas?
anything outside of the support for Hamas
and by the way,
and it ended for me there.
And you know who else did? Bill Maher, who is a deep supporter of Israel. There's no question about that. I give him so much credit because he has the foresight to see the problem with arresting and attempting to deport people like Khalil, because speech needs to be protected. If we believe in our constitutional rights, we must protect them.
It's tough to litigate this without.
Where has he incited violence, though?
A tribute to Yahya Sinwar.
That's inherently.
But he didn't say that. You have no evidence that he wrote that. You have no evidence that he even voices support for that.
Pull that up. It's in the Substack.
Exactly.
You know, it's in the CUAD Substack. And it says like,
and it's literally just a matter of like, I can't deport the U.S. citizens that wrote that shit. So now this guy should be the scapegoat for that.
A tribute to Yahya Sinwar. Like, forget it.
We have Klan members in this country. Klan members are protected by the First Amendment. And by the way, they should be until they act on it. If they actually carry out violence, that's when they're prosecuted. But their speech is protected and it should be protected. Even though I loathe Klan members, I loathe white supremacism, but it doesn't matter. If they believe those things and they say those things, they're protected.
Here's my top question, though. When you're vetting people through our dream legal immigration process, that one day, should it ever come to pass, this fantastical idea that could ever occur, we all hope, wouldn't we then say, like, who are you? What are you about? What do you believe? And if it's, I support.
We do. She's acting like there's no such thing as like a citizenship test. Or that this isn't like screened already.
Or Yahya Sinwar. I don't know. That'd be a big, like, a big red. Okay, thanks for letting me take
part of the problem.
Thank
Part of the problem we didn't yet address
is that there's one where
That's the trick. Part of the project for Israel is making anti-Semitism and anti-Israel one and the same. Yep.
literally on their Substack. There's one where if you pull up the CUAD's Substack and it'll say a tribute to Yahya Sinwar.
And Jillian, to that
it's
point,
like it is. It's just bananas.
Something that we didn't yet address is on his visa application. The primary purpose of his stay was to study. He didn't say anything about agitating in favor or against Israel. Had he made those comments, perhaps the officer viewing his application would have given him a different result.
Should we have a questionnaire specifically pertaining to Israel and what your thoughts are on Israel in order to decide whether or not you're allowed to come into the country?
The real question.
It's also pro-terror.
Exactly.
Anti-West just ends up being like a dog whistle for white countries.
It's a terror group.
I mean, then that's like getting back to what she was saying about these like homogenous societies or whatever having like lower crime rates, acting like that's a function of like race as opposed to like how wealthy the country is.
Anna.
Like they're just talking about like homogenous just ends up being either majority white or mostly all the same ethnicity.
I think we're not addressing the elephant in the room, and the reason why a lot of these students are protesting is because they're seeing the slaughter of a lot of innocent people in Gaza who have no way of escaping. So I get that supporters of Israel and Israel itself does not like the criticism, but again, do you believe in the spirit of America, which includes the freedom of expression, or not? And if you don't, then don't get mad when BLM goes out there and says some pretty disgusting things about all white people being, one thing or another. You know what I'm saying?
I just feel like Hamas has got to be one of the most disgusting, filthy, horrendous. Like Anna, they were sodomizing men and then shooting them in the back.
I'm not a fan of Hamas. No one's sitting here defending Hamas. Let's be clear about that.
I love how her argument is just coming back to, but Hamas is really gross though. What if the speech is really, really gross? Then can we take away his free speech?
You lose.
Not that he defended Hamas, but whatever.
I hear you and I see your point, but I just can never in my lifetime advocate for this person being in the country when you know what happened. And I do. We can
Where are
talk
we going
about
to deport?
Israel.
Where are we going to deport the Klan's members?
Well, my question would be:
the other funny thing is that like how many people have been let into the country and become naturalized U.S. citizens that have support for dictators? Like this is only on their radar because it pertains to like Israel and Hamas and whatnot, but it's a question that has never even occurred to them. Like if you're fleeing these countries like El Salvador and stuff like that, you're coming from like you seek asylum from Russia or whatever, the types of people that these people probably have positive opinions of are like not going to be, it's going to be a bunch of tyrants as well.
Do you, if they're advocating, if their speech, and this is again where we sort of do need to defer to a constitutional attorney, so let's make a note. Cover this. Today I'll be a good guest.
Wait, do you know the difference with the Klan members? They're Americans. They're citizens. They were here. They're homegrown. Like, we can hate them. We can detest everything they stand for.
He is here legally,
this
and the Constitution says persons, not citizens.
Okay, let me bring up another woman.
Which is valid.
Rumiesa Öztürk, okay? Go. She's in the country getting a PhD. She's a Turkish national, but she's in the country legally getting a PhD. She co-wrote an op-ed for the Tufts University student paper criticizing how Israel is prosecuting the war in Gaza. Simply, that's all she did. She co-published an op-ed. The federal government sent agents to arrest her, plainclothes FBI agents to arrest her in broad daylight.
Oh yeah, this is the woman that was like basically like fucking black bagged. In Somerville, Massachusetts. After her detention, ICE released a statement accusing her of supporting Hamas without providing evidence. DHS later confirmed that her student visa had been revoked. She was on May 9th, she was released in order to continue her studies pending final decision on her claim that she was illegally detained. Following an op-ed she co-wrote last year that criticized the school's response to Israel's war in Gaza.
How do I know this?
After the article was published, Öztürk's name, photograph, and work history were published on Canary Mission, a pro-Israeli organization that describes itself as documenting people who promote hatred of the U.S., Israel, and Jews on North American college campuses, basically just like a docs website. Friends of Öztürk believe she was targeted because of this incident. Super cool.
And take her into detention because she has an opinion.
I did not know this.
This is less of a, I'm not wishy-washy on this one because
But
she,
Lindy, that's the point I'm trying to make, Lindy.
Well, yeah, I
you
get
can't
it.
pick and choose.
You should have to pick and choose because all the cases are so different. You
I don't
can't
see
have
that.
a
I don't
blanket
see that.
policy.
I mean,
It's all
the gay
speech.
makeup artist, this person, they're completely
Everything should be
different
a case
scenarios.
by
You do have to find the nuance, but I understand that you're a free speech absolutionist. Is that the right word?
Absolutist? I
Absolutist.
wouldn't even
Thank
say-
you.
This is not even free speech absolutism. This is literally just basic First Amendment protections.
Say absolutist. I think there are some very limited instances in which someone's speech is actually inciting violence and causing harm to people's lives. In that case, we're talking about something different. In this case, when we're talking about Khalil, look, I'd love to see the evidence of him inciting violence. If he himself participated in inciting violence and caused harm to others, then we're having a conversation. But the Trump administration hasn't presented a shred of evidence to that effect. And I just cannot sit by and say that it's okay for this
Yeah, but even if they did, so what?
to happen, because again, it is a violation
Unless he materially supported them, so what?
of constitutional rights.
Like, yeah, it would be gross, but so what?
Participating in these anti-Semitic, anti-America student protests, he is inherently inciting violence.
Beyond anti-Semitism, though. This is
Now we're doing words equal violence.
the
I'm
most
with you. I'm completely
disgusting
agree with you.
attack on humanity that has occurred.
Not that isn't a position that you could argue, but like this is supposed to be, supposed to be the like free speech on campus warriors or whatever. But suddenly when it comes to this or whatever, they are the biggest SJWs.
I
My
could not
lifetime.
agree more.
And I get it. I understand that this. Okay, so let's litigate. In fact, maybe since you bring up Israel, we should I guess touch upon that. And here's what I would like. I have not done a deep dive on this subject matter because there's no winning in this argument, which is unfortunate. But I would like to establish the following thing, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong.
I'm about to be super uncharitable, but I feel like that gives you insight into like how she looks at things.
And here's what I would like. I have not done a deep dive on this subject matter because there's no winning in this argument, which is unfortunate. But
She's only going to look into things that she feels like she can act, like the information is going to enable her to defend her pre-existing biases and win. So it's not really learning. You're just arming yourself with talking points and arguments.
I would like to establish
to win conversations, whatever that means. I'm convinced that literally not a single person on the planet is actually a free speech absolutist. There's no such thing as free speech absolutism. Everybody draws the line somewhere. You have to. Some people draw it at doxing. Do you have the right to take a picture of somebody else's credit card and post it on the internet? Is that part of your free speech? Or their social security card? Is that free speech? Do I have the right to write whites only and stick it up on my business and it's not going to have implications? If you're a free speech absolutist, you should be okay with signs like that, even though they start to recognize that, yes, there can be a time where speech can constitute actions or incitement.
establish the following thing, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong.
And like once you've done that, you're bargaining, you know?
Being Jewish or Israel, Judaism, being called a Jew seems to be associated with three very separate things. Number one, it's an ethnicity. So for example, I'm like 37% Ashkenazi Jew. Number two, it's a religion. I have no experience in the religion because my mom just didn't raise me with it because her mom was a war bride and was terrified of the Nazis. Long story short, I had no idea I was Jewish until I got my 23andMe. We all know this story by now. So there's a religion. On top of that, now there's a government associated with it. And it seems as though when people want to criticize the government, they immediately get labeled as anti-Semitic. And
I agree.
That's,
and that's
absolutely
a problem.
not, and that's a problem.
Yeah, because I don't see the Israeli government as
It's so funny because it's, if you've ever spoken to an Israeli, like to be Israeli is to criticize your government. Like some of the largest protests have just been mobilized in Israel in the last few months or whatever. You think that those Israelis consider themselves anti-Semitic?
As a representation of Jewish people, of all Jewish people. In fact, there are a ton of Jewish people who have been, by the way, in Israel, who are protesting and very critical of the current Israeli
Yep.
I have many friends who are in Israel
by
that
the way,
are not a fan of Netanyahu.
The way Netanyahu is trying to crush them.
Wait, Lindy Lee is a regular host on the show. Yep. Didn't take long for her to get a cozy gig at Valuetainment.
For protesting.
Are you Valuetained, Econo Boy?
Him is disgusting. Even in America, you have a lot of American Jews who are critical of how.
And Anna Kasparian just absolutely bitch slapped her when it came to defending Mahmoud Khalil, and you could see how uncomfortable she got. I don't think she actually expected there to be genuine back and forth on this show.
Kind of critical of the current.
And I was kind of surprised. I thought it was just going to be like a circle jerk.
Or in Israel that are not a fan of Netanyahu.
The way Netanyahu is trying to crush them for protesting him is
Israelis even like Netanyahu? No. But the reason that they don't like him is because it's not for like humanitarian reasons. It's because they don't like his handling of the war. They don't like that he hasn't brought the hostages back home, and they don't like the judicial corruption. IDK, what Valuetainment is, to be honest, it's the parent company that is funding this. It's the like PBD, Patrick Bet David network. The Money Moves
Even
network.
in America, you have a lot of American Jews who are critical of how Israel is prosecuting the war. So I do not conflate Jewish people with the Israeli government. I see them as two different things.
And I mean, even look at America. I mean, if people were criticizing the Biden administration and criticizing everything that was happening over the period of the last 4 years, does that make them anti-American? No. In fact, I'd say a lot of Republicans are probably the most pro-American people. They were criticizing the government. It's a distinctly different thing.
It bothers me that you are incapable of doing that without immediately being painted with an anti-Semitic brush. Personally, I lean largely towards Israel simply because...
Truly the most likable Anna has been in ages. I know. Every time I see her like getting fired up and like debating, it just makes me sad that she's not still like more on the left.
It's like if Hamas returned the hostages and laid down their guns, what would Israel do?
Well, I mean,
Not stop the war. Not stop the war, because last year, literally in 2024, Bibi said that bringing home all the hostages was not going to end the war. He said nothing short of total victory. Nothing short of total victory does not only mean the hostages coming home.
Netanyahu has been bragging about the fact that he's obstructed efforts to do a hostage exchange.
I did not know
end this war.
I didn't know that.
Like the problem right now is a lot of people are dying and a lot of people are suffering, including Jewish people living in Israel, as a result of his disgusting leadership that's totally narcissistic and self-interested. He wants to avoid.
Wait, what did she say?
Now is a lot of people are dying and a lot of people are suffering, including Jewish people living in
Anna is at the top of the Vanguard spear.
Israel as a result of his disgusting leadership that's totally narcissistic and self-interested.
He wants to avoid. That's very different than being an
him.
anti-Semite.
He wants to avoid.
It is amazing that she will call out Netanyahu, even though Trump and Bibi are like BFFs, and he's the closest ally in the world to Trump. And Bibi is basically like Israeli Trump.
Fate, like actually going through the trial for his corruption charges.
Right.
And the best way to skirt responsibility for that is to keep this going.
I have heard that. I've done. Does anybody have a counter argument to that? Because I'm not educated enough to push back on it.
I'm anti-Bibi because he's so.
That's interesting. You agree?
He was so invested in Trump's victory because he saw that as his escape from justice.
100%.
Okay,
you're right about that.
So I like the way we're like, Supreme Court, parental rights. Dear God,
this one should be less contentious.
Everybody's alive.
This one should be less contentious.
I don't know. Because now I'm going to be the odd man on this one.
I'm kidding. This will be super contentious.
The breath of relief that she sighed when finally she felt like there was a moment that wasn't just going to be contentious.
I'm jump balled here, team. So, Supreme Court parental rights case, Mahmoud v. Taylor. Who wants to set this one up? What's going on? Anybody want to take it, or I'll pass to Anna, unless...
So
you want to jump on
essentially, my understanding is there is a cohort of different religious families. We're talking Muslims, Jewish people, Christian families who want to see an opt-out option available for a range of books that have been introduced for pre-K and elementary school children. Now, initially, when this push came out, that was a part of a whole, inclusivity push back in 2022. They said they were going to release these books and distribute them to the children. However, they would make parents aware, and there would also be an option to opt out. By 2023, that was rescinded. And this is why the parents are now taking it to the courts, because essentially what the schools initially promised them was retracted for no apparent reason. And for these parents, they want to be the ones to decide when they have these sensitive conversations with their kids, not the school.
Fuck that. I don't care. I'll take a hardline stance on this. I genuinely don't understand why anyone who's not actually an educator has influence over like school curriculum.
Yeah. And my perspective is there is nothing wrong with that. I think we
But I also don't even think like homeschooling should be legal for the most part.
should be. Amen. We should be dealing with these things within our families and not deferring to the school system to take care of it. So, I mean, I'm in full support of these families who are seeking recourse for.
Also, what sex ed? I mean, I went to a Texas private school. The most sex ed that I ever got was my speech teacher telling me in my senior year. Thank you for the follow. I remember going into class and one day he decided to take, he drew on the whiteboard 3 different like cans of paint and then went on to explain that having sex unprotected is like the equivalent of taking one paintbrush, like taking your paintbrush, dipping it in one paint and then going to the next can of paint and dipping it in that and like getting it all mixed around. That was the extent of the sex education I received in Texas.
For this and who want to maintain the rights over what their children learn. I mean, for me, there's nothing wrong with that.
So there's a few other details to this that I think are super relevant because what we're talking about here are not high school students. We're talking about elementary school students. And what I thought was really fascinating about how this school district approached this issue is, you know, given the nature of these books and how it brings up things like same-sex couples, you would typically find this type of curriculum in the context of health, right? Like health curriculum. But the school district decided to put it under the context of.
I guess the issue comes when you're not teaching knowledge as such, but you're teaching values, which are completely subjective. Yeah, I guess, but like what these people are going to like launder into the term like, oh, I'm fine with the knowledge, but not the values. But it's like, you're not really fine with the knowledge though, because sex education, especially comprehensive sex education, is knowledge. You know, or they're going to say that like, just kids being aware of the existence of like queer people and same-sex couples and stuff like that, this is somehow outside of the realm of knowledge. And that's now getting into values, even though just it's not an endorsement of it, just an explanation of it.
Literature and English. And so I wonder if they did that.
But what values are you even taught besides like explicitly in elementary school, besides stuff like sharing and stuff?
Intentionally to prevent the opportunity of students to, parents to opt out. Because if it's in the context of health and let's say sex ed, that's when you have an opt-out option typically when it comes to some of the more controversial issues that religious parents have problems with. Now in this case, elementary school, we're talking about 4th graders and 5th graders, super young, like 8, 9, 10-year-olds. You're talking about same-sex couples. Yeah, I agree. I think that especially religious parents want the opportunity to opt out so they can broach these topics with their kids themselves.
No. This is where I know Anna's lying. Anna knows that these parents don't want to teach it to their kid at all. They don't want to talk about it to the extent it's going to be mentioned. They're going to say they're gross, it's heresy, it's wrong, it's sinful. That's it. They're not going to teach it in their own way. She knows that it's not going to happen.
And they're not trying to ban these books. That's a really important distinction here. They're saying, you know what, keep teaching, using these books, that's fine. We just want the option to opt out. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. The fact that the school district wants to prevent that, I think, is super problematic, to be honest.
So I agree with you completely on that. I want to go back to the days where we're just reading like Clifford the Red Dog or whatever. We leave it to the parents. And I'm speaking as a Christian myself. Like I would feel, if I had kids today, I would feel deeply uncomfortable if
Opinion disregarded then.
my kids were indoctrinated and had no choice of stepping out. And you can opt out of sex ed classes. People are given that choice, but you can't for these books.
Well, the issue was they did promise an opt-out initially, though, and that's the thing. When it was introduced in 2022, it's like, so why are you going to offer that and then rescind it a year later? I can see why people would feel a way about that in any context.
Let me get comfortable for this one, because I'm alone.
I listened. Hold on, sorry,
Jillian.
Hold on. So I listened to the entirety of the Supreme Court hearing.
Again, I forgot that she's a lesbian. So I wonder how she feels about
on
it.
this, and I thought it was really interesting because, you know, one of the arguments that the defense made, and in this case, the defense, of course, is the school district, is, look, we wanted to give an option to opt out, but it became too difficult to do so. This is a diverse school district with a lot of different religions. We're talking about Muslim religion, Christian religion, all sorts of religious folks. And making the accommodations for these students to opt out was difficult because where are the students going to go? We need to have teachers to take care of them as the other students are going through the curriculum. That's an interesting argument. The Supreme Court justices didn't appear to really buy that argument based on what I heard. But what I thought was really fascinating was Justice Elena Kagan, a liberal justice who was, appointed by Obama, actually agreed with the conservative justices in regard to the nature of these books and how the content of these books is not appropriate.
So that's what I want to litigate.
I wonder if that's a fair assessment of how Elena Kagan.
I must have missed something because when I looked it up, here's what I found: pre-kindergarten, Pride Puppy. Can we maybe pull that up?
Do we really need a gay dog?
But
I'm okay with Pride Puppy.
But
I don't think Pride Puppy is a
I think
problem.
what they're trying to establish is that there are all different kinds of people and all different kinds of families, and by acclimating the kids to like, oh look, you know, the next one would be Uncle Bobby's wedding. Like, oh, Uncle Bobby is gay and is married to a man, so it's not so foreign and so gross. And I say this simply because the way I was brought up many moons ago, it was foreign and it was gross, and I didn't know anybody who was gay except the interior designer that my dad would refer.
Oh, this is about it. Justice Elena Kagan said she understood parents' concerns, pointing out that even some non-religious parents might not be thrilled with the content of some of the storybooks Montgomery County selected for young readers, according to the Post. Still, she worried about the sweeping implications of a Supreme Court ruling that gives parents a broad right to pick and choose to opt out of any aspect of school curriculum, which is like, where does it end? These are the same parents that don't even want evolution taught. Are you going to give them the option to not teach their kids about evolution?
Referred to as the queen bee.
But what did she? How did Anna characterize it?
Curriculum. That's an interesting argument. The Supreme Court justices didn't appear to really buy that argument based on what I heard. But what I thought was really fascinating was Justice Elena Kagan, a liberal justice who was, appointed by Obama, actually agreed with the conservative justices in regard to the nature of these books and how the content of these books is not appropriate.
So that's what
there is a difference for her to say that that's what she said. To characterize that, like, sympathizing and pointing out that, like, you know, even some non-religious things might not be thrilled with the contents is like the same as saying it's inappropriate. No.
I must have missed something, because when I looked it up, here's what I found. Pre-kindergarten Pride Puppy. Can we maybe pull that up?
Do we really need a gay dog?
But
I'm okay with Pride Puppy. I don't think Pride Puppy is a problem.
I think what they're trying to establish is that there are all different kinds of people and all different kinds of families, and by acclimating the kids to like, oh look, you know, the next one would be Uncle Bobby's wedding. Like, oh, Uncle Bobby is gay and is married to a man, so it's not so foreign and so gross. And I say this simply because the way I was brought up many moons ago, it was foreign and it was gross, and I didn't know anybody who was gay except the interior designer that my dad would refer to as the queen bee, or some quote. I don't want to say the D word because YouTube will legitimately like demonize.
I wonder how terrible it feels to have to like grovel for the most basic acceptance of your existence in the society with these fucking demons.
The episode, but that word being used.
Yeah, I think it's one of those issues where there might be a sensible threshold to discuss, but the people arguing for it have a ridiculous threshold of like basic sex ed, like you mentioned.
In a derogatory fashion as I was growing up, and
it's one of those, like, I agree, in like in a perfect world it would be like this always ends up turning into one of those issues that's like, you give an inch, they take a mile. That as soon as you give any ground on like banned books or like what's like okay to opt in and out of or whatever, it just spins out of control. That's why efforts like this are like almost exclusively spearheaded by the right.
Phobic for such a long time. Whereas I wonder if there was Uncle Bobby's wedding as a kid, it wouldn't have been gross and weird and foreign. So then the next one is first grade, intersection allies. We make room for all. Second grade, My Rainbow, a narrative about a mother supporting her transgender daughter. Now that one, I get it. Transgenderism in kids is tough when it's a separate conversation.
There's the right-wing lesbian that I was waiting to come out. Rights for thee, but not for me. So, you know, she had to like, she couldn't outright say that the presence of gay people should be something that parents should be able to like opt out of. She had to like toe the line on that one. But transgenderism, of course,
especially when it becomes,
that's a separate thing.
Medicalized, then you lose me entirely. Social transition is also really controversial, but nevertheless.
Again, a slippery slope.
I get it. Prince and Knight, a fairy tale where a prince finds love with a knight. So in my opinion, they're not like leather daddy goes to the bar.
Right.
You know, it's not sexually inappropriate. It's exposing kids to love is love. Don't let it be creepy and gross.
Do you mind if I make a little point
go,
here? So there is one example that I want to bring up that I personally, I would not be okay with my children reading this because I think
maybe I missed one.
I think this sparks confusion. Sometimes I just use one set of pronouns. Sometimes I change my pronouns. Sometimes I use all the pronouns I can think of. My pronouns are like the weather. They change depending on how I feel. This is not a healthy message to be sending children. Not only that, there was another thing that was quoted in an article.
By the way,
where in the book they were.
But that's if that's in there, you're correct.
And also, not only that, within a book they were actually asked to engage in an activity where I believe it was grade 2 children were instructed to pick out certain words. The words were inclusive of things like drag queen, leather, underwear.
Yeah. All right, that's outrageous. If that's in there, you're 100% right.
Of course, for the more outrageous one, she doesn't have the receipts.
I totally get what you're saying. My main issue is that this thing has largely become a social contagion. I agree that there is a large portion of the and even gayness. Honestly, I would say even gayness.
Oh, how can you hear this and not say anything and not like stick up for yourself?
I agree that there is a large portion of the and even gayness. Honestly.
I love how she tried to give her the out, like, oh, you just mean transgenderism, right? Not gayness. And she was like, no, that too.
I would say even gayness. The rate of women who identify as bisexual has gone up astronomically. The rate of people who identify as non-binary has gone.
So when you look at the amount of people that identify as bi, but then actually go on to like marry to be in same-sex relationships, it's like, it's not null, but it's extremely low.
Gone up astronomically. Kids are easily influenced. And yes, a large part of that is the fact that this is more socially acceptable. So some of them are more confident to be able to speak out about who they really are. But when we look at the stats and we see that my mom's generation, Gen X, was identifying as LGBT as a rate of 4%, and Gen Z is now identifying at a rate of nearly 25%. 1/4 of them are saying that they are identified within this group. It is more than just we need acceptance. This is a social contagion.
Hold on.
Look, I don't know.
She thought that the amount of gay people was always going to be static. That there was going to be no correlation between acceptance and the amount of people willing to come out. No, that's just them recruiting.
Oh, if someone who's straight can be convinced to be gay. Like, I just think.
Hello, Longshot. Hope you're doing well.
You know, I don't know if I'm really buying that.
Well,
however,
also, there's no harm.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a good time for me to chill. Been streaming for over 4 hours. If you have not liked the stream on YouTube, please do so right now. If you have not subscribed to me on YouTube, please do so. If you want to follow me on any other social media platform, I am at Straighterade on everything or at Straighterade_. If you want to donate to support the stream, my tip bar is currently at 0 for my goal of 50, which is very, very sad. If you want to... What else? I'll get the script down eventually. I think those are the main points.
Well, here's where I would also differentiate. If you're, and I'm sure that people who are religious will take offense with this, and that's not my intention, but there's a monster-sized difference between sterilizing a child with cross-sex hormones permanently, preventing them from ever having an orgasm with the medicalization of gender-affirming care, gender dysphoria, than your kid, a boy kissing a boy, a girl kissing a girl.
That's why I agree with that. That's why we should divorce LGB from T, because the T is just like making everything just frankly contaminating all of it.
Okay, we're going off the rails a little bit here in regard to like the actual case, because the case is specifically pertaining to individuals who have a sincerely held religious belief, right? So you can be as offended by the curriculum.
I bet Anna loves that she did not have to like stake out positions on this stuff to disagree with these people.
As you want.
I would use my Twitch Prime, but the option isn't there yet. I'm getting close to... Wait, if I'm affiliate, can people use their Twitch Primes?
There's no
Because I got the 50 followers. I don't know how many... I need to like stream on 7 different days and like get a certain number of hours and then I'm affiliate.
Constitutional protection against being offended. However, when it comes to these public schools, they do need to make accommodations for religious families who have sincerely held religious beliefs.
For bigots.
And so that's why this case has made it all the way to the Supreme Court. I would have a problem with the school district being forced to ban these books, but that's not what's being asked. These parents are actually being pretty accommodating. They're like, we don't want to ban these books. We just want to pull our kid out of this class and opt out.
Yeah, I see that. And you know what?
That's reasonable, apparently.
These parents are actually being pretty accommodating. They're like, we don't want to ban these books. We just want to pull our kid out of this class and opt out.
Yeah, I see that. And you know what?
We just want them to be able to opt out of state-approved curriculum. And the state should have to accommodate that for some reason.
Largely there. I guess what concerns me is that, and we should probably, I should probably jump to the Jordan Peterson psychotic right in just a moment. Woke right in a moment, because what concerns me.
What is this woke right shit?
Is when we start to go from like, hold on, we shouldn't be giving children off-label cancer drugs for gender dysphoria, and there was no question that it was like less than 1% of the population, and it's
woke right, according to Urban Dictionary, people who fall under the conservative label that advocates for the progressive values in the Bible. Then there's also a psyop led by self-professed classical liberals like James Lindsay and Konstantin Kisin, the trigonometry dude, that unsuccessfully attempted to denigrate everything like an awakening racial consciousness, any vital spirit of a shared tribe and ethos by associating it with wokeness. This could not work because the online right immediately understood that the solution to woke power was not to de-radicalize them, but rather to engage in postmodern politics of our own, politics indeed suitable to rebirth the white ethos and all else that got lost along the way. Okay. This is some like right-wing infighting shit.
Skyrocket.
Which one is the lesbian again? This lady.
And there are elements, inarguably, that are social, which are impacting these statistics, rising exponentially. But I just worry that if we start to remove any exposure to people who live different, it facilitates othering, and that's dangerous.
I get that's a good point, but that doesn't prevent parents from talking about it at home, or even they can talk
Yeah, but they won't.
about it anytime. All these parents are saying is we don't want our students to be, we don't want our kids to be taught that.
I get it, and I think
we can talk about it.
It's not like we don't want it to be taught in the classroom. They'll say that, but what they really mean is they don't want it taught at all.
On any sexual content from my
You think these are the same types of people that are like on board with like same-sex marriage or any of that shit?
Kids, regardless, by the way, straight or gay. So if that's in there,
Especially again, I think people,
no, you're right.
They're conflating the two issues here. This is not a book ban, and I know people get really heated about that, but that's really not what it is here. Right. This is just a classroom issue, and it's still going to be available in the libraries. Like, people can still get it.
Right. Okay.
You know?
I see what you're saying.
Final thing I'll say about the story. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just look. I get that everyone's obsessed with culture wars. That's fine.
The fitness lady into politics now. Yeah, I don't know when she made this pivot.
But can we at least pay a little more attention to the academics in these public schools? Because a lot of these kids can't read. And that's a huge problem.
This is the pandemic generation.
Problem. Okay.
It is.
I want to say, there was a...
No, Anna, I think we need to focus on allowing religious parents to not let their kids be exposed to education. It's more
scary
important.
moment I just saw yesterday.
Real.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with it in real time.
It's bad. Your kids, they're
oh my gosh, my son is going into 8th grade and his reading, he's got a really high IQ. The kid's intelligent. He does struggle with some dyslexia, but nevertheless, we should have caught him up by now. But in California, the 2 years of not being in school, and by the way, I mean, Anna, because Anna's also in California right now, and I've had to go back and forth quite a bit over the last year. So my kids have been in school in California, and every 5 seconds it rains, no school. Fires, no school. Oh, it's raining again, and there's not 2 roads of egress, meaning 2 ways in and out. So if it rains, there could be mudslides. My kids have missed since January 1st 34 days of school.
That's crazy.
And they're not making up for it. And it's just, it's bananas what's going on.
I love how she thinks that the decline in like childhood literacy is like a result of like them having days that they have to like weather days and stuff, and not the results of like AI and ChatGPT. I don't know what grade her kid's in or whatever, but it's like cheating. It's the fact that curriculum is not including as much like reading in it anymore.
At least in California, which is a bit of a I went off piece there, but it's
you're right. Can I just say one thing about this generation? And to Anna's point, this pandemic generation is suffering.
It's bad.
I just saw something yesterday that these kids have trouble identifying angry facial expressions. They just can't read it. They had trouble reading social cues. Like
they can't mask because everyone was wearing a mask during that
too,
time?
but also because they didn't have these interactions that in their most formative eras, they had trouble differentiating between angry and
I was gonna make a comment. I don't know about what kind of COVID jokes I can make.
A problem. They know when I am pissed.
Yes, you are very emotive.
Very clear.
You are very emotive. But these kids, they were locked in their basement, didn't have a chance to go to the playground, explore recess.
A lot of these kids are
handicapped.
still locked in their basement.
Kids not getting recess is why they're doing worse when it comes to reading. Okay.
Like parents need to take the tech away, give them a bike.
Yeah.
Go outside.
I don't know if those days will ever return. I wish. I honestly
because that's where their friends are. That's the other problem is that when I say to my kids, like, want to go have a play date with Gianni's on Fortnite right now. And so is Michael, and so is Bodie, and like the kids exist in this ecosphere online.
Honestly, I'm so
tough,
glad.
Which is another topic for another day. But you all make great points, and it is a huge problem.
One final word: I'm so glad all 4 of us presumably grew up like we had at least 10, 15 years without these things.
Oh yeah,
I do find it funny though that she's like she's a wealthy woman. She has the ability to like either put her kids in private school or live wherever the fuck she wants. That it sounds like they still live in LA.
To borrow groceries from your neighbor. You used to play in the street on your... I mean, I didn't have a perfect upbringing by any means, but I'm so glad I at least have those memories to look to and cherish. And like, it's sad to say I don't think that is coming back anytime soon.
No, it's not.
Unfortunately. And that's contributing largely to this mental health crisis and why so many people are susceptible to social contagion and these things. Because they want to belong to a group. They want to belong to something. And especially because in the LGBT community, it's almost become like a protected class. If you're a part of that community, then you can do no wrong. You can say no wrong because your ultimate defense against that is, oh, you're a transphobe, you're a homophobe. So the wrong people flock to it. It also attracts bad actors. You know, all I'm saying is that I just don't think that we need anything else to influence kids' minds on these sensitive topics aside from the people in their life who are close, who they trust, who they can have those conversations with.
I want to be done with this one, but I know the counter argument, and the counter argument is, what if their parents are bigots? What if their parents are racist? Well, it's a fight to shape the next generation, and it's, you know, then you'd have to make the presumption that the parents are such awful people, which is unlikely.
Jillian, I don't know if you're intentionally doing this, but that's essentially the woke argument. Like, we need to do this because they're not getting it at home. Right. That's what the Democrats are saying. And what I'm saying is,
it's not. But okay, look, it is not their place. It is not. Look, I don't, this is why I don't have kids, okay? Because I would be violent. I would be violent if my state, if my government tells me I'm not allowed to parent my own kid and that the school district gets to decide.
All right, I got one for you now. I'm going to go off of, I got one for you.
Oh, absolutely.
Hold on. Okay, so this is off of our subject grid here. I believe it's called the Safety Act in California. That the teachers don't need to tell you your kid is socially transitioning.
Yeah, that was awful.
What's interesting about this?
How do you think she feels about teachers outing students? Think the lesbians like gonna be okay with that? What's the difference between that and transgender kids?
This is when people push back on it. They're like, well, the kid could be abused at home. There are laws in place to report child abuse. So I need mental and physical. You want to talk about negating the role of...
She has to know that when people are saying their kids are going to be abused, is that their identity is not going to be accepted at home.
A parent. I need God bless you, Gavin Newsom. I swear to God, I hate that guy.
I do too. On this issue, on this particular issue, the left needs to make up its mind. Yeah. Okay? Because on one hand, you know, they use this as a cudgel all the time if you don't play ball with what they're demanding. Oh, well, the transgender community, they have a high rate of suicide. Okay. So you're telling me that you are going to keep the identity of parents' children away from them, hide the fact that their child might be transgender, knowing full well that there's a high rate of suicide among transgender youth.
Right.
That's a little bit problematic.
And
yes, they're shitty parents that won't accept them is the reason why.
Social transition does put them on a fast track to medicalization. I believe it's like 60+% greater chances of medicalization, whereas if your child is socially transitioning, you should absolutely, for all the reasons you just mentioned, be an integral part of helping them figure out what is going on. By the way,
helping them figure out means like helping stop it.
I want to provide, like, if I had a child, and it turns out that my child might be transgender, is identifying as transgender, I want to make sure that my kid's okay. I want to be a parent.
It's outrageous.
He or she might need, you know, help with a counselor or a therapist. I want to provide those resources. The school's not going to provide those resources.
And the issue with counselors and therapists now is they have to affirm at the same time. Like, in some instances, they're not even allowed to provide any type of reasonable pushback.
It is,
literally, there's legislative hurdles that prevent them from providing that pushback. Back in the day, some of the first transitions, the first female to male, like long-term transition, a person called Buck Angel, right? Back then, you needed to socially transition.
This is like the only trans person they've ever heard of.
And live as the opposite.
It's gonna be that or Caitlyn Jenner.
Gender. I think it was for a year, maybe 6 months.
As an adult,
yes, as an adult, before you're even allowed to take. Well, exactly. But I think any person who truly suffers from gender dysphoria, who truly would have their gender dysphoria alleviated by transitioning, I don't think there's anything wrong with those types of stipulations. That, for me, is measured by cult once.
But that is going to be about an adult.
Yes, but
this is a kid that can't even comprehend.
And so imagine how much worse
the
it is for
gravity
kids
of their
then.
choices.
So imagine how much worse it
Do you think she knew that she was a lesbian?
is for those kids then versus the adults.
Gavin Newsom and his cabal of social justice warriors,
he's the worst,
have everyone terrified. And Nat, I'm going to give a shout out to Manekt, okay? Because on Manekt, I had a terrified mom from California reaching out to me, an Asian mom, actually.
How long before Brianna Wu goes on the show? It's just a matter of time.
She's so terrified of saying the wrong thing to her kid and then getting reported to Child Protective Services.
Dude, I cannot wait till Brianna Wu gets on the show and like brings up Israel. if Anna's gonna at least stay consistent on that issue, that would be fun to watch.
Because she wants to be accommodating, and she wants, like, what if my daughter is lesbian? I want to make sure that I'm embracing of her. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Like, what am I allowed to say? Like, what if I lose my kid? And this is an Asian immigrant who's just terrified that this is happening in our adopted country.
It's legitimate.
And this is what Gavin Newsom has created, this just hysteria, this tremendous fear. Parents and kids should not be inhabiting this world. This is outrageous.
One more bash on this guy.
Yes.
In 2013, he supported a bill, I think it was Jerry Brown's bill at the time, allowing transgender or biological boys, transgender females, so biological boys who've transitioned.
Did you see the dead domain video on Brianna Boo? Yeah, but I didn't finish it because a lot of it was like stuff that I already knew. But I need to finish it so I can get to the end.
Or socially transitioned biological boys, transgender females, so biological boys who've transitioned or socially transitioned, physically medically transitioned to either or to participate in biological female sports. Charlie Kirk goes on his podcast, This Is Gavin, and he's like, it's just wildly unfair. You supported this, you scumbag, and you put no legislation forth to stop it. And I'm sorry, I owned a sports medicine facility. This is where I can really plant my...
It's so funny how she knows that he made that pivot on that issue and thinks that the pivot now is a genuine reflection of like an update of values or a position or something like that, instead of just something that he's disingenuously holding to get favor with the right for whatever reason.
Firmly in a wheelhouse here on this show. There is no universe where there is a physiological equivalence between a child born a male and a child born a female. XY chromosome versus XX chromosome. A 15-year-old boy.
What's so funny is that where they've instituted these laws that like student athletes have to play with the sex that's designated on their like natal sex, whatever they're assigned at birth or whatever, actually end up leading to because people only think about like trans girls and trans women, but they're not thinking about trans boys. So what ended up happening was that they had a trans guy who was forced to wrestle against like just cis girls who was on T. So literally like a juiced up trans boy was wrestling with girls because they didn't even think it through.
Athlete or XY chromosome athlete, however you want to label this, is better than the most elite female athlete in the world at 15. It is one thing to agree that people who are trans should live with dignity, but it does not subvert or negate the rights of another to have a fair playing field.
Girls and women got thrown under the bus real quick.
Yeah, where are the feminists?
Real quick.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. No, it is wild, and I think it's wrong. And science, you either believe in science or you don't.
Right.
You don't get to pick and choose when science matters.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think there are a lot of people on the left, politicians included, who were never on board with trans stuff, but only now feel emboldened to say what they actually think. Maybe. I mean, with how quickly a lot of them fold on the issue, it makes me think that they didn't really mean it in the first place.
Bolster your argument. You either believe in it or you don't.
You're
so can I just say, this whole thing has made me deeply uncomfortable, and so much so that I couldn't stay in the Democratic Party. Let me tell you what actually happened 2 weeks before Election Day.
Time to talk about me leaving the Democratic Party.
It was a final donor dinner. These are multi-million-dollar donors.
Can you please establish for anyone who doesn't know you, just give them real quick your background with the Democratic Party?
In short, I raised a shit ton of money for them. I was one of their top donors and fundraisers, raised millions.
Worked for the Clinton campaign.
Not years ago. Literally was a Biden surrogate and then fundraiser for Kamala Harris in this past election.
And the Harris campaign, correct?
I actually was not an employee. I was part of their National Finance Committee, so I was one of the top donors that their staffers are like beholden to, essentially.
So you did it for the love of the game.
Okay. It's a very corrupt system, and I'm ashamed that I was a part of it. We can go deeper another time. But what I mean is
establish like your knowledge set and how unique it is here.
Thank you. And I was the one who helped expose the Beyonce and the Cardi B and the $500,000 to Al Sharpton. Exactly, the influencers and whatever. Stuff that they still, I gave them 6 months to contradict me, and they still haven't because they know I'm telling the truth. But that's not the point I was trying to make. 2 weeks, and I'm sorry if I offend anyone in advance. I just want to say,
dude, like everybody knows that Kamala Harris wasted money on celebrity endorsements or whatever. Everybody's there. These same people saw the Megan Thee Stallion shit.
This is the truth. 2 weeks before Election Day, we met at the Ritz-Carlton, of course, and the keynote speaker was Sarah McBride.
Oh.
Yeah.
The trans Congress.
Exactly.
Well,
I don't want to.
Can we bring up Sarah McBride, Nat? Thank you so much. Okay, so Sarah McBride is a trans congressperson?
Transgender congresswoman, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So
for California or where?
I don't
Delaware.
think so, yeah.
Delaware, okay.
Yeah, so she, just so you know, the last dinner is supposed to be the most important dinner. Kamala Harris was supposed to show up, but she couldn't. She had a scheduling conflict. So this was the person that was supposed to represent the campaign. Like, this was a last hurrah. This was like October 20-something. and she spoke with Josh Shapiro. Like, she had top billing. And it made me deeply uncomfortable that she was feted as a hero. Everyone gave her a standing ovation. Like, this is some conquering hero.
Just because she was trans.
Just because she was trans. I was sitting next to the founder of Zillow, and I frankly left. I just couldn't, and everyone is clapping and like cheering for her. Like, why? What did she do?
Let me bring up a point, actually.
How do you think Lindy Lee would feel if Anna Kasparian tried to say that the only reason why Shapiro was getting his flowers at that fucking meeting that she's talking about is because he's pro-Israel?
That I can relate to personally, because I want to shield you from this in the event someone thinks that it's because you're anti-trans. Being a gay person, I've never understood gay pride. Now, I'm not ashamed to be gay anymore. As I mentioned, in your mom's generation, Gen X's generation, there was a huge amount of homophobia, and now arguably the pendulum has swung obviously the other way. With that said, I never understood that concept because it's like, what is there to be proud of? I didn't accomplish this. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm proud of a best-selling book.
I think in the beginning, gay pride
Shapiro simping in my chat? What is going on?
was meant to make people who might be in the closet and they're terrified of their identity
not feel
comfortable, feel pride about what their identity.
Do you think this woman has any issues wrapping her head around the idea that people could be proud of things that they had no hand in, like being proud to be an American? It's like, if you get that, why don't you get queer pride?
Identity. So I think that gay pride actually made a lot of sense.
You do? I never. I
mean, right now, I remember years after gay marriage was legalized and everyone seemed to be pretty accepting of gay couples. That's when it kind of became a little weird, right? Because it's like, all right, I mean, everyone's on board now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so Anna Kasparian's gonna tell you, has a message for the gays, and it's that you got your rights, now shut the fuck up. Didn't you guys get everything you wanted? Stop saying that you're proud of who you are.
I mean, I haven't really seen anything from Sarah McBride that makes me uncomfortable. Sarah McBride doesn't seem to go around
like suggesting the fact that she's celebrated just because by virtue of her accomplishments.
Exactly. To be fair, I mean, there are a lot of people in the country who are pretty hateful toward transgender people, even when they're not causing any problems. When we're not talking about medicalizing children. I mean,
absolutely.
But if she's competent at her role, then what does transgenderism have to do with it? And so she should be celebrated on the basis of your work that you're doing.
What recognition could this trans congresswoman get that these women are not going to trace back to? It must be because she's trans.
She might have, I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on this, but I think what makes her different is she might be the first United States congresswoman who's transgender.
She is. Right. I'm pretty sure that she is.
Historic.
There was the whole debate with Nancy Mace trying to change the Capitol Hill bathrooms and all of she's absolutely the first
I can't believe I'm, again, the person saying it. For me, it's not an accomplishment to be that.
I agree. I completely agree with you. I agree 100%. And I agree with what you said as well, Jillian. I think that maybe at the time when you've been relegated to the back of society and people don't care about you and you're disparaged and this and that, it makes sense to take the opposite turn when you're trying to make people accepting. Hence pride back in those days. But nowadays, what rights do gay, trans, lesbian people not have? If anything, they're more of a protected class than the average person. I make the same argument when people...
It's actually a privilege to be a trans person in America.
We'll say, oh, there's so much misogyny and the women, they're so prevented from being able to have the same... What is preventing you as a woman?
I love how they literally just said that this woman, Sarah McBride, is like the first trans person elected to Congress, which is far bigger than the Senate. None on the Supreme Court, never been a trans president. And she's like trying to make the argument that not only do you have equal rights, but you have more privileges than the average American.
From having success. What is preventing you as a gay or transgender person from having success? Nothing. We've already overcome all of these things. Why are we still talking about it? I mean, there's a reason why, obviously.
Well, she's
and it's
a
an
pawn
interesting...
also. She was used as a pawn there. I mean, they clearly are using this individual to put her, look how tolerant we
put her on a pedestal,
they're the bad guys. And
you're actually touching on something that I think has been a growing problem with the Democrats' identity, because especially beginning in 2015, and Senator Chuck Schumer, House Minority Leader, is on tape saying this during a Washington Post interview. They intentionally were moving away from working class voters and just kind of doubling down on their culture war identity.
Wow.
And when you do that, when you move away from the economic issues that used to make the Democratic Party great,
the Clinton
and
party.
you just focus on culture wars, of course you're going to expect that. Of course they're going to use various people with different backgrounds as pawns for their political campaigns. I'm not surprised by that at all. But that strategy ain't working anymore.
Absolutely not.
People want to see their lives improved materially.
Absolutely.
And just simply, putting certain people on a pedestal depending on their their identity, I think most Americans are realizing that's not really improving my life. You know?
Thank God, but it honestly feels like it was just yesterday that was happening. Like, and it really was.
It's still happening. The war is not done. Just the battle has been won. The war is still ongoing. And I want to say one quick point, one thing to your point. Yeah. The T has absolutely hijacked.
She'll say that, but like, are any of the people on this panel outside of maybe Anna Kasparian still like even okay with like a $15 minimum wage?
The LGB. Let's not conflate the two.
Get the acronym though. I've never
like all of their priorities have been wokeness, complaining about immigration. Now we're like on trans policy. Yeah, these are people that really care about economics.
Understood the acronym. So first of all, is it who you like to have sex with? Is it how you identify? And somehow everyone's in it. But you guys, hold on. The queer people, I don't even know what that means, by the way. Gays are in there, bisexual people are in there. So you sleep with women, you sleep with dogs, you sleep with, like, everybody's in there, except the heterosexual. You guys don't have a letter. Where's the H?
You sleep with dogs? That's literally a stereotype used against gay people.
Ally. No, there's ally. There's ally. So that is for the straight people. They are
I think isn't ally for asexual?
There's two A's now. They added, there's two A's.
You'll never get to the bottom of it.
Jillian, every year they add a new letter. It's like LGBTI.
It looks like a Wi-Fi passcode at this point. There's so many letters, it looks like a Wi-Fi passcode.
Wait, to that point, this is why the Democratic Party is doomed. They add, hold on, let me just say one thing. I'm so sick and tired of this identity politics, and it's just not just with the gays. It's also with like every single race. I kid you not. I hosted Joe Biden on May 1st. It was supposed to be a normal event, okay? But because I was Asian, they thought it would be a good idea to make Lindy happy by bringing in a lion dance.
What?
I kid you not. There's video of this.
What's a lion dance?
These people are ghoulish, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, that's why it's disappointing to see Anna Kasparian like just complete her transformation on this. I feel like with how quickly she got into it with Lindy Lee, like I wonder how much she really likes it or if she thinks these people are fucking morons.
It's something they thought it would be a good idea to make Lindy happy by bringing in a lion dance.
What?
I kid you not. There's video of this.
What's a lion dance?
It's something.
Just toss that out there.
What's a lion dance?
Is that like
that? Now you can't keep up with us. She's like LGBA password code lion dance. What the heck is a lion dance?
It's something that Chinese people dance on Chinese New Year. And by the way, Chinese New Year is sometime in February. I don't know when, but my event was in May.
That's hilarious.
So there's actually there's not a good reason.
This is what I was imagining.
That's precisely it. And they had the drums, they had the dancers and the costumes, and my guest and I were we had our jaws on the floor.
Amazing.
Because I want to say something. This is not my culture, with all due respect. My culture is Britney Spears.
Oh, okay.
Okay, my culture
that's also
how
unfortunate,
I grew up.
but it's okay.
Like, they didn't ask.
Do you need a hug? I feel like you do.
I miss my Britney. I met her.
I'm sorry. Please continue. This is insane, though.
But this is what I mean. Like, it was supposed to. It was so insulting. Like, am I just not?
Lindy has been catching shit. Even like her just talking about Britney ends up resulting in a dig from Jillian.
I'm not an American. I have to be a hyphenated American.
That's crazy.
And the thing is, first it was they call me AAPI. They call me their A.
Okay, she'll say this like she didn't accept a role on Joe Biden's like campaign or administration as like his Asian American envoy. Now a conservative, she served on the Asian American outreach team for the Joe Biden 2020 presidential campaign. Okay, lady.
API donor, Asian American Pacific Islander. The next year they called me AANHPI.
Wow.
And I was like, what the hell is that? They're like, oh, it's Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. And they didn't ask if I wanted to be labeled as their fundraising leader for that. I just want
Can you believe that not everything is about Lindy Lee? Or what
to
she
be
wants?
American. Why are you putting me in this
you're filling a quota.
The injustice.
Precisely.
You're filling a quota.
But I didn't ask to be, and I don't want to be. I grew up here. America's the only country I know.
I think one of the biggest problems in the country that no one ever talks about is the fact that because of the culture wars and because of identity politics, identitarianism, Americans don't really have a shared identity, right? Everyone is basically instructed to hyper-focus on what their background is, as opposed to who they are as Americans.
Let me give a shout out to my generation here for a second, because we specifically were the love is love generation, and the idea was nobody needed a label.
Gen X, right?
Gen X.
Gen X was the best generation.
Well,
I'm just going to keep
it easy.
No, it was. Keep it at 100.
However, that that is what we fought for. Love is love. Like, we're all Americans here. We don't need to divide people into their ethnicities and their religious backgrounds and their sexual orientations. It was meant to be like, people are people. I don't know where all of that went so far wrong.
Let me ask you a question. Do you feel like this acronym here embodies it? And you might have thought, wait, listen to it. Okay. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. Okay, that's where it should end, right? Okay. We have queer. We have questioning. Intersex, pansexual, two-spirit. What the heck is a two-spirit? Anyways, androgynous and asexual. I knew there were two A's. I thought it was ally, but it's androgynous.
Like, this is the most they have to complain about. You have found a Pride website that lists this acronym. Do you have an example of anybody using this acronym? Do you even have an example of a tweet that's not making fun of this acronym that has 100 likes, like anything?
And asexual. Do you feel like these types of
act like the left separated people? I mean, like, it's a bunch of white women, and like they've never had to think about I shouldn't say a bunch of white women, obviously, like Lindy Lee is Chinese, Anna's Armenian or whatever, but like Jillian Michaels and Amy specifically are like, when they say like this stuff didn't exist before or whatever, it's like, no, it's not that it didn't exist. You just weren't made aware of it because you're off in your own little silo.
Acronyms are actually helpful.
Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I have no spirit, so I'm kind of like, are they really marginalized?
Ooh, got him, Anna. Good one.
Oh my God, I would simply say, if you're going to do that, you have got to include heterosexual people in there. Then otherwise it's...
Oh my God, somebody just unironically spending 20 minutes explaining all lives matter, and she just, now it's straight, we need straight pride.
It's exclusionary by design. It's them against us against them, or by the way, wipe it, which I would obviously prefer. But if it's going to exist, because it's like, well, oh, Jillian is a person. I mean, if you were to say, yeah, she's gay or she's married to a woman, okay, fine. You're telling someone like Jillian is married to a woman, and you can define
this
it.
This is literally some like, there's only one race, the human race shit.
She's lesbian or whatever the hell you want to call me. But when you purposely leave out straight, heterosexual, what do we call it?
Isn't that everybody? That's everybody, right?
Cis.
If we include straight people, that's everybody.
You guys are not in there.
But then if we include straight people, that's literally everyone.
That'd be everyone, and then I'm like, what?
I don't know. We haven't included various kinks into
that's right.
Well, here's the thing. This is my other issue that I take with it, Jillian, is like, you hear the MAPS, the minor attracted people, which is a community of pedophiles who are trying to legitimize being a pedophile as a legitimate sexual attraction.
Well, we have one for that. And it's actually called pedophile. I know,
you
put a B if you identify.
I wouldn't do that though.
These people, they have a flag. They have a flag. They have an acronym. They're trying to rebrand away from the word pedophile, and in large part, they're using the LGBT community, trying to latch onto it. And again, I don't think it says anything about gays at all.
Someone's so scary for me just there. But anyway, so scary.
It's attracting
Take me back home, please.
I know.
I'm bringing you back to the center. I'm giving you go. I'm gonna let you put a button on this one.
Literally just fear mongering about like a hyper online push for like maps or whatever thing that. Like, find me people in the real world that, one, even know what that is, or two, support it.
And then I'm giving you guys a choice between the last two topics.
No one dared bring up this crap among Gen X. That's why I'm saying Gen X was like the more reasonable generation, right? The generation where you can have a political debate and the person you're debating with isn't automatically...
Back in my day, this is like boomer shit.
Right? Gen X, like, they're the workhorses. They put their heads down. They work hard. They don't go around judging other people. I'm obviously making a generalization here.
The 90s liberals. But with that said, we have a lot of shortcomings without question, and we're very rigid in the way we approach things. We're slow to innovate, and there's a lot we could say about Gen X that's negative. And I know because I learned a ton from millennials and Gen Z.
I'm just saying comparatively speaking.
All those things you mentioned are good qualities, and I'm grateful that you threw those out there. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a choice. We got 10 minutes. We can either, since we've been touching upon the Democrats and all of this wokeism and craziness, you've got front runners for 2028 on the Democratic side, jump ball, or we can address, as I previously mentioned, the woke right comments that Jordan Peterson had made.
We're like not even half a year out. We're not even half a year out until like Trump's first year in his first term. But these people on the right are going to talk about front runners for the Democrats in 2028.
Back on Rogan. You want the Dem front runner?
Yeah, I would say that.
I'm down for either one. I could probably contribute more to the woke rights, to be fair.
Sounds like you're
I like Peterson a little more.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the
Can you do both in 5 minutes? I'll give you
Probably
five.
not this panel.
No. I think the woke right would be a good
all right, let's look at it. Lindy, you win. Okay, you know what? Next show. Because we got 4 years to deal with who's going to be running the Democrats. So
let's do it.
On our next one, we'll start with that, and you'll lead it. All right, guys. Nat, play this clip for me. So you got Jordan Peterson on Rogan talking about the woke right, and this went viral, and I don't even fully understand.
This is like people BSing at like a BBQ. This is just like a bunch of like wine moms just being racist.
So I'm hoping someone can tell me what this even means. Let it rip, will ya?
a new theory of political
Just
psychology.
like saying whatever like vapid bullshit passes for political commentary in this space.
I like it quite a lot.
Is this where the term the woke right comes in?
Yeah, well, Lindsay is pointing at that, but he hasn't got the diagnosis exactly right. So it isn't woke. That's not the issue. It's not exactly
I think
one
what
level.
they're talking about is like similar types of behavior.
He is talking about that. Yeah, I know.
But
But
woke just lets you clarify in your head. Oh, it's like that.
Yeah, but the problem is
like Antifa.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is that argument is predicated on the claim that the ideas are the problem, like the woke ideas, for example, on the right or the left. But that's not the problem. The problem is that 4 to 5% of the population, something like that, is cluster B.
Also, I'm sorry if I'm dropping frames
terms,
on Twitch. I need to buy an Ethernet cable.
Histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, psychopathic, or they have dark tetrad traits. They're Machiavellian. They're sadistic. That's about 4%. Okay, so the question is, how do these people maneuver? And the answer is they go to where the power is and they adopt those ideas and they put themselves even on the forefront of that. Right. But the ideas are completely irrelevant. Right. All they're doing is they're the Pharisees. They're the modern version of the Pharisees. They're the people who use God's name in vain, right? As they proclaim moral virtue. Yes. Doesn't matter whether it's right or left or Christian or Jewish or
I
Islam.
cannot follow this at all, and I've tried 10
I'll explain.
times. Give it to me in English and then dumb it down to 6th grade level.
There's a whole backstory to this, and Jordan Peterson is touching on that backstory without actually naming names.
Okay.
And I thought this entire conversation was hilarious because he was essentially trying to convince Rogan to avoid having certain people on his podcast.
Is that what was happening?
Yes,
Candace
that is
Owens, right?
100%. No. Well, maybe Candace Owens, but this wasn't really about Candace Owens. This was about 2 people in particular. One is Dave Smith, who's Jewish and a libertarian. The other individual was the
Daryl guy?
Yes,
The
Daryl
historian?
Cooper.
I actually talked to Rogan about this.
Yes.
And
Daryl Cooper, by the way, I mean,
go for it.
I've listened to Daryl Cooper's content. I wanted to actually really understand who the man is before I jump in and start
Anna,
defaming him.
Can you establish what the controversy is around him? And then since you've actually read the content, can you explain that?
Yes. So I didn't read. He has these very long.
Yes, Fear and Loathing in
podcasts.
Jerusalem.
Fear and Loathing in Jerusalem is one of them.
Right.
The other one is called the Epstein Files. Anyway, he does these deep dives.
Who the fuck is this? I've never heard of this person. An American podcaster and writer known for hosting the Martyr Made podcast, where he explores historical events, political themes, and contemporary social issues, including a 6-part series on the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict. He also co-hosted the Unraveling podcast with some dude, been on Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan, has garnered controversies over statements regarding Adolf Hitler, the Nazis, Winston Churchill, and World War II. Cooper's interpretation of historical events have received criticisms from historians for inaccuracies. He has been accused of downplaying Nazi crimes, engaging in Holocaust revisionism, and has been labeled a Nazi apologist. Average Joe Rogan guest.
Dives into some pretty controversial issues.
A la Candace Owens.
And provides context that you're not going to learn in history, class. And it's in books, but they're not the kind of books that most people are reading, especially in the context of education. So basically, Daryl Cooper's podcast series are interesting. I actually wanted to cross-reference and fact-check a lot of what he was reporting on in the Epstein Files, and I didn't find anything inaccurate, which I thought was interesting.
I get it.
So because of the fact that some of what he puts out there sheds maybe a negative light on the formation of Israel, there are those who are hardcore supporters of Israel who want to silence him. Okay?
Can I?
And by the way, Dave Smith, who's very well read, is a fan of Daryl Cooper and was defending him when he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. Now, Joe Rogan had Dave Smith and Douglas Murray on to debate the topic of Israel. That debate never happened because Douglas Murray was hyper-focused on basically telling Rogan, don't have this guy on your show. That was the implied message there, which was really annoying because I was looking forward to hearing Douglas Murray maybe refute some of what Dave Smith has to say. I'm a fan of Dave Smith. I've heard his commentary on this topic, and I'm like, okay.
Why has this guy become the go-to pro-Palestine guy? How did that happen? I mean, I don't think you need to have credentials to participate in these sorts of debates. Either you know the stuff or you don't. But this dude is consistently pushed to the front to specifically argue that point.
Hey, great. I want to hear someone challenge Dave Smith on the substance. None of that happened. It was just, oh, you haven't been there. You basically told Dave Smith, you haven't been to Israel or Gaza. You have.
It's just
no right to talk about this.
I would have to watch him, I guess, to see if I'm missing something. But there are so many academics that you could have on to talk about this from a pro-Palestinian perspective or whatever, but Dave Smith is the one that gets booked.
Which is a ridiculous point to make. Now, Jordan Peterson came in and he was basically trying to make a similar point, but from the perspective of, you might think these guys are good guys, but maybe they're just co-opting, an identity that you agree with in order to
exert their power.
Propagandize people with anti-Semitism. In
Okay.
this case. Yeah, that's what this is really about.
So two things. I want to throw this out there just simply because I actually ended up having this conversation with Joe because I crossed paths with Jordan Peterson in Austin. And I want to say that he looked, I've only met him twice now and did a show one time, but he looked so genuinely hurt.
Yeah.
And I felt that he was genuinely hurt and felt so genuinely misunderstood for his curiosity and attempts to.
Because Dave Smith has that Joe Rogan connection, probably. But I was seeing him on like Piers Morgan and stuff all of a sudden.
To find common ground with people.
Totally.
He is probably the least anti-Semitic person. And an individual that seems overwhelmingly, I hope this doesn't get me on his bad side, overwhelmingly sensitive.
Rogan?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Seems pretty sensitive feeling guy. And if you've ever watched him talk about his kids, it really
like anytime you're trying to defend somebody against an accusation of like a type of bigotry or whatever, it just always comes off like her being like, he's like the least anti-Semitic person ever. Like, what does that mean? Reminds me of people that are like, people like, he doesn't even see race. Joe doesn't care if you're purple.
He hunts elk and like, he gets this uber male kind of persona attached to him. But he's like, I don't really like dunking on people.
No, he doesn't.
And I don't like when people fight and debate aggressively. He's a pretty sweet, gentle soul.
Wow.
From what I've taken away from him. And he was
Yeah,
really
Joe
hurt
Rogan's just a small bean.
by this whole, you platformed Nazis. And his argument was, and I'm not familiar with Daryl, so this is where I will defer to you.
Yeah.
His argument is that it isn't at all the point that Daryl was making.
Right.
And that Douglas had not read Daryl's content.
No, or listened
and
to
Douglas
it.
was misrepresenting what Daryl was trying to say about World War II. Now, I don't know if that's true or false, but you seem to have an idea.
So, hold on. He's going to come out with a World War II series that's apparently very controversial.
Okay.
I have not listened to a single minute of that. I don't even know if it's out yet, so I don't want to, provide any type of defense of that if I haven't listened to it. But in regard to what Daryl Cooper has put out, I have listened to 2 of his very lengthy podcast series. They're very nuanced, and that's the problem. We live in a time and age where nuance goes right over people's
You're
heads
so right.
because people aren't going to sit down and listen to the entirety
We
of the
live in a
series the way
society,
I did,
guys.
or the way Dave Smith did, or the way Rogan did. Rogan is an intellectually curious person.
Yeah.
And actually, this whole debacle forced me to reevaluate some of my past beliefs as well, because this whole notion of like Rogan.
I mean, I don't disagree that like Rogan comes off as like curious, but then that means that he's like so open-minded that his brain falls out. Like sometimes he'll have on good guests, but then it's also going to include like crackpots like this Daryl Cooper guy or whatever.
Has a responsibility and he shouldn't platform certain people. The left was making that argument. I used to make that argument in regard to Rogan platforming people that I disagreed with. Now, obviously, I changed my mind entirely on that. I think that these conversations need to happen.
You're defending Mahmoud.
I feel like the baby brain criticism is that he's having them on at all, but the better criticism is that he like has them on and then he just kind of nods his head along with like everything that that the guest is saying. He never like challenges them. He doesn't bring on anybody else to challenge them. He'll just like let them talk for hours unopposed.
Khalil, so clearly you changed your mind.
I think it's really important for people to have their beliefs challenged. That's how I grew as a person, and it's super uncomfortable. It's awful, but you come out on the other end a better person.
100%. 100%. I think that there is a little bit of a difference between the woke right and what Jordan Peterson is referring to. From my perspective, the woke right is kind of what the left is trying to do with this cancel culture.
Oh my gosh,
it's
so
canceling
toxic.
people from the right who disagree, or anybody who steps outside the perfect little boundaries of what it means to be this conservative, this Republican. To me, that is the woke right. What Jordan Peterson is talking about is sociopathic narcissists who essentially will hijack any belief system. Conservatism, liberalism, socialism, whatever it is. So they can exert power.
Luckily you laid it out because I was like, what are you talking about?
I mean, if you watch it at length, you can get it. I mean,
I watched
sometimes
the whole
Jordan
thing
Peterson, you need to watch him like 3 times. So just,
I know. It's like Russell Brand. You're like, wait, hold on. Give it to me in English.
Right.
What the heck?
I feel you on that. But he is making there's a clear distinction between the two. What he's talking about with Candace, and I believe he is directing some of it at Candace. I believe some of it is the whole Christ is King scenario, where they're saying that her touting Christ is King is inherently anti-Semitic. I completely disagree with that premise. I think that's completely wrong. To me, that has nothing to do with the woke right.
There's another element to the woke right. There are so many MAGA gatekeepers, these very prominent far-right influencers, and I'm not going to name names, but they all know who they are. And when you convert to the right, they will destroy you.
I've not had that though. No, maybe I haven't necessarily converted to the right.
Jillian,
but
you're Jillian fucking Michaels, okay? You're untouchable.
That is not true.
It's just true. You have this halo. But for someone like me and so many others, you have to go through like a communist struggle session.
Every single point that she makes just ends up being about some personal experience or some way to like talk about herself.
Really?
And we've talked about it
I have found it to be the
what? Wait, what?
You have
Communist
to go through like a communist struggle session, kind of.
Really?
And we've talked about it.
I found it to be the
What is a communist struggle session?
opposite.
Maybe because you're a lover outside of politics.
I was
think
never-
it's different
yeah, I was
if
never
you
woke
were
enough
love
for
for
the
your
left.
political
That's
views.
interesting.
But
But
you were universally loved by nonpartisan people, by
Right,
everyone.
and also there is this one person.
You must have missed me being one of the most polarizing women of all time.
No, we just love you, girl.
I love you for that. It's okay.
There is this person in the right-wing ecosystem who defamed me when I left the Democratic Party because she thought I was out for her lunch because I left the party.
female
It's
thing, though.
But it's the thing is,
That's a Gen X female thing, by the way.
It's significant because she is one of the biggest figures on the far right, and I had to shell out money for a defamation lawyer. She
I'm sorry.
I was spitting out, I was
Nightmare.
coughing up blood. It was the worst period of my life. It was so difficult. And I'm just saying that, honestly, Republicans need to cut this shit out because the whole point of elections is changing people's minds and embracing them, not destroying them because they had a change of heart.
And we've all seen how the people in the middle, the purple people, are going to shift this one way or another.
Yeah.
So moving a little bit more to the center and being more tolerant seems to be the most effective way forward. We are out of time. Closing words.
Yeah, Trump won on appealing to the middle.
Anyone?
This was fun.
This was a lot of fun.
I can't wait to do it
Oh
again.
my God, you guys made it through and everything. I was worried. I almost took cover, but I feel good about it now.
We got
Jillian,
lucky. It was fun.
So hopefully this will be the first conversation of many to come. Please.
Okay, this actually had a lot of stupid shit to react to, so I'll do episode 2 after all. All right. That was fun. Okay. I think I'm going to end it here. But before I go, if you haven't liked the stream, please do so right now. If you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, please go ahead and do that. If you could follow me on Twitch, really appreciate it. I'm trying to make... Oh, I already have the amount of followers that I need for affiliate, but you should follow me anyway. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what time. If you want to donate to support the stream, !tip or donate in chat. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow.